to a special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from the fourth and most anticipated day of the 2024 Republican National Convention. I am Kristen Welker right here in Milwaukee at a truly extraordinary moment in American politics. In a few short hours, former President Trump will take the stage to accept his party's nomination, speaking publicly for the first time since surviving an assassination attempt. And as we are waiting to hear from the former president, we're also waiting to see what President Biden will do. NBC News reporting that even some of President Biden's most defiant supporters now believe the president will step aside and not run for re-election. But here in Milwaukee right now, where they are doing a sound check on the stage behind me, the Star Spangled Banner, the former president says he has rewritten his speech tonight in the wake of the shooting as a call for unity. Now, while he hasn't spoken publicly at all since the incident, Mr. Trump did address his near-death experience at a private RNC event yesterday, part of which was filmed by an attendee.
God was with me, I tell you. That's what they call a close call. That was an amazing, horrible thing, amazing thing, and in many ways it changes your attitude, your viewpoint on life.
Now, given the circumstances, tonight may be one of the most closely watched, highly anticipated, and frankly, highly scrutinized speeches Donald Trump has ever delivered. The Trump campaign says the former president personally wrote or dictated his remarks for this evening. It comes after his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, introduced himself to the country last night, leaning into his difficult upbringing as he accepted the nomination.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America.
Meanwhile, a bad stretch of news for President Biden and his campaign has gotten even worse after President Biden tested positive for COVID, forcing him to return to Delaware to isolate at his Rehoboth Beach home at this critical time in the race. And as more Democrats urge him to withdraw from the race. Publicly, President Biden has been defiant. But in a new interview, he did speak about one scenario that could change his mind.
So he has some medical condition that emerged. If the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. Look, I'm only 3 years older than Trump, okay? And I think I'm in a little better physical shape than he is.
Now, COVID is just the latest setback for a beleaguered Biden campaign. Publicly, 20 Democrats now say he should withdraw amid concerns over his fitness for office and his ability to beat Donald Trump. Privately, sources tell NBC News Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had a, quote, blunt conversation with the president about the state of the race. And the Associated Press reports former Speaker Nancy Pelosi is making the case to Mr. Biden that polls show he cannot win. Well, let's get right to it, folks. On a very busy Thursday, NBC's Garrett Haake is right here in Milwaukee on the convention floor. Gabe Gutierrez is with President Biden in Delaware, where he is resting and getting better. And Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill. Garrett, I want to start with you. The campaign saying President Trump has personally rewritten this speech himself or dictated it to aides who are writing down his words. Do you have any indication of what this message of unity will look like tonight?
Well, look, Kristen, I think the best indication is from Donald Trump's own record here. And what we know about this speech specifically is that he is going to talk about the shooting experience from Saturday at the top. And then I think we're going to hear sort of a more polished version of what we typically hear from him on the campaign trail. But his version of unity has tended to mean unifying around him. I don't expect to see Donald Trump move in any significant way off his more aggressive policy postures, things like mass deportation deportations, issues like that sometimes drive people out of the Republican or the Trump camp. I think you might hear the tone change here, but the substance will be largely the same as what we're used to, other than trying to rally people around him from the assassination attempt on Saturday. I think from my conversations with some of his advisors and with his son Eric Trump this morning, there's also going to be an emphasis on that moment in particular from Saturday when he stood up with his fists in the air and encouraged people to fight. There's a little bit of a tension here between the idea of a unifying message, but also we have to fight because, as Eric Trump said to me, everything is terrible. How you balance that tonally, I cannot say. That is why I am not a paid political speechwriter.
Well, Garrett, you've been signaling that from the start, though, and rightfully so, that this is still Donald Trump. And so there may be a message of unity, but this self-proclaimed counterpuncher is not necessarily going to back away from some of that imagery. Garrett, let's talk about more broadly about this week that you and I have witnessed here, this show of unity within the Republican Party. Quite frankly, yes, there are differences over policies, fierce ones over abortion, over issues of Ukraine and the economy, quite frankly, as well. And yet, this week, it's clear this is a party that is solidly behind Donald Trump.
100%, Kristen. And think about how difference a year makes. I mean, I remember about this time a year ago, we were in that deluge of indictments falling on Donald Trump. It seemed like one every other week. The party was in panic because his numbers were improving against his primary rivals. And it was the Republicans worried that they were going to be saddled with an incumbent essentially running as their nominee who could not win in a general election. Now, fast forward to the present, and they have their incumbent, their nominee, who they feel like is very much in the driver's seat. I would say nothing breeds unity like victory, and the feeling here, certainly among the convention delegates, among Republican lawmakers, is if they don't screw this up, Republicans will be in power perhaps across the board next year in Washington, and that's going to make any politician or any politically inclined Republican feel pretty good and feel pretty good about their nominee.
And Garrett, very quickly, the reaction inside Trump world to J.D. Vance's speech, his big debut last night here at the National Convention.
Yeah, look, Trump advisors and allies who I spoke to were pleased with J.D. Vance's speech. They thought he certainly did no harm. He did a good job of introducing himself and kind of trying to bring the message in a targeted way to the middle of the country where he's expected to be effective. I do think there's some acknowledgement that given how interesting his biography is and kind of how high the theoretical ceiling is for him, that last night's speech is a combination of perhaps lack of experience in this medium, if you will, maybe didn't exactly hit it out of the ballpark rhetorically or in terms of excitement, but there's time for him to learn on the road.
That is for sure. Garrett Haake, thank you for your fantastic reporting. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the afternoon and evening. That is for sure. Gabe, let me turn to you now. You are there in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where President Biden is recovering from COVID. Let's start with this incredible reporting from our NBC News team that President Biden's advisors are starting to, quite frankly, see the writing on the wall about his campaign. As you all reported, one source saying, quote, "We're close to the end." That's a pretty stunning statement.
Certainly, Kristen. And look, it's not just that quote, but there's another quote in there. It's not a question of if, but when. And what a difference just a few days makes, Kristen. You'll recall earlier this week in the immediate aftermath of that assassination attempt on former President Trump, it really seemed like the calls for President Biden to leave this race had stalled or at least subsided for a bit. They have ramped up considerably over the last few days and have reached quite a height today after we've been hearing about these meetings between President Biden and prominent Democrats. Also, Adam Schiff yesterday coming out and calling on President Biden publicly to lead the race. But according to NBC News reporting, multiple people that are aware with the internal dynamics, yes, they see that there's the writing on the wall. Donor money has been drying up, now projected to be just 25% of what they expected in July. Still, the White House and the campaign are aggressively pushing back hard on that narrative. narrative. One source close to President Biden says that they feel that some of this are people second-guessing the campaign, and that back in 2015, back when President Biden was vice president, there were some scars from when top Democrats pushed him out in favor of Hillary Clinton, and that didn't work out for the party in the view of this advisor. Kristen?
Gabe, of course, this all comes as President Biden remains defiant publicly. He gave another interview to BET. What were your big takeaways from that interview?
Well, he gave one to BET where he talked about, he was asked if there was anything that could potentially get him to leave the race. And he did acknowledge, or at least allow for the possibilities if his doctors told him that he had some sort of medical condition. Of course, this was before his COVID diagnosis. But today we also heard another interview, Kristen, this one a radio interview with Univision. And he was asked about whether he felt betrayed by the party. Listen to that.
Do you feel betrayal? In what do you tell them?
Look, I had a terrible night on the debate night. I was exhausted. I had been traveling around the world. I wasn't ready. And I performed terribly. And so people are now saying, well, that was only one thing. But he's 81 years old. What happens when he's 84 years old? What happens, excuse me, when he's 85 years old? I was smart enough to know with age comes wisdom.
And Kristen, you heard that cough there from the president. Now, that interview was conducted just before he was tested for COVID, and he tested positive. But you hear in that interview his raspy voice really speaking to the concern that so many Democrats have, and raising even more questions about his health. Kristen?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Gabe Gutierrez from Delaware. Thank you so much, Gabe. Really appreciate it. Ali Vitale, let me turn to you. You have been all over this reporting that Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi had these blunt, frank calls with, a call in a meeting, I should say, with President Biden. Does it feel like the pressure campaign is reaching a critical mass, like something is shifting?
Yes, and I know that you've been all over this too. All of us are really working the phones and making calls, trying to get as close to this as possible, because the reality is only two people were in those rooms when those meetings were happening, especially in the case of Chuck Schumer, where we're told that it was a blunt conversation. The same can be said for Hakeem Jeffries, the top House Democrat, and of course, Nancy Pelosi and the role that she still plays, even though she is no longer speaker and no longer leader in this House Democratic Party. She is still so revered as a thought leader and someone who members really respect the opinion of. At the same time, her comments on Morning Joe, 2 weeks ago now, very much stirred the pot here on Capitol Hill. Folks were already panicked about the president politically, health-wise. That only served to further extend the purgatory period, frankly, that we have been in for House and Senate Democrats over the course of time since that debate. It does feel, though, Kristen, like yesterday evening's series of leaks about those blunt meetings really did turn us to a new phase of this. I mean, members have already been in a sense of panic, in a sense of being fraught about what's going to happen next. But it does feel like next week could be a real moment of significance here as members come back to Capitol Hill. Of course, I'm pretty much alone in the halls right now of Congress. They are home on recess, but that does not mean that they are not talking to each other. Members are having serious conversations, maybe a little bit more difficult to organize themselves when they're not physically in the same zip code, but at the same time, those conversations are still ongoing, and a lot of members are paying attention to each move the president makes. They are certainly reading our reporting that folks in his orbit feel like the writing may be on the wall, and I have to tell you that around this building, when you think about Congress in a theoretical sense, the electeds I'm talking to seem to have a sense right now of maybe it's not a matter of if, but when he steps down.
Yeah, one source who I spoke with described this as a sad moment for the Democratic Party. Ali Vitale, try to get a little rest and gear up for what could be a busy week. Really appreciate it. Joining me now on set is NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. Chuck, wow, we've covered some headlines, but this is an extraordinary moment in which we find ourselves. Can you set the stage? I mean, where do you think we are in this will he or won't he pass the torch?
Look, I think now it's impossible for Biden to stay in, even if he wants to stay in, because there's too many Democrats on the record saying he needs to get out. They question whether he can serve another term. How do they suddenly put that toothpaste back in the tube? Let's say they do it, and you try to put Biden out there. How do these people answer the question in their own political debates, in their own interviews with local television and with bloggers and with podcasts and all of with regular voters? They're sitting here right now, basically the leaders of the Democratic Party making the case to the country, this man cannot serve another 4 years. Hard stop. By the way, we don't think he can win, but many of them are simply saying he can't serve another 4 years. How do they flip that? So at this point, essentially, he's been forced off, because I don't think we're getting to the point where I don't think he can win the nomination with his own delegates. Okay, he's losing control of that process too. So I'm not going to get into his head, but you know, this is going to be there's only Hunter Biden and Joe Biden left to tell him it's pretty clear to me that many of the non-relatives have come to a certain conclusion. People with the last name of Biden have not.
It's
that's where we're at right now. Which is what you would expect in Biden world.
I was going to say, ultimately, it is going to be a conversation and decision that he makes with family, right?
That's right. And, you know, he's at home. He's in Rehoboth. All the family's there. So, you know, is it this weekend? But this is unsustainable, and now his campaign is unwinnable.
Let me read what you wrote in your latest column last night. You wrote, quote, "The walls are closing in on Biden. His COVID diagnosis Wednesday and the subsequent need to isolate due to his age makes it only that much harder for Biden to try to convince Democratic leaders that his debate performance was simply one bad night. The only question now is whether he succumbs to the pressure before the Democratic convention delegates themselves take matters into their own hands." Do you think, Chuck, that the party's basically saying we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way?
And they tried to do it the easy way.
That's right.
Now
that's past.
You know, and it looks like it looks like this campaign to try to persuade him to do this perhaps has been months in the making, not days or weeks or any of that. And I'll tell you, I think we're all starting to wonder. Perhaps the early debate there was some intention here with this early debate to be like, okay, we've got to have this conversation out in the open, because we're not having it. Nothing's happening very well behind closed doors.
Well, one of the things that I think you've been struck by, that I've been struck by watching the Republican National Convention, is how unified this party is. And it is a reminder of the clock that is ticking. President Biden said in his press conference, the campaign hasn't started. It starts after Labor Day. Feels like it started quite a long time ago when you're sitting right here.
And in some ways, the success of this convention has, I think, almost makes it impossible for Biden to be able to make the case. Now, look, it's possible. Look, we haven't seen any good polling yet, because you can't. The assassination attempt, how voters are sort of digesting that. I don't think you can get a snap poll and feel like you understand that. I think this speech tonight, you know, we have gone from 6 weeks ago, the public wanted nothing to do with this presidential race, right? Now, look, he's got an opportunity tonight. When I mean he, the former president, Donald Trump, for the first time, I think people who had not wanted to hear from him are going to be like, let me see. All right, I'll see. Let me see if this is. So he is got an opportunity tonight. If there's a new Democratic nominee, that candidate is going to have an opportunity. So all of a sudden, we're going to go from a campaign, and this is what, when you talk about upending the chessboard, you know, if there is all of a sudden you may have a newly engaged electorate, because, frankly, these plot twists are better than watching Presumed Innocent on Apple TV Plus these days.
And who could have anticipated this many plot twists?
Honestly, I would have rolled my eye. I like to read the occasional political novel. You'd thrown all this in here and give me a break.
Could never
That's
happen.
Not the way the world works.
Not reality, right? Well, give us the reality check on the polls, because that's the one thing that has allowed Biden to stay resistant. The fact that, to a large extent so far, and again, I'm not factoring in what's happened in the wake of the assassination attempt against former President Trump, but this has been a remarkably stable race to some extent.
But for 25 years, we've been in a remarkable, stable position.
Right,
And I do believe now, though, that 1 point shifts are big deals.
Yeah, right.
And I think we have to start to understand that when you see a consistent, and look, I'm a big, I think the worst thing to do is to combine polls. The best thing to do is watch trend lines.
Mm-hmm.
And when all different types of polling, even, ones you don't like the methodology, when you start to see similar trends, then it's worth seeing that. Combining them in the blender is a terrible idea, but unfortunately, Real Clear Politics and 538 have ruined the polling industry by what they've done over the last decade. And I will have this fight in public anytime all these people want. But what I will say is that I think that we should respect 1 point movements as significant. They're not insignificant. In the 90s, we'd have 5 point swings and 10 point swings because we weren't as polarized. We're pretty set in our ways, which is why both parties have high floors and low ceilings.
Yeah.
Okay, we like to say Trump has a high floor and low ceiling. Both parties have high floors and low ceilings, which is why you're not going to see a ton of movement.
You talk about the fact that Trump has an opportunity tonight. Mm-hmm. What will you be watching for tonight?
If he talks to voters that are not MAGA and not even Republicans. I do think when we hear unity, we think, oh, is he going to reach out to people that are not Republican? Right. I believe when they say unity, it's Nikki Haley.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
right.
And I mean that. Like, they're like, no, we're unified as a party. That's unity.
Yeah.
And maybe some of us on the outside of the parties are going, no, we think unity is
the whole country.
Right, which I think we probably are misinterpreting them. I think they do mean unity in a different way, and they've been unified as a party. Yeah. Right? So that's, but look, I fully believe if he would show a little bit of humility about, hey, I really have said this before. Both presidents have failed the country in bringing us together. Well, if one of them would admit it, I actually think they could benefit.
That's a great point.
Neither one will admit that they have failed to bring the country together. Yeah. And if one of them, you sort of have to give voters who gave up on you once. Yeah. You have to give. Well, what are you going to do differently? It's like when you break up with somebody. Yeah. Why are we getting back together? I've changed, honey. Okay, how have you changed?
We're
going to get married.
Hear that
I need to hear
acknowledgement.
It. Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm going to hear that today.
Well, we'll be listening closely, and I know you will be too. Chuck, thanks so much for all of your brilliant thoughts. Really appreciate it. All week long, we will have much more news to get to, including what we're learning about the timeline of Thomas Crook's attempt to kill former President Trump as federal investigators are still hunting for a motive. But first, taking the stage and setting the tone, I'll talk to one of Trump's most vocal supporters. Congressman Byron Donalds will join me next. And we'll have special coverage of former President Trump's primetime speech tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, streaming right here on NBC News Now. You don't want to miss that. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Milwaukee. Stay with us.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now, coverage of the fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention live from Milwaukee. Here are a few of the speakers on the schedule tonight, including everyone from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to Tucker Carlson, Hulk Hogan, and it will all culminate in a speech by former President Trump. Joining me now on set is Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, who spoke here at the convention earlier this week. Congressman, thanks so much for being here on a big night. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. You guys have a great seat, by the way. You got all the views for your video or the video audience out there.
We do. We have one of the best seats in the House. That is for sure. Well, appreciate your being here. Former President Trump has said in the wake of the horrific incident this weekend, the assassination attempt against his life, that he's torn up his speech. He's rewritten it, that it's going to be a message of unity. I wonder what you anticipate. Will it be a message that is aimed at reaching out to the whole country, or will this be a message that's aimed at reaching out to all Republican voters? What are you anticipating?
If I was going to take a guess, if you look at the way the first 3 nights of this convention have unfolded, everything has been about all of the American people. Whether it was opening night where you had the head of the Teamsters on that stage, something that has not occurred at a Republican convention in recent memory. You had Hispanic mothers, black mothers talking about what's happened to their kids, Gold Star families whose sons and daughters lost their lives in Afghanistan. Everything in this convention and everything Donald Trump really has been talking about on the campaign trail has been about the American people. I believe you're going to see that tonight. And then it's going to be wrapped in the fact that if we are a unified country as Americans, we can truly make our country great again.
My question for you, as you know, in the beginning of his campaign, former President Trump talked about this idea that he would be voters' retribution. Do you think he's going to back away from that as a campaign message more broadly, even after this convention wraps?
The word probably yes. I think everything is going to be about the success of the American people. And if we're going to provide full context, when he talks about retribution, it was in the vein of success will be that, success for the American people. That's where Donald Trump is going to get his joy, his passion, his energy, not just for the rest of this campaign, but for the next 4 years, is making sure that the American people are successful.
Just to be very clear, he said, for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. You think he's going to back away from that idea on the campaign trail?
It's not even about backing away. I think what he's pivoting towards and where he's going is, this is the recipe for success. I am the person who will bring that success. I'm the leader that can step into that Oval Office, that can step into that arena on the world stage and make sure our country is as prosperous as possible for everybody.
Former President Trump describes himself as a self-proclaimed counterpuncher. It's something that his supporters anticipate. Do you think that we will see that same instinct and frankly, fight in him? Or do you think that this is going to be a tonal change overall?
I would tell you that my view of where the president is right now, he's very contemplative. I think he's really taking this convention, and especially in light of what happened Saturday in Pennsylvania, the attempt on his life. And that gives anybody a broader perspective. I truly believe this is not just a campaign, a presidential campaign, a Republican convention. This is really now about him using the mantle afforded to him by Republican voters to lead this country for the American people. It's a different view. It's a different feel. That's his temperament right now.
Do you think, given that, and given that you've been talking to him, and you do seem to have an insight into where his head is right now, do you think this could lead to some policy changes? Could, for example, he abandon his pledge to pardon the January 6th people who've been convicted for January 6th?
Well, I think, first of all, when you get to some of the January 6th detainees, the Supreme Court has already ruled that the charges that were used in a lot of their cases is a misreading and a misapplication of the law. The Department of Justice is going to have to go back and either remove those convictions or figure out something else. I'm not going to speak for the Department of
But
Justice.
as you know, that more than 132 have pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers. Those are people who have pleaded guilty.
But that's a different situation altogether,
Yeah.
and I think that Donald Trump will take the time to go through that. I want to be clear what I believe his intentions going forward are. Every policy is designed to promote the American people, not just a segment of the American people, all Americans. In politics, his phraseology might make it sound that it only leans one way, but whether you're black, white, Hispanic, rich, middle income, poor, it's about everybody succeeding. When we all come together as Americans, everybody can succeed.
Just to be clear, because what you are saying, you anticipate some tonal changes on the campaign trail. Do you think it's possible? And it sounds like you're saying he might reevaluate at least, or closely evaluate each of these cases. Do you think it's possible he pulls back on that vow to pardon everyone who was convicted for January 6th?
I think every case is going to be reviewed and looked at. And when you go in there, you got to make those decisions with the legal team in the White House. It is going to be with a full view to make sure that justice was actually done, especially when you consider previous riots in our country where there were either little charges or no charges compared to what happened to people who were charged and convicted, whether they pled guilty or not on January 6th.
Right. And again, I mean, as I said, more than 100 pled guilty to assaulting police officers. Hundreds more pled guilty to various different crimes on that day, that attack against the U.S. Capitol. Let me ask you about another big policy promise for a second Trump term, his vow and calls for mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. Is that something you support, and would it be every non-citizen? How do you see it playing out?
Well, first of all, I do support it, but it's not just me. You have a majority of black voters support this position. A majority of Hispanic voters support this position. A majority of white voters support this position. And let me explain why. Because Americans want to have an immigration process, but it's got to be legal. Our cities are overwhelmed by more than 10 million illegal immigrants. It is not fair to the citizens of America. And to be honest, it actually puts these illegal immigrants in our country in a lurch.
Would it be every non-citizen, though, Congress? Just to be clear, do you understand how it would work? Some people say it's not practical as part of what I'm getting at.
The people who would say it's not practical also are not acknowledging the fact that mass illegal immigration is not practical for the American people. When you go through that process, what's already happened in the past is that you've had people who have self-deported because they do not want to get caught in that apparatus, which then carries them not being able to come into the United States for another 10 years.
Well, and we should note, I haven't seen those polls you're talking about various groups supporting mass deportation, but it is worth noting President Biden did pass some executive actions, and illegal crossings are now at a 3-year low. Let me ask you, though, about what's happening on the Democratic side. Seems to be growing calls for President Biden to pass the torch. It is possible, as we sit here today, that former President Trump could be facing off against a different challenger in November. What is your reaction? Is that what you are bracing? Is the Republican Party bracing for that at this point?
I will tell you that our game plan is not going to change. It could be Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer. It doesn't matter. Jimmy Neutron. You put the person up there. It doesn't really matter. The problem for the Democrats is that they cannot explain their agenda. They cannot explain the failures of their agenda. So it doesn't matter who they run. Their policy agenda is their policy agenda. We have a recipe for our country to make it successful.
All right. Congressman Byron Donalds, thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle is refusing to step down, even as she and the agency she leads are facing increased scrutiny for actions before and after that gunman opened fire, attempting to assassinate former President Trump. Now, this is new video that appears to show the suspected gunman. Look here. Thomas Crooks walking outside the security perimeter at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. This was last weekend. And after the FBI and Secret Service briefed senators yesterday, we are getting a clearer picture of the timeline of that day. I'm going to walk you through it. This is according to sources familiar with that briefing. Crooks was photographed as a suspicious person at 5:09 p.m., more than an hour before the shooting. At 5:51, police notified the Secret Service of a suspicious person with a rangefinder. 5:53, just 2 minutes later, the Secret Service notified snipers around that same time. The snipers spotted crooks, and then 9 minutes later, Donald Trump took the stage at the rally. 6:09, video shows that crowd members alerted police to crooks on a rooftop nearby. And then 2 minutes later, at 6:11, he opened fire. The Secret Service is also facing criticism for how long it took to remove Mr. Trump from the stage after the shooting and for failing to fully shield him. You see his head exposed there in the aftermath. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, talk through the very latest and what you are taking away and what investigators are taking away from this new timeline that has emerged.
Well, Kristen, you know, there are multiple investigations going into what exactly the Secret Service did or didn't do properly on Saturday with this near assassination of Trump. There are three big questions that seem to be circulating. People in the press are asking, and we're being told that's all a matter of the investigation. One is, did the Secret Service know that he had a gun at the time? So far, we only have indications that they knew he was a suspicious person carrying a rangefinder that allows someone to measure the distance between them and their target, but that is not a prohibited item. Number two, why was that roof not in the Secret Service security perimeter? They delegated that to local police. And then, of course, they also want to look at, what did they do wrong afterwards? You showed that footage there of them trying to get Trump off the stage. Why was he able to come up? What I've been told from Secret Service press is that they had in their ears, threat neutralized, man down, but how could they really rule out? This is the question that other former agents are asking. How could they rule out that there wasn't, another one or two gunmen in the area if this was part of an attack? Was that too early to let Trump stand up, do his fist bump, and walk off the stage? So a lot of questions and mounting pressure on the director, Cheadle, who is still digging in her feet. And just last night, they put out a statement saying she was going to stay in the job.
And growing calls for her to do the exact opposite and resign. Julia, do we know anything more about the motive at this point?
No, it's strange. There's actually very little that this man, Thomas Crook, shared online. They were able to look through his phone. They found that he was looking at the schedules of both Trump and Biden, also looking at when Biden might be holding the DNC, for example, that he was looking at when the RNC, where you are right now, Kristen, would be held. A lot of research, but nothing that seemed overtly political or anti-Trump. In fact, he was a registered Republican.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much, Julia. Really appreciate it. Well, last night, a group of Republican senators confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle right here at the RNC, calling on her to answer more questions about the assassination attempt and the former president's security. Take a look.
This is exactly what we were doing today.
This
on the call.
was an assassination attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump.
North Dakota Senator Kevin Cramer is one of the senators seen in that video. He joins me now. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Let's talk about the briefing that you all had. Clearly, you did not feel as though your questions were answered. What did you learn, and why did you come away feeling like you needed more answers?
Well, what we learned from the director, first of all, is the exact timeline that you've already illustrated perfectly. But that raised the obvious question that we wanted to get answered and weren't allowed to ask, and that is, why was Donald Trump allowed to go on that stage when there was this threat that was serious enough to inform and to notify the counter sharpshooters? And so when we had this moment last night where we learned that the director is not only in the building but on the same level, a few of us were at, we thought this is our moment to go ask her, and her hostility toward us was kind of remarkable. Her unwillingness to talk, and then the appropriate suggestion that maybe this isn't the right place to do it, let's go somewhere else, except that as soon as she got out the door, the somewhere else was a bunker somewhere, and it was really quite irritating and problematic, Kristen, in this sense. The confidence in the service is low for understandable reasons. The only way to rebuild that confidence is to communicate. In fact, during the briefing, she was admonished by a Democratic senator to please be forthcoming with information on a regular basis, because that's the only way that we're going to, sort of calm people down and restore confidence. And she just seems not just reluctant, but resistant to doing it at all.
Just to be very clear, you are saying you do not think Donald Trump should have been allowed to take the stage.
I do not believe he should have. I mean, when you look at that timeline and you think at 5:51, this threat was so significant that the Secret Service notified the counter sniper unit, who then put their eyes on that roof. So if it was significant enough to call in the counter sniper unit, why wasn't it significant enough to keep the president from going to the stage?
I'm curious. Publicly, we have seen the Secret Service director say things like, well, the local police was supposed to secure that building. Did she reiterate those types of comments during your briefing?
Did.
What did she say about that?
It's interesting because in the briefing, she opened it up and then gave probably a 30 to 60-second opening statement that included articulating the jurisdictional lines, which is very unseemly because while it wasn't a direct throwing them under the bus, so to speak, it was certainly an implied throwing them under the bus. And at the end of the day, it's all set up and overseen by the Secret Service. We know that they're ultimately responsible, and she's ultimately responsible for the service.
Did she take that responsibility in your briefing? Did she say, I bear responsibility?
Oh, she did not. In fact, she quickly handed it over to her deputy, which I don't fault her for, because quite honestly, we'd rather get good, accurate, sophisticated information than higher level information. So I don't begrudge her that. The experts are the people who work for her. But no, she did say we failed. She said that our mission is a no-fail mission. We failed on this mission. But there's a we failed, not I failed. And again, whether it's me, we, or I, just talk to us. It's so much better if you communicate. Transparency is the best way to approach these things, and she's failing on that front, which is why I think she does need to resign. I'm not one that's prone to quick, conclusions like that or judgments like that. But last night she convinced me she really isn't capable of carrying on this job.
Do you get the sense that the calls for her to resign are going to grow louder?
I do get that sense, and I would be surprised if some Democrats don't step up as well, because this isn't a good look for the service. It's not a good look for the administration, and we need to restore confidence in our Secret Service, and she's not the one that can do it.
I know that the Senate Judiciary Committee has asked for a hearing on what has unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania. What specifically are the top questions remaining for you? We don't even have a motive at this point.
Well, and that's an important point, because the Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction over the Justice Department, which includes the FBI. And that's where the big investigation will go, is taking place, looking at the cell phones, looking at social media, trying to find a motive. I think my personal view of it is so far it looks like it was a disturbed young man looking for an opportunity to sort of redeem himself, and I don't think it was partisan or political in that sense. But the Secret Service is under jurisdiction of Homeland Security, so I would think they would want to have a hearing as well to get to the issues that you and I are talking about related to how did the president end up on that stage with a sniper 150 yards away.
Well, we are going to hear from former President Trump tonight. He has said he's ripped up his speech. He's going to be delivering a message of unity. What do you think that means to Donald Trump? What are you expecting to hear tonight, Senator?
So we will certainly hear a message of unity of the party, unity of the country. It's going to be more emotional than usual, I think, Kristen. I mean, because this has been a more emotional situation. For a lot of us, it's the first time we've seen him, of course, was Monday night, and that was really special. But when he steps on that stage as our former president and our nominee, I think you're going to hear and see sort of a raucous, we've got the lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl crowd, but you're also going to see a we're really grateful you're alive crowd. And I get emotional just sort of thinking about it.
Very quickly, just pivoting off of what you said, obviously you're watching the developments on the Democratic side.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate that there will be a different Democratic nominee in November?
I do right now, and it almost seems irreversible at this point, quite honestly. But a lot of it's going to be up to Joe Biden, and we'll see. As you know, even if it's only for an hour a day, he's tough.
That's for sure. Yeah. Well, an extraordinary moment in our American politics. Thank you for being here,
Always
Senator.
my pleasure.
Really
Thank
appreciate it. Coming up after the break, we are digging deeper into this extraordinary moment, as we were just talking about, in politics, as we wait to hear from former President Trump for the very first time since that assassination attempt, and from President Biden on his way forward. A lot still to unpack. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from the Republican National Convention. We're back after a quick break.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As Donald Trump rides a wave of political momentum, President Biden's campaign is facing even more turmoil, with more Democratic leaders from Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and even former President Obama apparently all privately voicing their concerns about Biden's path to victory. Now that split screen between Trump and Biden growing even more stark, with President Biden now sidelined and off the campaign trail after testing positive for COVID. To break it all down, I'm joined by my fantastic panel, Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic Congresswoman from Florida, Stephen Hayes, editor of The Dispatch and an NBC News contributor, and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Thanks to all of you for being here. Vaughn, let me start with you. Set the stage. What are you watching for tonight when Trump speaks?
Number one, the unity message here. What exactly does that look like, right? Is it a lot of words, a lot of, okay, let's go together, bring Americans together, or is he going to turn to actual agenda specifics, right? There were signs yesterday in that crowd calling for mass deportations now. Are those words that are going to actually come out of his mouth in prime time with a national audience? You know, unlike 8 years ago, right now, this is a Republican Party that is not scared of its own shadow. There is not a concern about who is in the crowd. You had Peter Navarro straight out of federal prison yesterday up on that stage. This is a Republican Party that is in a confident position. What does Donald Trump do in his own hour, however long he goes from that stage? What is the message he conveys with just 3 months left?
Yeah, we will be listening closely. Stephen, I think that, and Vaughn hits on something important, is it going to be a message tailored at unifying this room, or will he try to reach out to non-MAGA voters?
Yeah, I mean, everything we've heard is that he really does want this to be a unity message. You talk to people who are involved in planning and talking about what the speech is likely to look like. He seems to want to have this kind of kinder, gentler Donald Trump. I'm skeptical it'll last much beyond the speech, if that's in fact what we get in the speech. But I also think he can't help himself. I mean, if you look at his policies have a harder edge. I mean, this is sort of a MAGA right Donald Trump. He picked J.D. Vance for a reason. I think that's not just MAGA 2.0, but MAGA plus. And, you know, even if we have some sort of gloss tonight to make it more acceptable to people who aren't in this room, you have to believe that really the core message of Donald Trump's campaign is likely to be people in this room.
Yeah, Stephanie, you know, it's interesting. Your colleague Chuck Todd was here and saying some people might tune in tonight who may not have prior to this weekend. They might be willing to give him a second look and a second chance. Do you think that's accurate? Do you think that, depending on what he says tonight, he could start to win over some independent, moderate voters who are going to be so critical, obviously, to who wins the White House in November?
So far, this convention has really kept some of the more MAGA things under a lid, right? And so it appears that they are trying to go after some of these swing voters. And they took a direct shot at labor, at the black vote, at the Hispanic vote, at base votes for the Democratic Party in this convention. And so if he can stick to the teleprompter and not do the normal things that he does at a rally, he may actually deliver a message that would resonate with undecided swing voters, because so far they haven't heard the normal stuff out of this party.
Yeah, obviously last night we heard from Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, Vaughn, for the first time. And his message was fascinating. He talked about having a bigger Republican tent. He talked about the importance of Ohio and Michigan and the Rust Belt, and really this sense that that's why the campaign picked him, because they do think he's going to resonate with those critical voters.
And I was just talking to a delegate from Texas, right? I mean, these are your most diehard activists within the Republican Party. And he told me that was the first time, really, that he had heard J.D. Vance's story. He goes, I never read the book. I never watched the movie. He goes, for me, that was my opportunity over the course of that hour to begin to hear some of that biography. And that's the case for, frankly, most of America. That's what they took in last night. And so the question is, you're listening to J.D. Vance's speech, probably most of Americans can identify with at least part of that, right? At least part of that, whether it's wages or high housing costs, in a way that, frankly, Donald Trump, his own story doesn't quite reflect that, and J.D. Vance fills those voids for this ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. And his story, I mean, is just remarkable as he lays out in Hillbilly Elegy. Let's talk about the other big political headline that we're all tracking, which is what is President Biden going to do? Stephanie, let me put up a couple of the headlines that have emerged in the recent hours and days. Our team just reported we're close to the end. Biden world braces for the possibility that the president steps aside. Washington Post, Obama tells allies Biden's path to winning re-election has greatly diminished. AP, Obama, Pelosi, and Democrats make a fresh push for Biden to reconsider the 2024 race ahead of convention. Where are we with this? Do you think that the dam has broken at this point?
You know, unfortunately, there is no actual procedure by which anybody other than President Biden can decide to step aside. What you're seeing here is that people gave him a couple of weeks to leave with some grace because they respect him. They've worked with him for a long time. They have affection for him. And so it was done behind the scenes. The fact that this is leaking out into the media in the way that it is a sign that they're trying to apply greater pressure from the outside. How that plays within the very small Biden inner circle right now is unclear. Have you made him more angry and more dug in, or have you managed to convince him that the poll numbers are so bad that he should step aside? And it's unclear what poll numbers the insiders have been showing him.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen, how do you think Republicans are watching this moment? Because I spoke with a Democratic lawmaker today who said, look, this is a really sad moment, and it does feel like, as Stephanie's laying out, the ground is shifting, that something fundamental is shifting. That the party is applying a different level of pressure, particularly when you see Obama's name invoked.
Yeah, I've been doing some reporting on this, and I would say Republicans are looking at this with some trepidation. I mean, there's this sense of unity here. I think people are excited because Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt. The party is more unified, I think, because of that than on any policy issues. But you ask, what do you think about facing a non-Biden candidate, or the possibility even more of a non-Biden or non-Kamala Harris candidate? And I had talked to one strategist who said, Republican can't beat that. Donald Trump can't beat that because he has a ceiling. He's had a good week, I think, but he tops out. And it's hard for him, I think, to go beyond that. And the people who don't like him really, really don't like him.
Yeah, and Vaughn, I am imagining in Democratic circles sitting watching this convention as just a giant reminder that the clock is ticking, that there is not a lot of time. The Democratic National Convention is in August, and the message and the takeaway from this convention, quite frankly, has been that this is a unified party.
And Kristen, you know this. For 20 months now, Donald Trump has been running the same campaign. Yeah. There has been no palace intrigue stories, right? This is a different campaign operation. They have allowed Donald Trump to be Donald Trump. There is no question, right, about the base of support. Now it's just a matter, can we win over some independents? We don't even know if we need them, but hey, we might as well try.
Right.
This is a Republican Party that the confidence that is exuding from this place is unlike anything I have seen within my time of covering Republican politics. And it's one of those, they're watching this and just saying, and I was talking to a senior advisor earlier who suddenly was just like, we don't care who we face. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, throw anybody our way. We feel good.
Stephanie, there's only about 30 seconds left, but to that point, I mean, do you anticipate, if President Biden passes the torch, that he has to pass it to Harris?
I think for the Democratic Party and for the health of the party, it should be some sort of mini primary. She should be considered, and if she wins, the party will unify behind whoever wins. But we're in this place because we didn't road test our candidate in a primary, and we can't repeat that mistake.
All right, well, we'll leave it on that powerful point. Thanks very much for this great conversation, you guys, Stephen, Stephanie, and Vaughn. Really appreciate it. And still to come, we're taking a look at how folks right here in Milwaukee are literally wearing their politics on their sleeves. You're watching Meet the Press Now, special coverage live from Milwaukee.
come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Silly hats and outrageous outfits are a staple of political conventions. And this year is no exception. NBC's Alex Tabbitt has a look at how some delegates are dressed to impress.
Joy and excitement in Milwaukee as Republicans celebrate their party's presidential ticket.
President Trump is going to make America sparkle again.
And many of the delegates are dressing the part.
Oh, yeah.
Iconic imagery already emblazoned on T-shirts.
So I'm going to put it right in the middle of my chest.
And buttons galore.
I came here with 100 buttons to trade.
Wisconsinites saying cheese for the cameras, and the Texas delegation tipping their hats to their state. Some using their kicks or their clothes to send a message.
I wore this shirt because I feel like there's not any politicians talking about the injustice going on.
Others bringing their instruments.
We love Donald Trump in Israel.
And one bringing his wheels.
That American spirit is still alive and well in America.
As delegates from all 50 states put the party in Grand Old Party. Alex Tabbitt, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, great stuff from Alex. Our thanks to Alex for that. And we are back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. My colleague Hallie Jackson is standing by. She picks up special coverage. Hallie, final night.
This is it. Big stuff. And I'm glad to be alongside you for the ride. Kristen Welker, thank you. Stay right here. Our special coverage continues. And here we go, live from the final night of the Republican National Convention, right now gearing up for the former president's speech in a night and in a moment in politics unlike anything we've seen in recent memory. So I want to show you the stage here, live from the convention floor. This is the lectern there you're looking at for his first speech since the assassination attempt against him. It is his night, and it is his stage. It is his party, too. The GOP united behind the former president. It is a very different story for the current president right now. He's back home, isolating with COVID, as our new reporting shows his orbit is now bracing for the possibility he could drop out. One person close to the president telling our team, and I'm quoting here, "We're close to the end." And a person who spoke with a senior campaign official saying, I'm quoting, "They're finally realizing it's a when, not if." The money is drying up, too. A person with knowledge of the projections saying the campaign is only bringing in a quarter of the big donor money it planned on for this month. And we're also seeing some reports, top Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, having blunt conversations with the president. Pelosi even telling President Biden he can't win. Former President, four sources briefed on the call telling CNN. The former President Obama also raising concerns about his former VP's future. A source close to President Biden now pushing back hard, saying they are all wrong. Meanwhile, for Mr. Trump, a lot's going right. His supporters are fired up in this moment for what will be an historic moment. He will soon be the first candidate since Richard Nixon to accept the nomination for a third time, and he'll be the first ever to be nominated after being found guilty of a felony. Our team is fanned out across the convention floor and in Washington, D.C. Ryan Noble's on the Hill, Garrett Hake on the floor. Kristen and Chuck are here with me at the booth, but I want to start with Aaron Gilchrist, who's posted up near the White House. Okay, Aaron, dramatic moments here for the Democratic Party, and it feels as though the floodgates have opened now. Talk us through what we know and the defiant posture that the Biden campaign publicly continues to have.
Well, Helen, we know that President Biden is, as you noted, back at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, convalescing after this COVID-19 diagnosis. His doctor saying today that the president is still showing some of the symptoms, a cough, a runny nose, but that he's doing well. His vitals are normal. At the same time, we know that there is this swirling cloud of calls for him to potentially step out of the race or step out away from the race for president, potentially open the door to somebody else to step into the process to earn the nomination. The campaign, though, has very much been leaning into the narrative that we've heard before, that President Biden is and will be the nominee. We heard that from the deputy campaign manager a bit earlier today. President Biden, before he went home to Delaware with COVID, did an interview with Televisa Univision in Las Vegas before he left there, where he was asked about some of the calls for him to step down. He was asked, how do you feel with so many people who have supported you before now asking you to step away? Do you feel a sense of betrayal? This was in a radio interview. The president talked about his debate performance, saying it was a bad night for him. And then he offered this in response to that question. Listen.
People are now saying, well, that was only one thing, but he's 81 years old. What happens when he's 84 years old? What happens, excuse me, when he's 85 years old? I was smart enough to know, with age comes wisdom. I know the difference between the truth and lies. I know the difference between good and bad. I know the difference between what has to be done.
Now, you obviously heard the president coughing in the interview he did there. Again, one of the symptoms that his doctor indicated was a part of what he was experiencing before the COVID-19 diagnosis. At the same time, the campaign's deputy campaign manager said today on television on MSNBC that the president is doing work today, that he's engaged in some official meetings, and that he's been making campaign calls as well, Hallie.
Aaron Gilchrist live for us there outside the White House. Aaron, as we look forward here, there is this question of timing. And if there is, in fact, as we're putting here on a lower third on the bottom of our screen, that we're close to the end of the Biden candidacy, what does that look like? The Democratic National Convention, we're sitting here live in Milwaukee. The Democrats take their turn in just a month from now. That feels like it is, in many ways, dictating the timeline here.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Democratic Convention will start on August 19th. There obviously is this talk about the roll call, the nominating process happening around August 1st, sometime before August 7th, potentially. And yet there are still these calls, named people who are standing up and saying the president should step away. And then the whispers from people who are only described as sources who are saying that he should step away as well. At the same time, the campaign points to a list of people who are named who said the president should stay in the race. And as these calls are happening, as there's talk about President Obama perhaps softening some of his support, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer also referencing some of their concerns over the last couple of days in particular. I do want to note that there's one source that our Mike Memoli spoke to who is close to President Biden, who said that can we all just remember for a minute that these same people who are trying to push Joe Biden out are the same people who literally gave us all Donald Trump. In 2015, Obama, Pelosi, Schumer pushed Biden aside in favor of Hillary. They were wrong then, and they're wrong now. So as much as we've been hearing these calls for the president to step away, Hallie, there's at least this one voice that is pretty forcefully saying the support for President Biden is not totally gone.
Aaron Gilchrist, thank you. Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill for us, reporting out where the Democratic position is at this point. And some new reporting that a strategist is telling our team that there are a number of black Democrats who think President Biden's candidacy is likely to come to an end, which is so interesting because this is a group that backed him initially in those days post-debate. They have had his back for years, for decades in so many ways, a key part of the Biden coalition. Talk us through the dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. It would be pretty devastating for President Biden to lose the strong support of black Democrats, particularly the Congressional Black Caucus on Capitol Hill. They were crucial to his nomination in the first place in 2020. They recently threw him a lifeline as a number of Democrats were coming out post-debate asking the president to step aside. The CBC strongly showed its support for Joe Biden staying in the race, and that temporarily seemed to, keep things going for him. But a Democratic strategist told our colleague Yamiche Alcindor that several black Democrats who have spoken with President Biden and his aides in recent days believe his candidacy is not long for this world, and more Democrats are calling him to step aside. Black lawmakers have grown increasingly frustrated by this situation. There's a purgatory here that they don't believe is sustainable, and one way or another, it's got to end, because at the moment, this intra-party fight between Democrats is blocking out the sun, making it impossible for them to make their case against Donald Trump, which is what they believe they need to be doing. And President Biden's posture has been, again and again, he insists that he is staying in this race, that he's not leaving. But the problem is Democrats aren't really taking no for an answer here. Every time it looks like he stopped the bleeding, more Democrats come out and reopen that wound.
pressure, of course, coming from House and Senate leaders in what feels like it potentially could be something. We don't know if it was coordinated or not, but the timing does seem interesting, Sahil, that over the course of the last 48 hours, like not even 24 hours, we've seen all of these Democrats, Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, either publicly or through media leaks, coming out and making their points.
Yeah, and the fear that these Democrats have is not just that Joe Biden will lose to Donald Trump. That is, to them, a horrific prospect. I'm not trying to downplay how much they want to prevent that from happening, but there's a bigger fear, which is that if Joe Biden stays in the race, and he ends up dragging down other Democratic candidates in the House and the Senate, then Donald Trump could win with a big trifecta, a Republican trifecta that they believe would be fully submissive to him, given how little opposition he's facing in the Republican Party at this point. That's the other thing that has Democrats freaked out, which is if Biden stays in the race, it could hurt Democrats down the ballot. Let's show some polling in swing states that showed Senate Democratic candidates currently outperforming Joe Biden. This is a major point of relief for Democratic candidates in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Joe Biden is tied or trailing Donald Trump, while the Democratic candidates are leading their Republican rivals. We see a similar situation going on in Arizona, Nevada, even the red state of Ohio. The Senator Sherrod Brown is ahead of his opponent. The fear that Democrats have is that this might not be sustainable, Hallie, even though they hope it will be.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you very much. I want to go to Garrett Hake now on the convention floor to get the view from the other side of the aisle. Because, Garrett, as Democrats are dealing with this political crisis now for President Biden, it is quite literally a split screen. We saw the president coming off the plane last night after being diagnosed with COVID at the same moment that the convention floor was reaching its peak during the speech of Donald Trump Jr., just ahead of the speech from Senator J.D. Vance. Talk us through the dynamics where you are and the expectation now for maybe which version of Donald Trump we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, Hallie, look, Republicans and the folks who've been in this room the last 3 nights certainly smell blood in the water here. They understand that their party is incredibly united behind Donald Trump. I can tell you the floor just opened right now for the delegates here, and people were running down to secure their seats in the front of this room like at a rock concert here. There is a lot of energy for the prospect of what Sahil was just describing, basically a Republican wipeout here. I think what you're seeing now is the Trump campaign trying to figure out exactly how to use that energy to their best advantage, and some of that will be obviously with their candidate's speech tonight. Now, the Trump campaign advisors have been previewing a speech rewritten by Donald Trump to emphasize unity and to focus at least to some degree on the assassination attempt on Saturday. We have talked often about what unity means to Donald Trump. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see kind of soaring rhetoric about uniting the country around some big picture concepts. It often means uniting the country around Donald Trump and what Trump believes. I also don't think you're going to see Donald Trump backing away from taking the fight to Joe Biden tonight. The signs that have been distributed on people's chairs right now include "Fire Joe Biden," and the undercard speakers tonight include both a fake fighter in the pro wrestler Hulk Hogan and the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So there's going to be a pugilistic tone to tonight, I think, in addition to the effort to balance that emotion of the kind of emotional hangover from Saturday and the assassination attempt.
Garrett Hake, thank you very much. Standing by down there on the floor of the convention. I want to come back up here to our booth because I'm joined now by Republican Senator from Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin. Senator, thank you so much for being with us here. Appreciate it. So listen, talk us through, you heard Garrett's reporting there.
Right.
I think you might have heard it.
I did. I heard a little bit.
Okay,
it was struggling, but I got it.
We're talking about, and I just spoke with a person who's close to the former president who spent some time with him about how he's doing at this moment, because he told a group of Republican attendees here at the convention at a movie screening yesterday that he feels like a moment like this changes him, that it would have to change him. Garrett reflected that in his conversation with Eric Trump. You spent time with him yesterday. You've been with him since this. Do you notice a difference between Donald Trump before Saturday versus now?
You know, what I notice is his family around him. I've known President Trump for many years, considered him a friend. He's always been close with his family in Mar-a-Lago and in Bedminster in private settings. What you're seeing is his family is coming around him like I haven't ever seen before. For President Trump,
it's interesting to me because we actually haven't physically seen some of his family here.
Right. Well,
what's that about?
Well, because they're very private. I mean, they went through a lot, and not all of them want the spotlight. But after last night, their grandfather getting shot at, almost taking their granddad from them. I think it was something different. You saw a lot more fight in the family, and the fight meaning that, listen, he's not in this fight alone. This isn't a politician. This is someone's dad. This is someone's grandfather. This is someone's husband. And so the family unity is much different. As far as President Trump, he is as focused as ever, but he is seizing this opportunity to say we need to bring the country together. Lower the temperature of the political divide and let's put the country first, leave the labels to the side. And I think tonight you're going to hear a lot more of that speech about unity. Now, there's a big difference between President Biden and President Trump and their vision and leadership for the country. So you are going to hear that, but not as divisive as it would have been in say a week from, if it would happen a week earlier prior to the assassination attempt.
Okay, because I've covered the former president for a long time, and the idea of a Donald Trump pivot became almost a cliche during our time in the White House. Your aides would say, it's going to be a different tone, it's going to be a different tone, and then it ultimately wasn't. You're pretty confident it might be. I'm
very confident. Well, listen to even what Jr. said, Don Jr. said last night. Listen, he made it very clear. If you think this country can do better, if you think that this country is not where it should be, then we're a party for you. You saw the young man from Harvard, the recent graduate from Harvard, that got up and said, I voted for Bernie Sanders in the past. I'm with President Trump now. You're seeing the individuals that may have not even been politically involved now are coming to the Republican Party saying, we need a safe place to go. You have a Democrat Party right now that is starting to say, hey, we got a candidate that can't win. So the 14 million people that voted for him in the primary, they didn't know best, but the three of us, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff, is going to make that decision for you. You have a party that's not inclusive to their party base. You got a party that is saying the elite should make the decision, and here we're saying we want everybody to be part of the new America that we're going to make great again.
One of the things that's come up here often in my conversations with delegates on the floor, with people like you, members of Congress here, is that assassination attempt against the former president, of course, on Saturday. It is looming over Milwaukee. Right. There was that congressional briefing from law enforcement officials. One senator told me he thought it was I'm quoting him, a cover your ass moment there. I wonder, what questions do you have for the Secret Service? Do you want to see the head of the Secret Service step down? Yeah,
I think before we call anybody to step down, you need to know actually what took place. Okay. And this is a line of work that I know a little bit about, right? I used to do advanced work. I understood what setting up perimeters, the three rings are about: your outside perimeter, your inner perimeter, and then your diamond. And there's an AIC that's in charge of every one of these. AIC is the agent in charge. They're the ones that are supposed to be looking at everything in all aspects. When we got the briefing was just a timeline of events, but there were some serious questions they didn't even take the time to answer.
Like what?
Well, for instance, they said they located the building as a point of interest that was outside the third perimeter. That third perimeter is usually protected by uniformed local police officers, and it's a soft perimeter. And yet they recognize this building as being 150 yards away, a direct line of sight to the podium, as a point of interest. So is that point of interest, did the AIC, did someone make the decision not to cover that building? To cover it doesn't mean you got to have somebody on it, but to make sure that building is protected where nobody can get on it. And then they said they identified the shooter at 5:09 as a point of interest. So at 5:09, the shooting took place at 6:11. 62 minutes went by after you saw this person as a point of interest. A point of interest, and the question was why was he a point of interest? He had a backpack and a rangefinder. Why would he have a rangefinder walking around, and did anybody make contact with him? And then 19 minutes before the shooting took place, which was 9 minutes before President Trump took the stage, they were actively looking for him, and they couldn't find him.
I hear frustration in your voice, and you'll have to forgive me for looking at my phone, because literally as you were speaking, we got a statement from the Secret Service specifically about the Secret Service director. And the Secret Service spokesperson is telling us literally in the last 30 seconds that Kimberly Cheadle has no intentions to step down. Sure. He goes on to say that she deeply respects members of Congress and is fiercely committed to transparency in leading the Secret Service through the internal investigation and strengthening the agency through lessons learned in these important internal and external reviews. That she's fiercely committed to transparency. Well, do you believe that? She she is?
Well, we'll see. Proof's in the pudding. Okay. So if she's really going to be transparent, we don't have to subpoena her or subpoena the records or the communications between the AIC and the top brass or the all the mics should be been recorded. So we ought to be able to hear the communications that was taking place. If she's not going to be transparent with that, then there's a total different prospect that's going forward. But before I start saying that someone needs to lose their job over it, someone does need to lose their job. But who that person is at the point of failure. Ultimately, the person at the top of the head is Kimberly. She's the one that's over the Secret Service. They were responsible for taking care of the whole venue, but that doesn't mean that she was directly involved. And she wasn't directly involved in making decisions, even though I may not agree with some of her decisions. I'm not going to sit there and say that she needs to go, but there needs to be a change in the Secret Service and the direction they're going.
A couple more quick questions for you here. Senator J.D. Vance, obviously on the stage last night. You know him.
Did a great job.
Right. One of the interesting themes last night was foreign policy.
Right.
You now have two men leading the party who are vocal critics of further aid to Ukraine. You helped lead this $90+ billion push to try to get more aid to that country. Are you comfortable with where the party is right now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very comfortable with J.D. Vance, too. J.D. is a man who's came up from nothing and has been very successful. He's a man that can show that he can adapt. He's adapted to the fact that one time he wasn't with Trump, and once he actually got to know his policies and understand the man himself, now he's on the ticket with President Trump. You have a guy that also may have not always got the briefings that he needed. It's one thing to make a decision from the outside looking in, then having a report in front of you and receiving daily briefings and understand the circumstances that's happening on the ground. And not every member of Congress gets those briefings. You got to be on certain committees to actually have those briefings. I'm confident that when he's as a vice president, he's getting those briefings, he'll be making the right decisions.
Okay. The other thing about Senator J.D. Vance, of course, is that he backs the former president's election fraud lies. You in the House voted to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Will you commit now to certifying the results of this election?
You know, you have to understand what takes place before you can actually commit to anything. I'm one of these guys that I'm very positive.
Stop you there just for 1 second.
Yeah.
Do you worry that that kind of answer inflames the rhetoric that everybody's been asking about to tone down?
You don't know what type of election is going to actually take place. I want a fair and balanced election. I want it to be a very fair election that everyone's voice gets heard and we count everybody's votes and let the American people make that decision. And I want them to make that decision. Regardless of the outcome, I want them to make a decision. But for me to sit here and say, I'll guarantee I'll certify them, I can't say that until I actually see it. If it was riddled with fraud, I can't say that I can do that. And we don't know that until after the election. But regardless, if we deem that it's a fair election and that everybody's vote got counted, I will certify whatever those results are.
Senator Mullin, thank you very much for your time and for being here ahead of a big night at the convention.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Kristen and Chuck are with me here in the booth. Thank you both for being here. So some news there with Senator Mullin, of course, as it relates to the Secret Service. With that breaking news coming in just in the last couple of minutes, we're going to actually get some reporting from Butler, Pennsylvania, not too long from now. And here's Kimberly Cheadle. I'll tell you, there's a woman down there on the convention floor with a sign that says "Fire Cheadle." I'm told by her that she was asked to put it away, that the organizers didn't want to see these like handmade signs on the floor of that, right? But it obviously is an issue for Republicans here, for people, I think, on both sides of the aisle. Folks are fired up about it.
Yeah, they are. And I think the calls for her to step down are growing. The senator was very careful not to call for her to step down, saying, look, I want to get more information.
Which, by the way, other senators have called for her to step down.
Part of, I think, what has inflamed this situation is a lack of communication. I just spoke with Senator Warren, and he's incredibly frustrated by that fact. The fact that the Secret Service director, in his estimation, has appeared defensive, has pointed the finger at local law enforcement, when ultimately the president's safety and security is the responsibility of the Secret Service. And so I think that there is a general frustration with the way in which she has been communicating information and the investigation and the details of that she's been learning. So we'll have to see if that part of her posture changes. But look, I think the calls for these briefings are only going to continue, and the calls for her to resign are likely only going to continue to grow louder.
I'm shocked she's in the job right now. I'll be honest.
You are. That statement surprises you, that she has no intention to step down.
It really does. Okay. And I'm surprised for a lot of reasons, including the atmosphere in the country. I think the president, meaning President Biden here, made a mistake not firing her immediately.
Wow.
And I go it this way. And here's what it is. Look, we've all been in these bubbles.
Secret Service bubbles,
protective
bubbles, sure.
Okay.
Because just to be clear, for folks who don't understand, when you travel as part of the protective pool with any president, three former White House correspondents sitting here. You end up in that Secret Service bubble, so you see it.
Right. And look, I want to take you a little bit inside here because Steve Hayes and I did this on the podcast, and I think it was quite helpful to people. Fact of the matter is, there's always holes.
Right.
In these bubbles because we're a free country. Okay. It is impossible. And we've all seen it. And when you're in there, you're like, wow, boy, you always know there's holes. The problem the Secret Service has, and this is part of the job, which is there's no margin for error.
Right.
That's why it's like, what looks like terrible missteps in hindsight, at the time you're like, well, geez, we're going to have to let that one go. This happens all the time in security. Yeah. And so I think the senator was very thoughtful there. I think he's right. You got to get all the information. I don't think she necessarily did anything wrong. I do think her initial sort of defensiveness
response
created, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, that's just what comes with the job.
Yeah.
And the fact that somebody got that close, somebody has to be held accountable. The buck stops at the top. And I think in this political climate, considering this is the president's opponent, I just wouldn't have hesitated. And I just think it was, I'm surprised she's still, and it doesn't mean it's her fault, but somebody has to pay the price for nearly allowing a former president of the United States to be killed.
Particularly when we have learned about this timeline where they identified him as being suspicious and out and out. To Chuck's point, yes, there are always going to be gaps in the security, but the fact that they identified him as being suspicious an hour beforehand and allowed Trump to take the stage, that's a big question. And I think there are going to have to be some answers for that and accountability.
I just want to, with the two of you here and your decades combined of expertise and sort of political reporting here, take a moment to step back for a second, because we're having this conversation about the attempted assassination of a former and potentially future president at the same time that the Republican National Convention is happening, big news in politics any other year, ahead of the Democratic National Convention, with the current president of the United States facing calls now privately and publicly from some of the other top Democrats in the country after his decades in office to step down. It is an extraordinary moment in American politics. And Chuck, I wonder if you can put this into some context for us. I've covered a lot of wild stuff, right, in my time as a
Look,
this is something else.
If Aaron Sorkin wrote it as a script, I'd laugh him out of the room. I'd be like, buddy,
not realistic.
Stop it.
No one's going to believe it.
Season 11, right? Yeah. Here we are. Look, and here's what it's done. 6 weeks ago, there was half this country didn't want to hear anything more about Trump and Biden, literally until about a week before the election.
Yeah.
For a variety of reasons. The attempted assassination on Donald Trump and how that might change him. The fact that there could be a new candidate. We now have a re-engaged American electorate. That throws a lot of things up in the air.
Conventional wisdom gets tossed out.
Completely. We've upended the chessboard. Donald Trump's going to actually talk to people tonight that would not have normally tuned in to listen to him pre-assassination. But there's going to be, at a minimum, curiosity to see, well, I'm curious what he has to say now. What's he going to do? I hear that maybe he changed him. And guess what? We're all human beings. Something that traumatic in your life, it's very possible that there's a different tone and a different everything. So he has an opportunity tonight. He's going to be talking to people that 2 weeks ago had no interest in hearing him say a word. That's a big deal. And all of a sudden, the Democrats may have a new candidate that, again, voters are going to be like, all right, I'm curious. Let me listen. So we're just in a moment, I think, of a complete re-engagement of the country. Good, bad, and different for a variety of reasons. And, the worst thing to be right now this week is a pollster. Because there's just too many, this is one of those cases where we're really not going to really understand where the public is until September.
I hear the words of our friend and colleague, Savannah Guthrie, in my ear, because she says a lot. You got to have some humility sometimes as broadcasters and as journalists in a moment like this. We don't know what this means down the road.
We don't. And I think the very notion that there could be a mini Democratic primary, or that President Biden could pass the torch to his vice president and there could be a new nominee, however it winds up playing out, is just something that I keep thinking about. and pausing to think about against the backdrop of what we're witnessing here, which is this incredibly unified party. And Chuck and I keep thinking, what is Chicago going to look like? Will it feel unified, or will it be an open primary, which would be fascinating to cover from a political perspective? But I think it terrifies a lot of Democrats. And I think any way you slice it, there's going to be a very stark difference.
There's a weird phenomenon here. Republicans are going to have a hard time breaking through after this week.
Right.
Because all the focus for the next 10 days, and then if there is a new candidate, for the next 6 weeks is going to be on this.
Although these questions about the assassination attempt, I think, will still obviously be pretty newsworthy.
No doubt. I mean, look, we're back. It feels like the 2016 news cycle is back, right?
Avalanche.
We're just getting avalanched, and the fire hose of information's coming at people. And what that usually translates into is more engagement. And that, to me, scrambles everything you thought you knew about this election. Throw it away. You could delete all your emails, because you get to start over.
Well, it's important to cover, and it's a privilege to do it with the both of you. Thank you so much, Chuck and Kristen. Appreciate it. And for all of you, of course, viewing at home, also a privilege. Listen, we've got more coverage coming up here live from Milwaukee, but I want to get to some breaking news that's coming into us right as we were coming on the air. We're learning that Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, of course, is trying to get the conviction in his federal gun case thrown out. Why? Well, his attorneys are pointing to the opinion of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and the subsequent ruling by the judge overseeing Donald Trump's classified documents case that determined the appointment of a special counsel was unconstitutional. And if you're like, well, wait a second, that had to do with Donald Trump. Why are we talking about this in the context of Hunter Biden? Hunter's attorneys say the special counsel who started the prosecution against him then was also appointed unlawfully. Our legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Carol Lamb is joining us now. Does that argument hold water in your view, Carol?
Yeah, well, it holds some water, obviously, Hallie, because these are two prosecutions that were brought federally, both brought by special counsel under the Department of Justice's special counsel regulations. So to the extent that Judge Cannon threw out the case against Donald Trump, it is not surprising that Hunter Biden would say, well, wait a minute, my special counsel, David Weiss, was appointed under the same regulations, and so my case should be thrown out as well. The difference is, there are two differences. One is David Weiss was actually formerly a United States attorney, so he did go through Senate approval at some stage of the proceedings. But the real difference here is that Aileen Cannon is a judge in Southern Florida. She's a district court judge. Her decision has absolutely no binding effect on a federal judge in Delaware. Not only are their decisions not binding on each other, but they're in different federal circuits. So the Florida case is in the 11th Circuit, the Delaware case is in the 3rd Circuit, and even those appellate courts don't have any precedential binding authority over district courts in other circuits. So there's a long road ahead to seeing whether one district court's opinion in Southern Florida is going to help Hunter Biden.
Carol Lamb, glad to have you with that developing news. An avalanche of it over the course of the last few hours. Carol, thanks. Coming up, more on that story just coming into us. You heard us talking about it with Senator Mullin, with Chuck, with Kristen, the Secret Service director, saying she has no intention of stepping down. The latest on the investigation next, as we take you back here live to Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention gearing up for the grand finale and that big balloon drop just a couple of hours from now. Stay with us. The Secret Service director in a news statement saying she has no intention of stepping down after that attempted assassination of former President Trump over the weekend. Remember, some lawmakers have said publicly, have said to me that she should resign because of what they see as security failures at the rally. Also today, you've got members of the public honoring the man killed while shielding his family from bullets at that rally. Members of Corey Comparator's family arriving at the visitation ahead of tomorrow's private funeral. I want to go to Shaq Brewster, who's on the ground for us in Pennsylvania. And Shaq, a difficult day for so many in and around the Butler, Pennsylvania community, and for the family and friends of Corey Comparator, who I imagine are probably also looking for some accountability here.
That's right, Hallie. There's definitely a heaviness here, a sadness as you have people coming out to pay their respects. I talked to one person who said he drove more than 5 hours to come here and be here for this visitation. And Corey is someone who, when you talk to folks, he's going to be remembered as a husband, as a father of 2 daughters, as someone who was an avid supporter of former President Donald Trump, a volunteer firefighter, a veteran, and someone who was always in church. I spoke to a member of that congregation just a couple of minutes ago, and she told me that although she wasn't extremely close with the family, they didn't say they were close friends, she knew exactly where Corey sat every Sunday at that church service. She was someone who was welcoming to her. I want you to listen to a little bit of our conversation because she says that the hardest part for her of all of this is hearing people cast doubt on the shooting and that skepticism when she can see the clear pain in this community. Listen here.
There's a lot of questions that obviously are going to need answered from the events that happened. But people that are saying that the trauma and the realness of this tragic event isn't real is probably the hardest part, because it's very real. It's happening to a family in our community, in our church, and just the realness of it all.
The realness of it all, and it's not just Corey who will be laid to rest tomorrow, but remember, Hallie, there are still 2 people who are in the hospital. Their conditions have now improved. They're now in serious condition from critical condition, but you had one family in a statement saying that one of the men who's still in the hospital is suffering from, quote, life-altering injuries. The impact of this shooting, Hallie, is going to be felt for many for a long time to come.
Shaq Brewster live for us there in Freeport. Thank you. Ken Delanian is joining us now as well. And Ken, I think Shaq has laid out the very human face to this devastating shooting. And behind it, these questions of what happened, who failed, where were the missteps, and still too many questions and not enough answers in the eyes of lawmakers that I've been talking to here.
You know, Hallie, that was a great reminder that this did have a profound human cost, even if the former president escaped serious harm. And you're absolutely right. There are huge questions. There are differing accounts. There was a briefing of both houses of Congress last night that really sort of raised more questions than it answered, because it laid out a timeline where authorities first became aware of the shooter about an hour before the shots were fired, and they were looking for him. And then at one point they saw that he had a rangefinder, and yet still they allowed Donald Trump to take the stage, knowing that there was a suspicious person with a rangefinder out there. And then at some point they realized he had a gun, and you can see video of members of the crowd, increasing amount of video now coming out with members of the crowd screaming, "He's got a gun," and you see police approaching. And they did alert the Secret Service. The question we don't have answered is, what was the elapsed time between the time that local police radioed "man with a rifle on the roof" and the time those shots were fired? Did the Secret Service have time to pull Donald Trump off the stage? Clearly the snipers were looking and they didn't find him in time. So those kinds of questions still unanswered. And we have new reporting today that shows that after the shots were fired, by many accounts, the Secret Service did not follow their training. They allowed Donald Trump to linger too long, not knowing whether there was a second shooter, and put his life at risk. And it's not how they're trained to do it, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, among the folks reporting out this story for us today. Ken, we're glad to have you. Thank you. I know it's been a very busy week for you as well. Appreciate it. When we come back, let's talk about former First Lady Melania Trump. We haven't seen her yet in this convention hall. We expect to see her tonight. But where's she been? What's she been up to? We've got more coming up on her status after the break. We are back here live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. The floor starting to fill up, delegates taking their seats. And through it all this week, you may have noticed that one pretty high-profile person missing from all those Trump family photo ops and festivities, the former First Lady, Melania Trump, not by her husband's side when he made this triumphant entrance into the RNC on night one, his first public appearance on camera since the assassination attempt against him. Now, she is expected to be here tonight. That's after a pretty hit-or-miss streak on the campaign trail so far, which raises the question, where has Melania Trump been? Here's Kate Snow.
Make America great once again.
Family and party faithful rallying around former President Donald Trump all week. But one person so far noticeably absent, Melania Trump, staying largely out of the public eye since leaving the White House.
Melania was dressed in her kind of DC outfit, and when they landed in Florida, she was famously sort of in a caftan, and it was this symbolic moment that people from afar were reading, which was that she was just sort of done with her public responsibilities.
After the assassination attempt on her husband, she did extend sympathy to the family of Corey Comparator, who died, and shared personal thoughts on what could have been, saying, "When I watched that violent bullet strike my husband, Donald, I realized my life and Barron's life were on the brink of devastating change," describing her husband as the generous and caring man who I have been with through the best of times and the worst of times. The couple has certainly seen both. Melania choosing not to appear by her husband's side during his high-profile hush money trial in New York.
That is a real choice from her to protect her privacy, to guard herself away from this, what she sees as a toxic political environment.
Days later, spotted for the first time, head down, leaving Trump Tower with Barron designer bags in tow. But she was by his side when he announced his third run for president back in 2022, with the president in January as she delivered the eulogy at her mother's funeral.
An irreplaceable treasure.
And when the former president cast his primary vote in March, but virtually missing from the campaign trail.
Are you going to return to the campaign trail with your husband? Stay tuned.
At times leaving her husband to explain.
She's a private person. At the appropriate time, she'll be out there.
She's a huge supporter of her husband, but she did not want this spotlight. She did not want this role. And she has always shown a real ambivalence about embracing any elements of the First Lady position or the former First Lady position.
A former model, Melania was often the subject of media attention for what she wore. Most famously, this jacket with the words, "I really don't care, do you?" worn during a trip to a migrant child detention center. Melania later telling ABC News it was a message.
It was for the people and for the left-wing media who are criticizing me, and I want to show them that I don't care.
Melania not on the list of speakers at this year's convention, a break with long-standing tradition, with spouses typically giving a key address, as she did in 2016.
Your word is your bond.
Giving audiences a sense of déjà vu.
Your word is your bond.
With a speech that sounded remarkably similar to the one Michelle Obama delivered 8 years prior.
You work hard for what you want in life.
A staffer for the Trumps later taking responsibility for the plagiarized lines. And in 2020,
in my husband, you have a president who will not stop fighting for you and your families.
Tonight, not speaking, but by his side.
Melania shows up when she has to, and not a moment more.
And this is one of those moments.
And this is one of those moments.
Kate Snow is joining us now. Kate, we're so glad to have you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that reporting. We reached out to the former First Lady's team and haven't heard back, but still some question marks about what her role is going to be on the campaign trail moving forward and potentially in the White House if her husband wins again.
Yeah, I would say some big question marks. We don't know whether it will look like what it looked like the first term if he is elected, whether it would look the same. I have to say, Callie, she has been doing private fundraisers, right, behind closed doors. So it's not not like she does nothing for the campaign. She's been actually to a couple recently, including one for the Log Cabin Republicans, which is a group of conservative Republicans. So she's out there privately. It's just that we don't see her in public. And I also want to flag, she's a mom. She has Byron, who just graduated from high school, Hallie, as you know, and is going to be headed off to college. This is that time in the summer when parents who have a college-bound kid, they know that this is a really busy time. So, you imagine that she's doing a lot of things behind the scenes. I was remembering, Hallie, that in 2016, when the Trumps were elected, when she was going to be the first lady, and it was kind of a surprise, right? Because polling had shown that we thought that maybe Hillary Clinton would win. That night that they won, I was asked to do a piece about Melania Trump for the next day to explain who she was, because she was such an unknown quantity even then, because she was so intensely private and still is.
Kate Snow, and here we are again 8 years later, Kate. It's just incredible to think about sort of the history here of the moment. Kate, thank you so much. It's great to see you back home. Appreciate it. So listen, like Melania Trump, Mr. Trump's daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner have also been keeping a low profile. We're told that Ivanka Trump will be in attendance tonight, I should say, but unlike past conventions, she is not expected to speak. So who will be taking the stage today leading up to the former president? You've got fighters like Hulk Hogan. You've got conservative firebrands like former Fox News personality Tucker Carlson. You've got UFC president Dana White, and you've got a musical introduction from Kid Rock, who's been at the forefront of some of the biggest culture war issues over the course of the past year. Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. Let's start with the family, then we'll get to the celebrities. Talk about Ivanka Trump. Obviously, you and I know we covered her on the campaign trail. I covered her in the White House. She was a key part of her father's administration, along with her husband's senior advisors. But in 2022, I think it was, or after he left the White House, she pulled back. She said she didn't plan to be involved in politics in the future. She wanted to prioritize her family. What is the dynamic at play here if, in fact, there were to be a second Trump term?
Right. They went down to Florida. They moved down to Florida. And by all accounts, they are happily down there. There was a question mark of when Donald Trump announced his third bid in November of 2022. Do we see them at that announcement? The answer was no. There was questions once he won the Republican primary. Would we see them out on the campaign trail then, once it became clear that it would be a general election rematch against Joe Biden? The answer was no. And upon leaving the administration, again, you noted how they were both playing roles as senior advisors to the very end of the administration. They left the White House. Jared Kushner started up this private equity and investment firm, which one contributor of $2 billion from the Saudis. And so by all accounts, it appears that they are continuing to focus on the private ends of this. Of course, they played integral roles in the White House, as you said, trying to help broker Middle East peace deals. And so for the next Trump administration would be Trump administration, it's a question mark. But I have no doubt that you could expect that the door would at least be open if they so desired to go that route.
I got a couple more questions for you, Vaughn. First, let's talk through some of the bigger celebrity names here. I don't want to overread into it, but you've got Dana White, you've got Hulk Hogan. It feels like they're fighters, right? I mean, that is part and parcel of what former President Trump's message has been, even before the assassination attempt against him. And then you got Kid Rock, who I think people remember that involved with that Budweiser controversy after Bud Light partnered with that transgender influencer, and Kid Rock kind of famously taking the side of the boycott initially there. Talk us through that.
Right. I think, humans are humans, and everybody has their different interests. I think, Hallie, you and I have slightly different music tastes, right? And I think when you look at the lineup here, you have some folks that are going to be listening to Kid Rock, other people that enjoy UFC, other people that enjoy WWE, and then there's other people that enjoy reading books like Hillbilly Elegy. And look, J.D. Vance was the author and rose to national prominence through that route and became Donald Trump's running mate nominee. So, of course, tonight, it's not just going to be elected officials coming up to stage. But I should also note you have the likes of Franklin Graham, the evangelical leader. So I think it is a unique lineup that if you told some of the Republicans in this room 10 years ago that a convention would be consisting of Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock and Franklin Graham, you'd be wondering who the nominee of your party is. And, well, I think that man's name is Donald Trump.
There's also been, you and I had a moment the other day with a pretty famous bulldog, and that's not the only bulldog that's been on the convention floor rocking some swag, right?
Baby Dog, the dog of Governor Jim Justice, who's running for the U.S. Senate. No, that's not the only dog. And Hallie, if you may, you can come meet Seidel later. Seidel, Seidel is from?
She's from Mission, Texas.
Our translator, Albert, here for Seidel. Seidel is a delegate this year, right?
No. She's not a delegate. She's my service dog. I'm a delegate. But she's a 2-year-old golden doodle. But this week, she identifies as a Trumpadoodle.
A Trumpadoodle. And is this your first time being a delegate?
Yes, it is.
Albert, thank you. And to Seidel, we are glad you guys are here with us. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hallie?
Vaughn Hilliard, you are always getting those tough interviews, friend. Appreciate you down there in the Texas delegation. Vaughn, thanks. Coming up, our coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention continues, including a conversation with a member of Mr. Trump's 2020 campaign about what he wants to hear from the former president tonight. We will be back live from Milwaukee in just a sec. So as talks intensify about possibly replacing President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket, there's the ongoing question about who the nominee could be. Now, the vice president, Kamala Harris, would be the obvious pick, perhaps, right? And there is a component of pragmatism in that as well. Election officials say Harris could take over President Biden's campaign cash. She is the one who would inherit the war chest. She is the one who would be involved in all of that. There is another question, too, of course. Could there be an open convention? Could it be contested if, in fact, it were not to be Kamala Harris? That's another open discussion inside the Democratic Party. Question is, how would a new nominee shake things up here in this race? Who would make Donald Trump more nervous? Mark Lauder is joining us now. And Mark, it's interesting. I just had a conversation with a close ally of the former president, and I asked this question. And we were talking, and I said, you know, you got to look at the polling here. The Trump campaign has been pretty clear from their public posturing. It sounds like they'd prefer President Biden to stay in the race. Are they nervous about potentially going up against a Kamala blank, whoever it is, ticket?
No, I don't think so, because I don't think the policies change. I mean, Joe Biden was the most unpopular president seeking re-election in 70 years. Prior to the debate, I think it was because of the policy issues, the inflation, the gas prices, the border, the foreign wars. And so because of that, that led them to make the decision to have the early debate. It's not like Kamala Harris or Gretchen Whitmer, Gavin Newsom's going to come out and say, drill, baby, drill. Or after 3.5 years of being the border czar, she's going to want to suddenly do something serious about the border. So I think whatever the Biden policies are, the next Democratic nominee, if there is a Democratic nominee, is still stuck with Biden's policies.
Give me a sense. Here we are, night four of the convention.
Yeah, I think so.
It's been 17 lifetimes. How do you think it's going so far, and what are you looking from the former president tonight?
I think it's going really well. I think there's obviously been a huge amount of diversity on this.
You kind of have to say that.
I do have to say that, but I do think, I mean, obviously from an organizational standpoint, I think it looks great. I think seeing everyone on stage, it's really, I was on another network with a former Democratic congresswoman, and she said every single Democratic voting bloc is represented on that stage with a message to why that Democratic voting bloc should vote for Donald Trump. She's like,
we need to rethink our convention.
And yet there's been some discussion around the way that the RNC has tried to put speakers on stage to, perhaps for lack of a better word, humanize former President Trump, to soften his, in the words of some, to soften his rough edges, if you will. We saw that from Trump, Donald Trump Jr.'s daughter, when she came up on stage and talked about her grandfather, trying to talk about Donald Trump as a grandfather. All of that is the case. It is also true there has been plenty of rhetoric aimed at the base here on topics like immigration. We saw those signs that said mass deportations now yesterday. Peter Navarro received one of the biggest ovations of the day here when he came and fired up the base. Donald Trump Jr. talked about the witch hunt, quote unquote, political persecution, much more common Trump-style themes. It doesn't feel like the RNC has fully shied away from that piece of it. I wonder how you see it.
Well, I think these conventions are always kind of a balancing act. You have to basically throw the red meat to the base. They are the ones in this convention hall. They're the ones that create the energy, do the applause. And so you're definitely, and they're out there not in this hall as well. So you want to do something there, but you also need to give enough to the swing state voters, the undecided voters. So I think whether it's make America wealthy again, make America safe again, there was discussion about the border. There was discussion about making things more affordable, and then you add in the red meat, so to speak, for the party faithful, and you accomplish both. That's always that balancing act for both parties, I would say.
Mark Lauder, thank you very much.
Good to see you, Hallie.
I'm sure we'll see you 16,000 more times tonight. Still to come, we're going to get a vibe check from the convention floor from the vibiest person I know here. Jacob Soboroff will join us in just a sec. We are back now live in Milwaukee, where we are getting closer to the final night of the Republican National Convention, set to kick off in less than an hour. And it is the grand finale. Former President Trump getting ready to get to the stage right behind me here to formally accept the Republican nomination just 5 days after surviving that assassination attempt against him. I want to bring in NBC's Jacob Soboroff, who's been working the floor. So here, and we've got it. We've got some cheese heads, Jacob. You had to do it.
Had to do it. Hallie, I've done a lot of serious reporting over the years. This will be the report I'll be known for the rest of my life. Chilling with the cheeseheads here in the Wisconsin delegation. This lovely delegate right here, what's your name again?
Mary Pat.
Told me, and correct me if I'm wrong, the dog and security tried to take your cheesehead away?
That's correct.
Was it the smell?
I think it was like a favorite toy possibility.
This is the state treasurer, right, of the great state of Wisconsin. How many times have you been a delegate to the Republican convention?
This is my first time.
How does it feel to be here? What do you think about what you've heard so far? It's been, in all seriousness, the week started off horrific and awfully serious, but the tone seems to have lightened, and some of the issues seem to be the ones we're familiar with, right?
It's really been a great experience. Everybody here is having fun, and it's really kind of brought us all together. Yeah, this is an amazing experience.
You were saying to me that if I put a cheese head on, it might mess up my hair.
That's why I don't wear mine all the time.
Hallie, you know what I'm saying? Let me see. I think I have a couple more seconds here. Just want to get these guys in. How you feeling?
Fantastic.
How can you not?
Excellent.
Guys, what do you want to hear tonight from former President Trump as he takes the stage? And most importantly, I think, will you be wearing your cheese head when he takes the stage?
Oh, absolutely. We're going to represent Wisconsin well. So I think we're just excited to hear how he's going to work hard to unify Americans, and I think it's going to be a unifying message. And he's going to talk about all the ways we are going to save America. And
Hallie, you know, that's sort of the name of the game here, a unifying message. We'll see if it happens tonight. And before I go, I just have to do it. I have to do it.
Do it. Do it. I knew it.
It's for you, Hallie Jackson. It's for you.
Honestly, I'm only sad for the can of hair mousse that you have with you at this point, because you're going to have to fix that coif later on.
Get it right or pay the price.
Jacob Soboroff, love it, friend. I'm going to let people take the screen grab here of the thing. Hang on, I'm going to leave it up. Screen grab. Okay, Jacob Soboroff. Appreciate you, friend. See you downstairs in just a little bit. That does it for us for this hour. We've got more coverage here live from Milwaukee, live from Cheeseheadville coming up right now. Our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention continues. Our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention continues right here on NBC News Now. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Hallie Jackson.
I'm Tom Yamas, and we're just hours away from the biggest moment of the RNC that's coming up. Former President Trump to step up to the podium to formally accept the GOP nomination for president. Hallie, there's so much to be watching for tonight. Yeah. As we look over at the convention floor here, there's more people than any other night. I noticed that right when I came in. The crush of people that are here, people in very good spirits. The beers are flowing. They're having a good time. I'll tell you a couple things I'm looking for tonight. Hulk Hogan, I will not lie. I was a Hulkamaniac as a child.
Yourself.
Not a Kid Rock fan, but I'm sure this crowd is going to love Kid Rock. And then tonight you have the main event, former President Trump. And what is he going to say to the American people?
The grand finale. And I'm going to tell you, in my conversations that I've had in just the last couple hours with folks close to him, I've noticed something interesting. We've heard a lot about how this is a unifying speech, but I've also heard from some, he's still Donald Trump. He is still going to make the case and prosecute the case against President Biden. Listen, there is likely going to be some rhetoric in here, and I don't think people should be surprised about that. His speech, of course, coming just 5 days after that assassination attempt against him. This will be the first time that he is set to speak publicly on camera. We saw him a little bit on stage doing a walkthrough, and NBC News can report from a source with direct knowledge of that when he came up for that walkthrough, he looked around and said, they tell me that I'm safer inside. He clearly has safety and the shooting on his mind here, Tom.
I spoke with someone that has helped work on the speech and the delivery of the speech tonight. They tell me the whole story about him ripping up that other speech and working on this new speech. That's true.
That he personally wrote it himself?
That it's true. I don't know about that much, but I know that...
That's what a source familiar tells us.
Yeah, they worked on a speech, and I know that by at least this morning, it was not in yet. They were still working kinks out. They were still working on it. So, look, we'll see if he surprises us. He's done it before. The tone is what I'm looking for, because the tone of this convention has been really different, right? And we'll talk about that more with all of our great panelists. It's a major split-screen moment, though, in the race for the White House, right? President Biden at his home in Delaware, isolating with COVID as his inner circle prepares for the possibility that he could drop out. The walls are closing in on the president as top party leaders privately and publicly plead with him to step aside, while Republicans march on with their convention and crown their leader of the Republican Party and their nominee, Donald Trump.
Our Gabe Gutierrez phrased it this way, that President Biden is both literally and figuratively isolated right now. The COVID diagnosis isolated inside his own party right now with these calls for him to withdraw from the ticket, his defiant posture. But of course, the question is, with the clock ticking now as we get closer with this Republican convention wrapping up to the Democratic convention beginning, there is an end date to when President Biden would likely need to make this call and when we may see this come to a head, Tom.
It's so interesting. Every night when I come out here, I'm like, what am I going to talk to Hallie about? And every night it's been like, we should focus on the convention.
Yeah.
But the Democrats have been wrestling back the narrative in the worst possible way, though. And that is what is so strange.
I will say, we are never at a loss for things to talk about this week, Tom. That is for sure. It's been extraordinary.
Here to preview another jam-packed night, our good friend, NBC News chief political analyst, Chuck Todd. And Chuck, you know, voters at home, and this is where I'd like to start, so humor me, voters at home are watching this and they're wondering, wait, if Democrats get rid of President Biden, how does the whole thing work? Our crack team back in New York has put together a graphic that NBC News Politics put together about how this would work if he drops out, right? Explain these steps to us for the voters at home.
Well, look, first of all, pledge delegates. It's just a pledge. It's the honor system. So even right now, they don't have to vote for Biden, even though they sign a pledge saying that they do. It is not binding. That is different than what these guys do. They're actually bound, legally bound on the first ballot. If you tried not to vote for him, you would basically be thrown out. So that is one big difference. So I talked with Elaine Kmark today. It's going to be for my podcast tomorrow. She's on the Rules and Bylaws Committee. She's written books on how this works. And she said, look, there's a few things you need to know. Number one is there's that. A lot of it depends on does he
drop out before the convention?
Before the convention. And if he does, there's going to be another roll call. Now, she believes it cannot be a virtual roll call, that will talk about a insider process, you know, that you need to see this. She also reminds people those delegates are elected. Sometimes they're elected based on directly elected by voters. Some states directly elect. Sometimes they're picked at conventions, but it's all open to the public. Anybody as a registered Democrat could have become one. So
you got 4,000.
You have 4,000 of them. The superdelegates, she said, it's possible if this is opened back up, and this would be a change in the rules that the superdelegates right now are not allowed to vote until the second ballot.
Right.
They could get rid of that and make them also part of the first ballot.
And you need 300 delegates to get on the ballot.
So you need 300, and you can have no more than 50 from one state, meaning you can't use
Newsom can't come in here. He can't just weighing in.
Correct, just using one state to do that, which I found interesting. But it's no different than getting on the ballot to run for office. Basically, you got to get petition signatures. It happens to be with the delegates in order to get on that. Realistically, I think we're going to say it's going to be Harris.
Yes. Is this fanfic? You know, is this
it's
just
most likely. Do I think one or two will attempt to circulate delegates to see if they can? I think that somebody will try.
How do they select the running mate then? Does she pick the person, or do the delegates pick the running mate?
Well, the delegates are going to have to affirm whoever it is.
But presumably she could decide.
It's basically she's going to offer up a nominee is the assumption. And, you know, as much as I think we would enjoy if it were an open race, they don't want that, right? They're building an airplane as it's taking off. They're going to want to try to be as clean as possible. So, we'll see how all this plays out. But you're not going to have a virtual roll call if he ends up dropping.
Chuck Todd, while you watch this news, we're also watching the convention just behind us here. Your take on tonight, what are you expecting from former President Trump?
I have an open mind because none of us know. Thankfully, none of us have had the near-death experience that he had. I think what's fascinating to me is 6 weeks ago, I would have told you half the country has no interest in hearing what he has to say. Half the country had no interest in hearing what the Democratic Party. There were people that are like, I don't want this. We had the lowest rated first debate in the history of presidential debates. That's how few people were interested in this race. After what happened Saturday, people are going to tune in and listen to him tonight that had said previously they weren't interested. He's a real opportunity. I really think he's going to talk to some voters that he hasn't talked to in a while. How will he handle it? How will he use it?
Yeah, are you surprised, though, about the tone of this campaign? I mean, because if you think about the lead up into this campaign, about the things that were said about Joe Biden, the things that were said about whatever topic it may be, inflation, immigration. Here we were hearing speeches yesterday about, Donald Trump, the grandpa. It's almost a softening of former President Trump, if you will.
I thought it was interesting. Markwayne Mullin told Hallie Jackson, I was here for it, said, look, pre-assassination, that is what you would have gotten a red meat convention.
Yeah.
He said everything changed. And it's sort of in that way. I have to say, have you noticed the gold balloons?
Yeah.
We're going to not just get red, white, and balloons. Red, white, and blue. We're going to get some gold balloons on him tonight, which some things in Trump don't change.
Chuck, go
gold
back.
Balloons.
Your first convention was what year? What
Mine was 92.
92. If I would have told you in 92 that you were going to go to a convention that Hulk Hogan was going to speak at. Kid Rock wasn't around yet, but the equivalent of Kid Rock in the 90s was going to play here. It's crazy how much politics has changed, how much Donald Trump has changed the game.
Well, it's interesting to bring up Hulk Hogan because wrestling really is
showmanship.
Well, it's more than that, though. Donald Trump, really got close back in the 90s. Major venues wouldn't allow wrestling to use their arenas. Madison Square Garden at that time, they were too snobby for wrestling. Atlantic City would. And Trump's, his connection with wrestling goes...
He's in the Hall of Fame.
It goes way back. And this working class base grew up on wrestling. You and I grew up on wrestling. Yeah. We had Dusty Rhodes in the Florida circuit back in the day. I might be aging myself a little bit.
I remember Dusty Rhodes.
But we had Dusty Rhodes. We had Blackjack Mulligan. Those are my guys. I'll admit there. But the wrestling connection with him really is that is how he views
also in the
politics.
Also
right,
the producing of the event.
Correct.
I don't know if you remember 2016, but he came out with fog machines, the walking through the tunnels.
He's been doing it tonight
every night
with the tunnel walks.
Yeah, wrestling's also fake, but we'll leave that conversation.
Well, it's not just
it's not fake. It's actually athletic. You can get beat up for saying
what's interesting about the fake is I believe I actually go through. Remember, he even views relationships with the press the same way as the wrestling relationships were with Mean Gene Okerlund. And he would even say to me at times...
You're blowing my mind right now.
I don't mean to do this, but he would sit there and say, well, this is on brand. This is good for your... He has always viewed political combat as wrestling.
Yeah.
So this is not like out of the blue for him.
Garrett Haake is down on the convention floor. I think he wrestled
He's loving this convo.
In the Texas... Southern Texas circuit. I forgot what circuit
those are the Van Ryans, Van Dykes. Sorry.
Garrett, talk to us about what you're reporting. I know you've talked to members of the Trump family, Republicans. What should we expect tonight?
Look, I've been obsessed with this wrestling analogy, too, because I do think there's going to be this weird rhetorical tightrope that Donald Trump has to walk tonight between the unity pitch that he wants to give and his innate desire to show up like a fighter. And the tell here is Hulk Hogan. It's Dana White, the head of UFC, who's going to introduce Donald Trump. He's going to try to do both things and keep both audiences happy. And I think that's a very difficult thing to do in a speech. And I'll extend the wrestling metaphor a little bit further here, because what you're going to see from Donald Trump tonight is the reverse of a heel turn. Donald Trump has always liked being the bad guy, the lovable bad guy. In wrestling parlance, the heel. He's going to try to turn tonight to be the good guy, to be the grandpa, to be somebody who a wider audience can cheer for. That is a very difficult thing to do in wrestling and a very difficult thing to do in politics. And I think we will see whether he has the dexterity as a performer to pull that off in front of an audience that I agree entirely with Chuck, and that the Trump campaign understands is the case, is going to be bigger and different than he normally gets.
Garrett, before you go, how unusual is it for the former First Lady not to introduce her husband? We know Melania Trump is going to be here, right? She spoke in 2016. It was somewhat controversial because portions of that speech were lifted from Michelle Obama's speech. But how strange is it for her not to introduce him tonight? We got to say, she has taken sort of a back seat, even though she's done a couple events for the campaign.
Yeah, look, I mean, Tom, it's unusual in the longer tail historical context where you don't have the wife, the first lady out here making the introduction, but not unusual in the terms of this Trump campaign. Melania Trump has been almost entirely absent from this campaign. She's appeared with him, I think, really only at events he has done at Mar-a-Lago. She has not traveled. Neither has Ivanka Trump, by the way, appeared, although she's expected to attend tonight. By all accounts, by all of our reporting, the two of them were extremely burned out on politics and on the time in the spotlight and in the time in frankly, the rhetorical crosshairs of being attacked all the time, and that they stepped back from politics. So I don't know if that helps or hurts Trump tonight or if it matters, but I break from long past tradition, but not terribly surprising in the 2024 context of the Trump campaign.
All right, Garrett Haake from the convention floor up on his perch tonight. Garrett, always appreciate you stand by for us.
Devil without a cause, and I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, 30-pack of no road gain in the propane.
This is a live look at the convention floor right now with music from Kid Rock, a taste of what's to come later tonight when he performs his song American Badass for the crowd. There's going to be some rock and roll here tonight, some wrestlers. Hulk Hogan will be speaking tonight. So we're clearly having a collision of culture and politics here. With that, I want to bring in our political pros tonight. Hogan Gidley, he's a Republican strategist and former White House deputy press secretary for Donald Trump. Tricia McLaughlin, an Ohio Republican communications strategist and former advisor and communications director for Vivek Ramaswamy. And Simone Sanders Townsend, she's the co-host of MSNBC's The Weekend and the former chief spokesperson for Vice President Kamala Harris. I thank you all for being here. Simone, I want to start with you. Democrats have wrestled the narrative away from Republicans, I think for the time being, until maybe Trump speaks tonight. But it's for the worst possible reasons, right?
Yeah.
The walls are closing in, apparently, on President Biden. We have reporting at NBC News, so does every other major news organization, that the Democrats at the highest level, and I think we have a full screen we can show our viewers, some of the top Democrats who have had conversations or uncertainties about President Biden's campaign. Here are just some of them right here. And I do want to ask you, Simone, is it not a question of if, but when?
Tom. Yeah, I mean, I keep, Tom, honestly, I vacillate back and forth because, honestly, no one knows. I will tell you this, I've been on the phone, working the phones all day long. I've talked to my former colleagues in the White House and from the 2020 Biden campaign, folks who work for the president now. I've talked to DNC members, delegates, just voters who are watching this all unfold. And the president is still, at this hour, he's resolute, is my understanding. He is in this race. The opposition to the president's candidacy, though, is also resolute. So this is a standoff, and this is a who is going to blink first. And it is my gut feeling that as long as the president would like to swim against the tide, he will swim against the tide. But I don't know how long he will be able to swim against the tide, Tom. And when and if that time comes, I do think we are maybe a little bit closer to when than if. I do think that when the president, if that time does manifest itself, then President Biden will not only say he is not going to, continue to seek the nomination and seek re-election. I think he would also note, deputize, if you will, and pass the baton to his Vice President Kamala Harris, because, she has been literally doing the job.
All right, Simone, we thank you for that. Hogan, I'm over to you now. I heard you're a huge Kid Rock fan, likely a Hulk Hogan fan. What's happened to the Republican Party? I mean, what is this? I mean, is this what the people want?
You give them what they want, and this is exactly what they want. Yes, Hulk Hogan, the lesser of two Hogans, if we're being honest.
Oh my God.
No, I love Hulk Hogan, big fan. And Kid Rock, I was on the golf course many times with him and Donald Trump, and that's always a scene. Look, I think this goes to show that the Republican Party is united, and now they're trying to expand that tent. We talked about this before. Amber Rose on night one, the head of the Teamsters Union, Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, all of these people out there, black women going on stage saying how much they love Donald Trump. They used to hate him, now they love him. You're seeing us not just unite around Republican ideals and American first principles, but also trying to go outside that tent. And you just got done with Simone, and the left is talking about getting rid of their nominee. They're clearly in disarray right now, and I got to be clear with you. It's not going to last. They're going to get their act together. We got a long way to go to November, but right now this is the Republican Party's night, and it has been an outstanding week, and the exclamation point will be Donald Trump on that stage.
Tricia, there is a tone shift that I've noticed over the last few days. I'm glad you're here because you worked with Vivek Ramaswamy. He came in here, blew the roof off the place. He did throw them red meat. In fact, his whole campaign was a lot of red meat, but that's how he got attention, right? But that tone is not what we're hearing. We heard about Trump the grandpa yesterday.
Yes.
When Governor Huckabee Sanders came out here, she talked about how President Trump consoled her when members of the media sometimes went too far with her. Why are they trying to soften Donald Trump's image, you think?
Well, I mean, I think we do need to get those suburban women back. I think that's one answer why is you do hear people love Donald Trump, but hey, I don't like the mean tweets. I don't like some of the rhetoric. I think tonight is actually, while it'll be very entertaining with the Hulk Hogans of the world, I also think it's going to be pretty emotional. Yesterday with Kai Trump, Trump's granddaughter, talking about her grandfather. There's kind of a different Trump that they're showing us. I think with Melania being here, even though she's not taking the stage, just her very presence will be emotional. And I think it's great that Donald Trump says he's going to meet the moment. He tore up that speech that was going to be going after Biden. And he's saying we're not just going to be united the Republican Party, not just the Nikki Haley wing of the party. We're going to be uniting all Americans.
But it's not a different Trump. It's a different Trump that you guys see in the media and the country sees writ large, in large measure because Donald Trump doesn't like that side of him to kind of be public. We've had conversations in private all the time about how this is who people need to see, Mr. President. And he says, no, I don't want to talk about it. We need to be tough for the American people, etc. What you're seeing now is a recognition that to unite behind him, you've got to see that strength, and you'll see it from that debate, from that stage tonight. You'll hear it in that speech, but you're also going to hear kind of a kinder, gentler Trump that many people don't know, but who I know very well because I've seen it.
Simone, I want to go back to you. I'm sure you've read the headlines by now. One of the things President Biden was trying to do this week was wrestle back that narrative, right, to show voters he can do this. He did an interview. He sat down with BET, and he said something that has garnered a lot of headlines. I want to play it for you, and I want you to tell us what you possibly think about what he was trying to say, why this happened, and if the campaign needs to do sort of any kind of cleanup, or if the White House has to do any kind of cleanup. Let's roll that now.
I found some relief in you saying you're not a political reporter. Think about this. There's a lot of really good reporters out there, but they have no limit. I mean, it's very difficult. The ability to step up and, let me put it, there are no editors anymore. You don't have an editor saying, you can't say that, it's not true. They don't say that anymore. And so, and what does concern me the most maybe is artificial intelligence and how it can be abused. That's why I've been working so hard internationally to try to get an international, and the world's looking to us what it should be, international standard. About 2 months ago now, my staff came to me with me doing an interview, speaking.
Simone, that clearly wasn't the right soundbite. We're going to play the right soundbite. Apologies. Here it is right here.
For example, look at the heat I'm getting because I named the Secretary of Defense, a black man. I named Ketanji Brown. I mean, because of the people I've named. It's about making it clear that American history is black history. Black history is American history, and it's being built by it. That's why we're strong.
So he said the black man there instead of saying Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Simone, what do you think they have to do? Do they have to clean this up? Should he say something?
Well, I was trying to listen hard time. I did think I heard him say I named Secretary of Defense a black man. I think he didn't say his name, but I mean, I don't think that there's cleanup to do here. I think the president was literally saying he feels like he's getting heat because of the diversity, if you will, and the focus on working class people, diverse folks making the country, making the cabinet and the people who make the decisions in the country look like the rest of the country. His focus on working class voters as well. So I feel like the campaign got bigger issues, Tom, honestly. Like there's some other things I think that they are worried about in this moment.
Bigger issues. Simone, I get that, but and I don't mean to cut you off, but my point in playing that was, and actually that other soundbite we rolled, he was talking about the media, then he segued into artificial intelligence, and it was a little bit hard to follow.
Now that one
my point being that he's
I'm concerned about that.
Yeah. He's trying to show America that he can do this job, and he's having these major slip-ups, along with the walls of the party crashing down on him. I guess my question to you was that, is this just not working?
I think that's a fair question, Tom. I would say I think it is working. Look, I remember when I worked for Joe Biden, and everyone used to call him the Gaff King in the first presidential election that I worked in 2019, his third, my first for him, 2019, 2020. And so I think that this is normal. I think what is normal for Joe Biden, I think what is added on top of it is the age factor, and that the president looks old because he is frankly old. And what I had heard from him in the last couple of days, he had kind of taken the age thing on a little bit more head on and talked about the fact that, yes, I'm old, but experience. And that is something that harkened back, I think, to 2019, 2020. The reality situation for the president now, though, is there are these three different screens people are looking at. They're looking at members of Congress, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, so on and so forth, who are saying, we're looking at polling and we don't think you could win. And not only can you not win, you're going to drag the rest of us down. Then they're looking at voters. Then you're looking at voters and people who are showing up to these Biden-Harris rallies saying, oh, we are with you, Mr. President. We don't understand what folks are talking about. And then you got Joe Biden. That's like, Well, I'm hearing the people in the streets, but I'm also seeing what Chalk and Nancy, as he would say, and Jeffries are saying to me. So again, at the end of the day, Joe Biden has said he's in this race. And I think that as long as that's what he believes, that is what it is going to be. He is the only person that can take himself out of the race. I do, though, think that given the tide, he is currently swimming against the tide. And I don't know if he can sustain swimming against the tide for another week and a half.
Simone, we thank you for that, guys. I want to bring it back to you. There's a new poll that just came out, a CBS poll. I think we have it. If we have it, let's please put it up. It shows Trump up 5 points nationally. Here it is right here. So I do want to ask you, the type is too small there. I guess it's within the margin of error, though. I do want to ask you, with these poll numbers, with the hiccups we just saw there, the party walls closing in, Hogan, is it over? Do you think it's over for President Biden?
No, it is not over.
I know you want to run against President Biden, but do you want to accept the reality it might be over?
No, I'd love to run against President Biden. Kamala Harris is fine, too. Whoever it is, the policies have failed the American people, and we'll make that argument. But the fact is, there are a million lifetimes between now and November, and I've seen this happen too many times because I don't know if you caught it, but I missed that red wave. I had my surfboard out and everything. Never happened. The fact of the matter, on these elections, so much goes into winning and losing elections. Yes, the candidate matters, but the nuts and bolts, the blocking and tackling, the non-sexy stuff like you and Trisha here on TV, it's the behind-the-scenes voter mobilization, poll watcher, poll worker, all the things you have to do to door knock, get people to the polls. And Democrats have a huge advantage on the Republican Party in years past. I think we're catching up to them, and that's good news for the Republicans. But that's all far away from now. We're living in this moment where Republicans haven't seen a 2-hour positive news cycle in my lifetime. We've had 2 weeks of a positive news cycle. It's not going to last forever. Democrats will get their act together, and then we're going to have to fight until November.
Tricia, how come Republicans, I don't feel like they've leaned into the disarray with the Democrats enough, right? You've been hearing a lot about the Republicans and about Biden, but sort of about this like, hey, there's no nominee. I'm actually surprised. And is it because the Republicans want to run against President Biden? Is that who they want to run against?
There's a little bit of that going on, but I also think when your when your opponent is self-imploding, take a step back and just let it happen. I actually was very impressed with Trump for the past few weeks. He really didn't say a whole lot, and he didn't get himself in hot water. That being said, Hogan, you made the point of, is it over? I think Biden is here to stay. I feel like we've seen this movie too many times. We get this reporting that, Joe Biden is, he's stepping down. It's going to be Kamala. I think between the delegates and the money, it's just, he's the nominee. I have no question. I think this bout of COVID comes at a very bad time, especially after Donald Trump is here. He just got shot, and yet he's taking the stage. And then, Joe Biden's going down to COVID. It's not a great juxtaposition for Democrats.
Hogan, explain why is Dana White, if I understand correctly, introducing former President Trump?
I don't know. In fact, I'm just kind of figuring it out.
And Dana White, for our viewers, is that he runs the UFC, which former President Trump has a very tight relationship with him and with Ultimate Fighting.
Well, it should be noted, when Donald Trump came into the building every night, he didn't come up on the main stage. He walked through the crowd exactly like he does at an MMA fight. He loves the way that looks. Look, I think Dana and the president have had a good, long-standing relationship. He appreciates what he's been able to accomplish with the MMA, growing it to what it is. They're very close friends, but also having someone like that who, again, you said culture clashing with politics here, it's important because so many people around this country, around the world, follow MMA, and you have someone who runs that organization coming out and saying, I know this man, let me tell you something about this man. It's just another impactful, important moment for this party.
Yeah. Tricia, what are you looking for tonight in this speech? What do you expect from former President Trump?
I think that Dana White is going to say Trump the fighter, and I'm very hopeful that Donald Trump is going to say Donald Trump the unifier, not just for Republicans, but for all Americans. Yeah. I think his messaging from the start of this convention has been excellent. He's really set the tone as far as we have turned down the rhetoric. I think that that's important. It's important not just for the base, but for general election voters to see. Yeah. It's not just it's Donald Trump's party, but Nikki Haley voters, J.D. Vance, who didn't like Donald Trump in 2016, you're still welcome. This is not a purist test. Come and vote for Donald Trump.
Hogan, Tricia, Simone, always great talking to you. We're going to go down to the convention floor. Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from down there. Vaughn, you've been talking to some delegates. Talk to me about what the scene is like down there and how it's been and what people are looking forward to.
We just missed, Tom, Richard Petty, the NASCAR driver, of course, who is a North Carolina delegate officially. He just went upstairs. But I was talking to some other delegates here who noted what their anticipation of Donald Trump was tonight was an arena full of people that are eager to hear the first words of a man who has become the elder statesman of the party, and that is Donald Trump. And when you're looking at here with the state of the Republican Party, if you will, Tom, it's one that is not fearful of its own shadow at this point, in a way that 8 years ago there were some that were still carefully walking around whether to associate with Donald Trump in this party or not. That's not the case. You saw Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley up on that stage, and contrast that to this Democratic Party that is questioning where it is, what its footing is, and exactly its best path forward. That is the place here, talking delegate after delegate, Tom, that is no longer a question mark for this Republican Party. They feel confident with where they stand, and they feel confident with the contrast that of the agenda that they believe a second Trump administration would look like compared to a second administration under Joe Biden.
Vaughn, talk to me also. I mean, the crowd out here also feels like there's more people. This is obviously the main event, right? Night 4. Former President Trump's going to take the stage here. He's going to speak. Can you feel that vibe in the room?
Say that one more time for me, Tom.
I said, there's more people here. It's louder. It's the final night. Can you feel that on the floor, that sort of excitement, electricity?
Absolutely. I think especially this weekend, right, when we were all flying to Milwaukee, there were serious question marks about what the atmosphere would be like. Would it be a solemn one? Would it be an angry and frustrated one? All of those are normal human emotions after a shooting, let alone a shooting of the would-be nominee of a political party. And I can tell you here that the sense is one of unity and of a sense of pride around Donald Trump as the leader of this party, and almost a folk hero type status that he has incurred, not only through 4 indictments, a financial penalty of $350 million that he and the Trump organization went through, 2 impeachments during his presidency. Donald Trump and this Republican Party, you could say, have been through a lot. And here they are 3 months out, and they are looking at a nominee who is head in not only nationally, but in each of the battleground states. And it's a recognition that not only the delegation feels about the prospects of winning the White House, but also about taking control of the Senate and maintaining control of the U.S. House. Because you hear publicly from Democrats right now, and from our own reporting privately, about concerns from the likes of Chuck Schumer to key Democratic House leadership about what the polling shows right now in terms of the prospects of losing the U.S. Congress. And the folks here understand that they feel comfortable about what the leadership and the direction of this party is. Of course, you don't have Mike Pence here. He was vacationing in Montana this week, right? You don't have Liz Cheney. And there was some trepidation over the last 2 years about what would losing some of those key figures look like for this Republican Party. And having the conversations with the delegates that are here that make up the key backbone of the Republican Party today, there is none of that concern or trepidation about who they are, what they stand for, and where they believe the trajectory of this party goes from here in a more magnified version of it. And I think that J.D. Vance being named the nominee only furthers the belief that the future of the party will look even more like what Donald Trump has effectively crafted for the party over the last 8 years.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, we appreciate all your reporting. Our coverage of the Republican National Convention just getting started on this Thursday. The crowd waiting for former President Trump to take the stage, but we're also following new reporting on President Biden. Is former President Obama joining the list of allies calling on Biden to drop out of the race? Stay with us.
is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on NBC of the Republican National Convention. This is the final night, night 4 here in Milwaukee. A lot of excitement there on the floor as the delegates get ready. Everyone looking towards the stage because in a few hours, we know the man of the hour here in Milwaukee, former President Trump, is going to take the stage. That speech taking on an added significance because of that assassination attempt. It won't be the first time he speaks to a crowd or an audience post that assassination attempt. He spoke to a smaller crowd earlier this week, but it's the first time he speaks directly to the American people. It's the first time he'll address the delegation here, all the Republicans in Milwaukee. And we understand, according to him, that he tore up the speech he originally was going to deliver. He called it a humdinger. This new speech, we wonder if it's going to take on a different tone. We saw sort of a different Donald Trump enter on night 1 here, right? This was just 2 days after someone almost killed him. He had the bandage on his ear, something that's sort of become a badge of honor for many people down on the convention floor. They're also wearing a fake badge over their ears, a fake bandage over their ears. And then when he entered that room that first night, he sort of took it all in. He looked a little humbled by the whole thing. And over the last few nights, we've seen him take in the speeches, laugh at times, cheer at times. Every time he comes in here, the whole place rises to their feet, standing ovations. We're also going to see for the first time this convention his wife, the former First Lady Melania Trump. You may remember in 2016 she delivered a speech here. It was controversial because it later was reported portions were lifted from Michelle Obama. She's chosen not to speak this time around. She's taken sort of a backseat to the campaign. She's made it very clear she doesn't love politics. She doesn't love the limelight. She's focused most of her adult life on, as a wife, on raising her son Barron, her and Donald Trump's son Barron, and starting her new life in Mar-a-Lago. When she was in the White House, she did start some initiatives, including Be Best, which was an anti-bullying campaign, which some people thought was sort of ironic because of the way her husband handles rivals at times with bullying, either on Twitter or in front of the cameras. We're also going to hear from Hulk Hogan tonight, which is quite different. He'll be addressing the convention floor, and Dana White will be introducing the former president. He is the head of the UFC, which former President Trump has had a very, very close relationship with the UFC. As we look at a countdown clock here in Milwaukee, getting things started for tonight. A lot of action, a lot of excitement here as people wonder, what will former President Trump say today? What will he say to the American people? We heard Senator J.D. Vance yesterday talk about sort of his life story and his vision for the future. It was his introduction to America. In a lot of ways, he leaned into his working class roots, right? Growing up in Appalachia, growing up in Ohio, talking about how those formative years made him who he is and really shaped the way he saw America and the policies he wants to put forth as a potential vice president. When I was speaking to delegates afterwards, they told me that one part of the speech they really cared for was when he talked about that he's going to be the vice president for everyday Americans in every corner of this country, not only in those battleground states, those Midwest states, but really all over the country. He also spoke about his mother and highlighted how she had overcome addiction, highlighted how she had overcome hardships in her life. It was an emotional moment in the speech where his mom started crying at one point, which was somewhat funny, that the entire convention hall started chanting JD's mom, JD's mom, which might be a first for conventions in America. But I got to tell you, there have been people that have come out to this convention and they have blown the roof off the place. People like Peter Navarro, people like Vivek Ramaswamy that we're going to hear from in just moments. He's going to join us live on set. Senator J.D. Vance's speech was a little bit more subdued. It was a little different. His tone was a little different. That may have been the plan, right? Because if you're looking at former President Trump and you're considering him, you're wondering, is he stable? Will he be in control? And then you look at someone like Senator J.D. Vance, and maybe what the message they wanted to come across was that he's a little different than Trump, right? He may share the same ideas, the same philosophies on government. That being said, he's not the exact same man. As I mentioned, we're going to have Vivek Ramaswamy come up in just moments. We're going to take a quick break. Right after this, his take on his friend J.D. Vance's speech, what he thinks about former President Trump's speech, what we can expect, and his future in politics. Stay right with us.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this: you're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
That was a clip of former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy delivering a fiery speech here at the RNC and receiving a huge response from the crowd. Vivek is now here. He joins us live in our booth at the convention. Vivek, so this was your first Republican National Convention. You blew the roof off this place. What was that feeling like?
Look, it was gratifying. These are people who, in some sense, I've been talking to for the last year and a half, with a message of national unity, but of a different kind. Not fake artificial national unity, but a true national unity that says we're going to disagree deeply, not a little bit, but deeply about a lot of things. But we are still bound by a common set of ideals. So I tried my best to transmit that. I did get a little passionate with that message, but it was really gratifying to see the crowd respond to it.
And we'll go into those immigration policies in a moment. Your friend, Senator J.D. Vance, delivered his speech yesterday. It was different than your speech. It was different than Peter Navarro's speech, right? It wasn't all that red meat. It was very biographical. He didn't blow the roof off the place. People loved the speech, maybe in a different way. How do you think he did?
I thought he did outstandingly well. I mean, it was a different context as well, right? And I think this is JD's introduction to the country. I thought he hit it out of the park. I come from a biased perspective. JD's a good friend. Usha, his wife, I thought did outstandingly as well. She's also a friend and a former
classmate. You guys all
classmate.
met in law school, right?
We were all classmates in law school. And I was glad that the country got to see a side of him that's very hard for it to come out on that stage. He gave a nice long speech, and I think that was good to be able to see the contours of a personality that's hard to otherwise come across on a stage.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up, right? I know you're an Eminem fan, right?
Yeah.
And I was wondering, will the real JD stand up? And what I mean by that is that we heard from the guy yesterday, right? He's deeply intellectual. He wrote a bestseller about his life. Incredibly educated, a veteran. But you watch him in interviews, and he can sort of lean into like the red meat of the party. He can throw that to those viewers, whether they be in podcasts or right-wing talk shows. He's also a phenomenal debater. But the guy we saw yesterday, that wasn't the same guy. And you're saying he has different sides? Do you think that was part of the goal yesterday?
I mean, I understand every American watching our exchange even now. Everyone has different sides of their person. The question is what actually comes through in what context. I got this question a lot during my presidential campaign as well. If you're sitting down in a 2-hour podcast, that's a different experience than if you have a 30-second clip that's either on a debate stage or a 2-minute hit on a cable news network. And so I think you want a president who has the full octaves, right?
Yeah.
That was my approach to running for president. I think you want that in a vice president as well. So that's what I would say.
You've chosen to go full Red Bull a lot in your political speeches. Energy, passion. What do you hope to hear from former President Trump?
Now, look, I think that part of the issue is not everyone sees everything, right? I think there have been settings where I've also given speeches
like
that are
right now, and
far
right
more
now.
emotional.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think today for Donald Trump is a different context, where he's coming off of a historic event for the country, not in the best of ways last Saturday, that literally touched him in a most personal of ways. It was a near tragedy for his family, for him, and most importantly for the country. And how could that not affect you? So I do think that he has rethought what would have been his otherwise approach. How could it not? And I hope the country has a chance to see the man I know who, yes, cares about our own agenda, but also cares about uniting this country through that agenda. And I hope that's what we see tonight.
Do you think it's going to be a speech that will surprise people, or do you think it'll be a speech that It's classic Donald Trump.
I think it won't surprise those of us who know him well. That much I will say. Those of us who know him well know that other side of him. I think it's going to be the kind of speech, though, where I hope people around the country are saying, hey, that was a side of Donald Trump that I didn't know existed. It's not that he pivoted. It's not that he switched. But he's able to put a spotlight on a different side of someone who he's always been. That's what I hope happens, and I expect it's going to happen tonight.
I do want to ask you, you've obviously risen up the ranks through politics. You've gotten to know former President Trump after the primaries. What did you learn about him? What surprised you?
One of the things that surprised me, I've known him for a couple of years, but I really only got to know him well after the primary ended. His intellectual curiosity, actually. His interest in learning about issues that weren't necessarily the issues that he was focused on is something that didn't come across in the either media or public appearance version of Donald Trump that were served up. He's an actually intellectually curious man, and he and I have had very good conversations about some non-traditional issues. Central bank digital currencies, the future of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, thinking about even the future of AI. This is a man who, despite being not that much younger than Joe Biden, I think he has a much younger spirit than somebody who's ordinarily as advanced in age.
Let's talk about immigration. We bumped in with that sound you talking about immigration. Explain to me your view on birthright citizenship. I know your parents were immigrants. My parents are immigrants as well. We were born here. We became citizens. But you want to make sure that law doesn't stay exactly the way it's written in the Constitution. Walk me through it.
Well, to be clear, respectfully, I actually want to follow the Constitution.
Yeah.
The Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 1, says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens.
Right.
So historically, that has always been interpreted to say a kid of a diplomat who's here legally does not enjoy birthright citizenship. And my view is the kid of somebody who is here illegally doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship either. So it's one thing if your parents or mine who are here legally, came through the legally blessed process subject to the jurisdiction, yes, that applies. However, somebody who entered this country illegally, say there's soldiers who invade through the southern border, nobody in the world thinks that that person enjoys birthright citizenship. So that's the point I've made. And I do think that that is an interpretation of the Constitution that the current Supreme Court shares. And that's important.
I know you're a student of history. Do you believe in asylum claims? And where do you draw the line on asylum claims?
I mean, do you believe in asylum claims? The law allows for asylum claims. But I think we need to have proof of asylum, proof of the case for asylum, and that's what's missing today. Right now, if you cross the southern border, you just check a little box, say you seek asylum, and they automatically treat you as though you are entitled to it.
Does asylum only...
Proof of asylum is a basic principle that everybody should agree on.
But does it extend to, let's say, crime? Does it extend to politics? Does it extend to the economy? Can you have asylum claims when it comes to any of those things? Or do you have to simply be sort of seeking asylum because you were leaving political oppression?
It has to be, I believe it has to be a direct threat to that individual.
That can be provable.
That can be provable with a high burden of proof, with a high degree of personal consequence. That would bring down the scope of asylum claims, I believe, by over 95% relative to what they are today.
You have a passion for this. Would you take a job in the administration as it's getting loud out here?
Yeah.
Would you take a job to lead Homeland Security since you're passionate about this issue?
So President Trump and I have had some great conversations about both impactful roles, major impactful roles in the administration. Obviously, there's also been some recent developments this week, right, with JD, my friend, but also fellow Ohio.
I want to ask you about that as well.
So I would see multiple different paths open coming out of this convention. I expect to have some good conversations with President Trump. I'm keeping a very open mind, but what President Trump and I agree on is whatever it is, it's going to be large impact on the country, and that's what I'm rooting for.
But if you could write your own ticket, would you rather a role in the administration, or would you want to serve the people of Ohio?
Look, I want to serve the people of Ohio, and I want to serve the people of this country in the process. Of course, the senator represents the country, but is representing a state in the Senate. So look, I think there's multiple paths. One of my core passions, in addition to the immigration issue, is shutting down the regulatory state and the administrative state. It's one of the core issues of my presidential campaign. There's room to do that through the executive branch. There's also more of a foundation that needs to be laid through the legislative branch. So both of those are important, and I'm giving thought to that. Obviously, this has been a crazy week. My first thought hasn't been what's next for me. It's been what do I care about for the country.
I know you're a tennis player, and one of your favorite players, I think, is Rafael Nadal, right? He's a true grinder, right?
Yes,
he plays for every point, practices a lot.
Yes.
I know you're a firm believer in sort of the theory of rest. You got to really put the time in.
Yeah.
People like you, people like Senator J.D. Vance, have an interesting path through politics, right?
Yeah.
It's not the normal path. You didn't start at the city council. You didn't work your way up to the state house.
No.
You kind of exploded onto the scene, right? Do you think that's better? Because I ask, because if you were to become a senator, you'd have zero experience in the Senate. And that's a knock that a lot of
asset for JD to bring a fresh perspective, and I think it would be an asset for me, whether it was in the Senate or in the administration. I do think it's a good culture in our country to have people who are outside of politics. Not everybody in politics, but a good number of people who do come from outside of politics. It's a tradition that our founding fathers would be proud of. Our founders were not professional politicians either. One of the things I love about JD is he brings in energy, but also a coherent ideology. Even though mine's not exactly the same as his in every respect, life would be boring if it were. I think we need more people in politics from the next generation who have their own vision for the country.
Governor DeWine was sitting right here yesterday. I asked him about you. He wouldn't commit to anybody. He says it hasn't happened yet. The process is still fresh. What's your pitch to Governor DeWine to say, I'd be a great candidate? Can you think about me?
I'm not in the business of making that pitch. What I've said is if I'm asked to serve, I would have to consider it. I have an obligation to this country to consider it. But to compare that to the other path of driving major change at a high level.
Why would you be a good senator?
Through the executive branch. Look, I care about this country. I've lived the American dream, and I want to translate that. I'm not in this for any other reason than to give back to the country. And I also do have a very clear vision for what I stand for. It's not the same as what everyone else in the Senate would agree with. I think the top threat to the country is the overgrowth of the regulatory state. I'd be a clear voice for shutting down much of that administrative state. And I think it's good to have senators who have clear, identifiable ideologies and views so we can have a high-quality kind of debate that everyone may not agree, but the ability to engage in that friendly and respectful debate is something that I think we need more of in politics.
Would you guys rather run against President Biden or Vice President Kamala Harris?
I think there's pros and cons to both. I have a feeling it may not be either. It was actually in the NBC Republican debate at the end of it in my closing statement last year that I said that Biden wouldn't be the nominee. It was dismissed by a lot of people as crazy talk at the time. It looks like it's on the verge of actually happening.
We're going to have to wait and see. Vivek Ramaswamy, thanks for taking time. Thanks for talking to us.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. And our coverage of the Republican National Convention continues as night 4 gets underway. New reporting about President Biden, his inner circle bracing for the possibility that he could step aside. Hallie Jackson's going to join us back live. We are live in Milwaukee. Stay with us.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We are live tonight from the 4th and final night of the Republican National Convention. Hallie Jackson just back from the convention floor, explaining the energy down there right now. You saw it up close.
It's big. It's the final night. People are excited. People are dressed to the nines. They are maxed out. But I will tell you, there's a lot of conversations. I was just down in the Michigan delegation talking with a top official there. Question came up, of course, what do Democrats do next, Tom? This has been one of the driving storylines, of course, with Democrats in political crisis right now, as we've been talking about all hour. We do expect, though, here in Milwaukee, former President Trump to take the stage in just a few hours from now. Looking at the clock, he will close out the convention and officially accept the nomination for the 3rd time in his political career. Now, sources say that his speech will have a unity focus, but I'm also told that Donald Trump will still be Donald Trump. Expect him to draw contrast with the Biden administration.
Meanwhile, President Biden is recovering from COVID-19, while some of his closest allies, including former President Obama, reportedly joined the calls for him to step aside. For more analysis on the convention and the latest reporting on President Biden's candidacy, I'm joined now by GOP strategist Matt Mowers and Axios national political correspondent Alex Thompson, who covers President Biden extensively. He's broken a lot of news about the recent developments. Alex, I want to start with you. I'm going to put up a graphic up for our viewers now. These are some, I would say, the highest levels of the Democratic Party, right? This is your story, or a story on Axios. But the graphic I'm talking about is basically former President Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Representative Adam Schiff, the top players. Here we go. Reporting from news organizations all across the country, these three really aren't with him right now. What more can you add to that?
Yeah, so Joe Biden is taking this weekend, the seclusion in Rehoboth, Delaware, while he has COVID-19, to think about his future. And there are multiple minds. There's divisions within the Biden world over what to do next. Now, there are some people that still see a path forward, that he is the Democratic nominee, that it is more risky to put the nomination in someone else's hands than his. And it's also, he does not want to necessarily step back and then sit back on election night and see Donald Trump win anyway and think, I didn't do everything I could. On the other side, there are some people that think this is untenable. Beyond the Obama stuff, Nancy Pelosi, donors drying up, like they could end up having a budget crisis just in a month here if they do not figure out how to turn around the ship. So the next week and a half are incredibly critical to his political future and the Democratic Party's future.
Alex, based on your reporting, where is Jill Biden on this?
Jill Biden? I mean, Jill Biden was one of the ones that really wanted to run in 2020. She's one of the ones that really wanted to run it in 2024. And you saw after that disastrous debate performance how she sort of took the wheel. And in her past, she was a reluctant political spouse. She's become an incredibly enthusiastic political spouse in this moment. She wants to keep going.
Matt, I want to bring you into the conversation here. It's interesting. We've been hearing a little bit about this in the convention, but we haven't been hearing a whole lot. You would think sometimes, former President Trump would lean into his opponent's bad news or misfortunes that he's not. Do Republicans want to run against President Biden?
One that they know will not be successful, which is having Joe Biden. One that will be unlikely to be successful, which is replacing with Kamala Harris, who consistently has had actually lower favorable ratings than President Biden even has. And anytime she's been in the spotlight, whether it was the time when she was asked to handle root causes of migration, and most Americans obviously radically disapprove of the Biden-Harris administration's handling of immigration, to a whole host of other issues. You see the American people say thanks, but no thanks.
There are polls that show, though, Kamala beating former President Trump, though, too.
Well, very few and far between. There was a new round of polling out today that showed Kamala Harris was actually underperforming even Joe Biden right now in a number of states. The one thing she does do, I believe, is actually resets a little bit the Democratic coalition. And President Trump is performing historically well for a Republican candidate with African-American voters, with young voters, even with Hispanic voters. Many polls showing him actually winning an outright majority against Joe Biden. I do think that Kamala Harris maybe resets some of that traditional Democratic coalition, but I think her ability to win over voters in the middle, a lot of those suburban voters that are maybe repelled by both Biden and Trump, is going to be very challenging.
Keep in mind for both of you, the one thing the vice president has done is take the lead on the issue of abortion access, which we know is going to be critical, especially in the eyes of Democrats come November. Haven't heard much about that at all here up on stage, other than, of course, the Republican platform that for the first time in decades does not include calls for a strict federal ban. I mean, to both of you here, and Alex, I'll start with you. How do you see the reporting around this? If the vice president were to take the top of the ticket here, she's obviously got some juice when it comes to that issue.
Yeah, in a way that Joe Biden does not, because Joe Biden doesn't even like saying the word. I still remember in the State of the Union, the word abortion was in the prepared remarks. He didn't say it when it came in the teleprompter. She has been all in on this issue, and it is the issue, even more so than democracy, which Joe Biden really leans into. Definitely the issue that Democrats win the most on.
Well, look, I think Donald Trump did, in some ways, defang that issue. I mean, and there was not by accident that you saw him, say, turn the page on Project 2025. It's not his project, not his deal.
But does J.D. Vance's appearance on the ticket refang the issue, so to speak, given his position?
I don't think it does, because even if you look at some of the interviews he was doing last week, he was aligning himself with Donald Trump's position on abortion right now. And now it's the National Party platform, and it actually gives J.D. Vance something that he can say, look, this is the Republican Party that I was nominated by says. That's what I believe as well.
Alex, we have about 30 seconds. Do you think President Biden stays the nominee?
I think it's completely 50-50. And
I still think it's 50-50.
I still think it's 50-50, and it's a completely singular decision. The fact is, like in some ways, the Obama stuff actually makes him more likely to stay in, because Obama tried to convince him to get out in 2016. As one person close to Biden put it, you only get one chip. You only get one chance to do that.
A very difficult and complicated relationship between those two former running mates. That's going to do it for this hour of our special coverage of the RNC. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Tom Yama. Stay with us. More of this historic night just ahead.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Live from Milwaukee, here is Tom Yamas.
We are live tonight from Milwaukee as the final night of the Republican National Convention kicks off. Right now, we're just hours away from the grand finale. Former President Trump set to accept the Republican nomination in a primetime address. A live look at the convention stage where Trump will speak for the first time since the assassination attempt on his life. We're told the former president wrote his own speech, tearing up his original remarks he called a humdinger, after the shooting, which we will hear from a different version of Trump on one we've never heard before. That's the big question tonight. It comes as the current state of our political parties couldn't be more polarized as Republicans fall in line, unified under former President Trump. Democrats increasingly growing farther apart. Right now, President Biden back at home in Delaware, self-isolating with COVID, now further isolated from his own party. An avalanche of breaking headlines today. The president, inner circle, and top Democrats turn up the pressure on him to leave the race. One person close to the president telling NBC News, quote, "We're close to the end." That's a devastating quote. And former President Obama reportedly telling allies Biden's path to victory has diminished. Back in Milwaukee, the final night of the convention ending in a smackdown. Retired wrestler Hulk Hogan and UFC President Dana White addressing the crowd this evening. Also speaking, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, and Trump's son, Eric Trump. You might be wondering where former First Lady Melania Trump has been. Though she's been notably absent during much of his campaign, we're told she is expected to join her husband in a rare appearance tonight. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor, and our political experts standing by as this historic evening unfolds. Garrett Haake joins us now from the RNC floor, perched just above it. Garrett, walk our viewers through what they can expect tonight and how former President Trump is going to be introduced.
Tom, I appreciate the SmackDown reference because I do think we're going to see something of a pugilistic tone, at least from the early slate of speakers here this evening. You mentioned former pro wrestler Hulk Hogan is set to address the crowd. So too is Dana White, the chairman of the UFC. The other person I'm very interested in tonight is Tucker Carlson. Once a host on Fox News, now runs his own media outlet. Kind of the de facto media spokesperson for the MAGA movement. Much more sympathetic towards Russia, certainly, than Ukraine. Much more populist outlook on the economy than traditional Republicans. Someone who has been a supporter of Donald Trump's in public, although has criticized him in private, and very much a player behind the scenes in the MAGA movement and reportedly instrumental in the selection of J.D. Vance to join this ticket. His remarks are circled on my program for sure. Then we're going to have Eric Trump, obviously the former president's younger son, speaking tonight. He is not taking as much of a political role as Donald Trump Jr. or certainly Ivanka and Jared, who had served in the last administration, but has emerged recently as more of a player in his father's orbit. And, of course, the acceptance speech from Donald Trump tonight, who does have to walk this rhetorical tightrope between the unity that his campaign says he intends to espouse tonight, try to capture the correct tone and feeling in the country in the wake of the assassination attempt on his life, but also take it to Joe Biden. You can probably see the Fire Joe Biden signs in the crowd around me on the floor here tonight. I do not expect Donald Trump to pull any punches tonight, and so how he both wraps his arms around the country and throws haymakers at Joe Biden and the Democratic agenda, I think, is a very difficult task for him that we will see how he's able to accomplish tonight.
Garrett, I do want to ask you, tonight's going to be a night that a lot of America is going to be watching former President Trump. It's the first time he addresses an audience this large since that assassination attempt. A lot of people are asking, are we going to see a change in Trump? What do you expect? You've been covering him for a while. And how do Republicans sort of make sure there's still pressure and focus on the Democrats and the disarray that's happening in their party while also trying to sell their message?
Yeah, look, I think that's a great question. When it comes to Trump, he's a 78-year-old man. My instinct is that I think it'll be very difficult for him to change, and I think there's evidence that shows that that is the case. For example, on his social media platform, if you look at his Truth Social posts in the days after the assassination attempt and the days before, when he talks about Democrats, when he talks about his political opponents, he uses the same kind of rhetoric, the same kind of name-calling, the same kind of sort of more nasty tone towards his opponents now that he did before. I don't think he has entirely turned over a new leaf, but as several of the delegates I've spoken to on the floor, and as some of his allies have told me in the halls and corridors here, if anything can change a man, assassin's bullet could be the thing to do it. As for how they take advantage of the Democrat situation, I think that's very much an open question. The Trump campaign strategy leading up to this convention had been to basically stay out of the way, to not interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And the idea that Democrats were kind of flailing, that's not a night that Republicans can make any darker for them. Now, I do think in fact, I can tell you for certain that we've seen in the last several weeks stepped up attacks on Kamala Harris, the vice president, sort of trying to soften her up should she end up at the top of the ticket. But beyond that, I don't know that strategy will change now. If Joe Biden and the Democrats are struggling, very little said on this stage can make their problems worse.
All right, Garrett Hake leading us off in this hour. Garrett, we appreciate it. For more on what we can expect from former President Trump's big speech tonight and the state of the Biden campaign, let's bring in our political pros tonight. Mark Lauder, former strategic communications director of the Trump 2020 campaign, and Alencia Johnson. She's a former advisor to the Biden 2020 campaign. Alencia, I'm going to start with you. We have this graphic that I have been asking for and using over the last 2 hours because it's just stunning when you see it. It is sort of, if you will, right now the Mount Rushmore of the Democratic Party. If we can put that on the screen there. A lot of very big Democrats who the reporting is are breaking with President Biden. My question to you is the same I asked Simone a couple of hours ago. Do you think the question is not if, but when President Biden drops out?
I think the question is whether or not President Biden is actually going to listen to the party elites or if he is going to listen to some of the things that we're hearing on the ground from voters. Listen, I think a lot of people are waiting with bated breath for him to make his final decision. But one of the things that I have been saying all over the networks when it comes to this conversation is that there is a disconnect among the party. I hate that our dirty laundry is out here. The disconnect is there are those in positions of power in the party as well as those who are on the media like myself. There are also elite folks who are talking about he should drop out. And yet at the same time, you pointed some elected officials who, you showed some elected officials who it has been said that they are talking to him about dropping out. But you know who is still standing with him? The elected officials that are members of the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. You also have a lot of progressive elected officials, such as Senator Sanders, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, AOC, and the list goes on, as well as a significant portion of Black and Latino voters who may not be super excited about President Biden as the candidate, but they understand that this chaos is actually keeping us from doing the actual work we need to do in order to get voters to turn out. The reality is it's not a choice between Biden and Trump. It's a choice between Biden and the couch. And there are so many folks closest to the coalition of our voting base who know that all of this time that we are wasting is keeping us away from doing the work that we need to, and that is to get these people to turn out. So it's a matter of when he makes the decision to firmly plant his feet and say, I'm the nominee, or he does not.
Alencia, we thank you for that. Mark Lauder, I want to bring you into this conversation. You know, the Trump campaign has already taken advantage of this, right? Trump's campaign manager saying that Democrats have been campaigning on a threat to democracy, that former President Trump is a threat to democracy, and now they want to deny the 14 million people that voted in the primaries. Is this a big problem for Democrats?
Absolutely. And the fact that they're still doing this, we're 14 days or something like that away from the election. And how many times does Joe Biden say he is the nominee, including Monday in Las Vegas? He keeps repeating it, and people keep saying, well, let's make a final decision. I mean, sounds like he has, but they don't like it. And, I mean, I get it. The polls are disastrous. You now have polls out. I think Donald Trump has pulled ahead of President Biden in the Commonwealth of Virginia in the Real Clear Politics average. I mean, the map is expanding. It's not good for Democrats. But I'm not sure if changing the horse, changing the name on the bumper sticker is going to do anything, because Kamala Harris is going to run on the same policies.
Yeah. Alencia, I do want to ask you, we have some reporting from our Mike Memoli about how the Biden-Harris team is responding to sort of all the Democratic leaders that are having these conversations. If we have those quotes, we can put them up on the screen. And if we don't, just let me know, guys, and I'll walk Alencia through them. I'll walk on here. Okay, here we go. This is from the Biden-Harris team, a source telling NBC News. Can we all just remember for a minute that these same people who are trying to push Joe Biden out are the same people who literally gave us Donald Trump? In 2015, Obama, Pelosi, Schumer pushed Biden aside in favor of Hillary. They were wrong then, and they are wrong now. Those are some tough words, and they're actually not wrong, coming from a source close to President Biden that spoke to NBC News. Do you think that's going to be sort of the mantra, and that's what they're going to be telling people going forward?
Listen, they are not wrong with that statement, but I will say I think this tone is part of the frustration that a lot of people within the party are having. It is this tone of shut up and get along versus why don't we actually all come to the table and realize what are some of our concerns as well as what is our shared goal, because we actually have more in common than we disagree on, and how do we create what we always talk about, this big coalition that supports democracy, where people are able to criticize their elected officials, they're able to dissent, and yet understand that the win is more important than being right. And so I understand that this posturing, right, the wins that they have on the board, like the proof is helping them make this decision, but it is that tone that is ostracizing so much of our base, and again, not allowing for us to actually move forward and put forward the agenda that we actually have to move this country forward. We understand that we can't just talk about being against Project 2025 and this anti-abortion uprise or this movement on the right, but we can talk about what we want to do collectively, not with this hard tone that is actually turning a lot of voters off.
Right. Mark Lauder, we look out of the convention floor now. Diana Hendricks, she's a businesswoman, one of the everyday Americans that Republicans wanted convention goers and Americans to hear from. I do want to ask you, you're also going to hear from Hulk Hogan tonight. Kid Rock's going to perform. This is not the same Republican Party that you probably grew up with. You've been to a few conventions. I mean, Hulk Hogan being one of the headliners is quite interesting.
You don't see the Chamber of Commerce and the Country Club here, do you?
Right,
No.
right.
I mean, but I think that shows that Donald Trump is expanding the base of the Republican Party. It includes a lot of white, hard-working Americans. They love their UFC fights. They love WWE, and so as this party is growing, you see it reflected there on the stage, whether it's growing with black communities, Hispanic communities, immigrants, labor union members. That's Donald Trump, and the polls are reflecting it.
How do you think Senator J.D. Vance did yesterday? He didn't, necessarily blow the roof off the place, but did you think he accomplished what he wanted to?
I think he did. It was an introductory speech. And I think when he was talking about his story and his mama and the 19 guns and all those things, you can see people kind of being drawn in. I can tell, obviously, because of his background telling his story, that he's very good at that. And
you think it was memorable?
I think it was memorable as an introduction. Yeah. And he will obviously continue to do that, and obviously the red meat of the politics and the policy that's coming out tonight, right before the balloons. Yeah. And but I think he's going to be a great addition to the ticket.
Dana White is maybe not a person that all of America knows. If you follow UFC, you know who Dana White is. But that's, I would argue, the male voters who probably already love former President Trump, that are Republicans and/or independents. I mean, who they may be. But I do want to ask you, why do you think Dana White is introducing or is going to be the speaker just before former President Trump?
I think he's a fighter, and I think that's really one of the themes that you're going to have, and it's fighting for America first. You're also going to have Kid Rock. You're going to have so it's really a blue collar introduction,
anti-elitist,
blue collar introduction to the blue collar billionaire president.
Yeah, you worked with former President Trump. You know him pretty well. How would you judge his demeanor over the last few days?
I haven't actually seen him in person, but I mean, everything I've seen, my colleague or former colleagues are telling me that this has changed him. When you come a millimeter or two away from the end, it's going to have that effect, and I think you're going to see it tonight. I've seen reported that the name Biden is not even used in tonight's speech.
Wow. Former Vice President Mike Pence, you worked with him as well. You know him well. What is he doing this week? Kind of strange he's not here, huh?
I saw on Twitter that he's in Montana fishing and horseback riding.
Yeah. Are there lessons that you think Senator J.D. Vance could learn if this ticket wins from Mike Pence?
I would have no question that at some point, I don't know if J.D. Vance reached out or if the former vice president reaches out, that they would connect. Look, when he was going through this, he talked to all the previous Republican nominees, whether they were successful or not. Yeah. They got lessons learned. Obviously, obviously there is a transition project, and all of the vice presidents, Democrat and Republican, came in as he was preparing to enter the White House, and I'm sure that he would be the first one to stand in line to help J.D. Vance as a candidate and also as the incoming vice president.
Yeah. Valencia, going back to you, you've worked on campaigns that have helped elect people to the highest offices in our country. How does all these problems with the Democratic Party sort of change the programming for Democrats when they're trying to figure out their convention? It's about a month away in Chicago, but do you think those conversations are still being hashed out?
Look, absolutely. I think what is happening now is behind the scenes, folks are trying to figure out what is the best way for us to actually show unity. Once we get through these past 3 weeks, when I think we will get there, we have another 4 weeks until our convention, we're going to show the actual real diversity and unity of America. Mark mentioned immigrants supporting Donald Trump. I'm sorry, they had up signs last night that said, deport them now, right? Mass deportations now. We are actually not going to do that. We are going to continue to bring all factions of our coalition together. And I think what we saw at the RNC will be a stark contrast to what we will see at the DNC, the diversity of thought, opinion, of backgrounds, of age. That is going to come together at the convention. And I have a feeling in the ways that we've been able to do in the past, even through all of the mess these past 3 weeks, we will be able to figure that out. And party leadership is thinking about that, which is part of the reason you see some of these soundings of the alarm so urgently right now, so that we can get back on course to that.
Mark Lauder, final night of the convention. Do conventions still matter?
I think they do for both parties. I mean, you basically have every major news outlet, both broadcast and cable, online here.
But we live in such a crazy news cycle. I mean, do you think anything will be remembered from this?
I think people will get their sound bites, their clips. They'll see it on social media. They'll see it, obviously, on their streaming devices. And I think it's a great chance for both political parties in America to put their best foot forward and what they hope to do. Once Democrats can figure out what they want to do, I'm sure they'll get to focusing on their convention.
Do you think we will get a vice presidential debate between Senator J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris?
If Kamala Harris is the vice presidential nominee, then yes. But if it's someone else, then I think that they will schedule it as soon as we know who that person will be and they're nominated.
You think they're just going to wait till further down the calendar?
Yeah,
that's what you would advise.
Once we know that Kamala Harris is going to be either vice presidential or presidential nominee, then that's when we'll schedule the vice presidential debate.
I want to dip into the convention floor. Diane Evans is speaking right now. She's one of the everyday Americans that Republicans wanted Americans to hear from. Let's listen in.
He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th. Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C. And we can make America great again. God bless President Trump. And God bless Team Trump. And thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
We've been listening to the Republican National Convention there. We were just listening to Diane Evans, one of the everyday Americans. In about a minute or two, we're going to hear from Linda McMahon. You may remember her. She was the former wife of Vince McMahon, who ran the WWF, which turned into the WWE. But she, of course, worked for former President Trump as the administrator of the Small Business Administration. She was seated next to former President Trump yesterday in the VIP box as they were watching Senator J.D. Vance's speech. She's had a close relationship with the former president. Mark Lauder, I know you know her well. Talk to me about the relationship between the McMahons, at least Linda McMahon and former President Trump.
Well, the relationship goes back well before he got into politics, when they were building WWE into an icon. And he's a huge wrestling fan, as we have seen that the president still goes to UFC fights and goes to WrestleMania, to a huge response. Linda was an amazing small business administrator because WWE, while it isn't now, it did start as a small business and grew into a billion-dollar enterprise, multi-billion-dollar enterprise. And so she's a great small business person. Like, she traveled the country just talking, what can we do to make your small business successful?
She's tried to run for Senate, though, a couple times, right? And it's been difficult, but she's been running in the state of Connecticut.
In Connecticut, yeah. Difficult uphill climb, but, you know, she's got a servant's heart.
She's into politics.
Correct. She's a servant's heart. And she was actually one of the few small business administrators that was actually a member of the cabinet.
Kristen Davis joins us now here as well, part of our live team of political pros that is talking about the convention. Kristen, your take so far on the convention, and what do you want to hear from former President Trump?
Well, I think what we're going to hear from the former president is what we've been hearing all week, a lot of momentum, a lot of excitement, and a lot of unity. I mean, look at a tale of two parties. You have the Republican Party, who's unified, excited, has momentum, while you have the Democrat Party that's, frankly, the party of chaos right now. And so I'm really excited for the president's speech. I think it's going to be very inspiring. I think it's going to bring a lot of people who if you're not on the boat right now, you're going to be on the boat tonight.
We're going to have to wait and see. Kristen, I'm going to pause you right there so we can take to the stage and listen to Linda McMahon.
Well, hello, Milwaukee, and good evening, America. Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut. My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago. And as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet, running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies, Donald Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, he is a good man. He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country. He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, and good night.
We've just been listening there to Linda McMahon, former small business administrator under former President Trump. We're waiting for the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, to take the stage. While we wait, Kristen, I wanted to ask you again, who are some of the more memorable speeches you think over the last week? We were talking about this during the break.
Well, I think everyone's done a great job, but I think Governor Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas, I think she brought the House down. It was a great mix of empathy, personal connection with the president and also just excitement for the future. I think Senator Tim Scott, Senator Marco Rubio, Governor DeSantis, Governor Youngkin, everyone did a really great job, all sticking with the theme that, we are now, everything's different today than it was last Friday. Really puts it into perspective, really grateful that President Trump is okay. And I think the renewed sense of unity that our party has is something that I don't think we've seen in maybe 2 decades. And so every speaker is doing a great job of really personifying it from the stage. So I think
do you think Senator J.D. Vance delivered for the ticket? And do you think he delivered the speech that former President Trump wanted?
I think he did. People are going to get to know Senator Vance over the next few months. Yeah. They're going to read the book. They're going to watch the movie. And it's going to be, he gave us a little bit of that last night with his mom in the box. It was such a moment when he, shouted out to his mom. I think everyone in the country thought of their own mom or grandma at that moment.
It was funny when people started chanting JD's mom, JD's
so
mom.
Great.
It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Something that was a little different. About tonight, and speaking about former President Trump, there has been sort of this softening, if you will, of the former president. We saw his granddaughter come out. You mentioned Governor Huckabee Sanders talking about this side that maybe a lot of American voters don't see, if ever. I do want to ask you, do you think that's intentional, and do you think it's to appeal to some female voters that other strategists have made that point?
I think it is. I think we've seen this entire campaign, a different campaign and a very disciplined and strategic campaign, and I think that is part of it. I mean, the thing with Donald Trump is even before he ran the first time, he had been in everyone's living rooms for years, and so everyone thought they knew him, and now seeing him as the grandfather, I thought his granddaughter stole the show last night.
Yeah. Mark Lauder, for you, Democrats getting ready for their convention in a month, watching this convention here, it could be something completely different than we've ever seen before if there's no nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris ends up on the top of the ticket.
I mean, the process is going to be wild. It's not something that, we've seen since, the 1960s was the last time there was an open party convention. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the various factions of the Democrat Party come together. I mean, the progressives, where are they going to go? Obviously, you have the black coalitions, you have the Hispanic and Latinos, you have the Bernie bros. I mean, are they going to come back and think this is their time? Is Hillary going to throw her name in the ring?
one, you have the Democrats in disarray, but two, he almost lost his life. And do you think that changes the team strategy at all?
No, in fact, what I think they're going to, I would suggest is that go into the policy side of it. Talk about why we don't have a candidate, assuming that the president removes himself from the ballot, then go to the grocery stores, the gas stations, the border.
You're talking about Trump doing that?
Have Trump do that. Talk about the issues that matter, because you don't have an opponent to attack. So talk about the things that the American people actually want you to talk about. The attacks will come later.
Kristen, some Democrats have been making the arguments to President Biden that it's hard to raise money. You work for a super PAC for Governor DeSantis. How important is it, at least in this stretch, to make sure you have enough money to get you to the finish line?
Well, there's an old saying that winning campaigns don't run out of money. And right now, I think we see that playing out with President Biden's campaign. You know, you read articles about $96 million on lock because, they don't have confidence in him. You know, a successful campaign, people will want to support it, both with their vote and with their resources. Right now, if I'm a Democrat donor, I don't see a good investment in investing in the Biden campaign. See, frankly, if Biden stays on top of the ticket, is those resources divert down ballot. Democrats will kind of give up on top of the ticket and focus on Senate races and congressional. The problem there is that those candidates aren't doing well either. You see Democrat incumbents across the country in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, New Mexico, Arizona, underperforming, all under 50%. I think that Donald Trump right now is leading a potential wave throughout, down ballot across states and states that we haven't won in a generation, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, and really building out, when you have Republicans winning in states like New Mexico and Virginia and Minnesota, that the alarm bells should be going off. And if I'm a Democrat donor, I'm not giving $5 to that campaign.
And if I can, Tom, one thought on that. If the map is expanding and, say, New Jersey and New York are suddenly close, Washington, D.C., the suburbs, Virginia, those are not cheap markets to have to play defense in. And if you're already struggling for cash, it's a nightmare for whomever.
We know that Jeffrey Katzenberg, who's the Hollywood mogul, who's been raising a lot of money for President Biden up to this point, has also had those hard conversations with President Biden, according to reporting, saying that it's getting harder and harder to raise money. If you're trying to physically raise money and you're having these problems, what is your pitch to people?
Honestly, if I'm a bundler for the Democrat Party, I say we got to go save the Senate. That's honestly, I don't see right now how you can honestly tell a donor that it's time to keep giving to the party. And frankly, even if they change the top of the ticket, they had problems before that first debate. Democrats were losing before that first debate, and it's because Republicans under Donald Trump have been talking in human terms and kitchen table issues, while Biden has been looking at a chart saying Bidenomics is working for the last 2 years, and it hasn't been. So I think the case is very hard to make for a Democrat bundler, and if I were them, I would be turning my attention to the Senate and to the House. They have problems there too, but if this is a year where they're facing a total wash, they got to try to save their resources somewhere.
Valencia Johnson worked on the 2020 Biden-Harris campaign. They were very successful. They were able to win that campaign and put President Biden in the White House. Valencia, you heard the conversation here. If President Biden stays the nominee, how does he turn it around?
Listen, I think there's a lot of ways for Democrats to turn this around. One of the things that was not brought up is this issue of abortion. And abortion has been a winning issue for Democrats, even in red states, ever since the Dobbs decision. We are also finding that as more voters are hearing about Project 2025, that is galvanizing them as well. The Supreme Court's extreme positions, handing over, complete, total agency to a president, right, giving him total immunity, that is actually galvanizing our base. And so Democrats have an opportunity to talk about a lot of the extreme positions that the Republican Party has taken, whether or not they want to talk about them on the stages. It's been very interesting to watch that the Republican Party, particularly J.D. Vance last night, not even mention the word abortion when we know his extreme positions. And that has been the issue that is driving the wedge between Democrats and Republicans and made Donald Trump a losing top-of-the-ticket endorser
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pause
in 2022.
Excuse me, I have to pause you. We want to listen to Secretary Mike Pompeo.
To serve as President Trump's Director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention. So you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know that here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. 42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
We have just been listening to former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Vaughn Hilliard is down there on the convention floor listening to the former Secretary's speech. Vaughn, you know, Secretary Pompeo is such an interesting figure in Republican politics because a lot of people thought he was going to run for president. That never materialized.
There was a lot of administration officials from the first Trump administration that broke from Donald Trump over those 4 years, from General John Kelly to former secretaries of defense, as well as Rex Tillerson, his initial Secretary of State. But what you saw in Mike Pompeo was somebody who left the administration after serving initially as CIA director, and the two had maintained a close relationship. He had considered running for president himself, and one of the reasons why some thought that he may have some credibility and potential to perform all right in a Republican primary was the fact that Donald Trump had repeatedly praised him, had not ever attacked him upon leaving administration. But when Donald Trump jumped into the race, it was quite clear the direction of where the Republican primary was going to go is going to be a crowded field, and Pompeo declined to go forward with his own ambitions and his own run. And consequently, you could very well expect to Secretary Pompeo, who has publicly suggested he would be open to serving in the administration again, rejoining Donald Trump in January of 2025. Now, notably, at the beginning of Russia's aggression into war into Ukraine, this is somebody who had previously been more of a foreign policy military hawk, but somebody who had called Vladimir Putin shrewd. It was played on Russian state media, and at the beginning of that war, it was led to much criticism of Mike Pompeo. But I think that this is where you see Donald Trump and him have a very similar view of the U.S.'s military role overseas. And what from the speech you just heard, Tom, was not only the criticism of the Afghanistan withdrawal, in which 13 American service members lost their lives. Folks will recall that the Trump administration with Mike Pompeo were the ones that began to make those initial moves to prepare for the withdrawal. But it was that chaotic withdrawal that ultimately was a devastating video to watch. It was frantic, chaotic, and an own internal report from the State Department noted the faults of the Biden administration that led to those 13 deaths. But also you heard him from the stage note the administration under Trump was one that did not see Russian aggression into Ukraine or Hamas make the sort of all hands on deck attack on Israel that we saw happen in this last October. And so for Mike Pompeo, he is somebody who has remained an ardent, a loyal ally to Donald Trump, has left much of his criticism off from public sight. And I think that that is why you saw Donald Trump choose to have him here just a mere 2 hours before Donald Trump is to take the stage himself, invite his former Secretary of State and perhaps a cabinet member in 2025 back onto the stage.
Vaughn, stand by for us. We appreciate that. I want to dip into the convention floor. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell is getting a lot of applause here. Let's listen to hear what he's saying.
Praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we would not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again. Before I take my seat, I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. To all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
We've just been listening to Lorenzo, Sewell, a religious leader, speaking to the crowd here in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. We're expecting President Trump at any moment to enter the convention hall. He's going to listen to some of the speeches here, including some from personal friends. And we are just hours away from when he's going to take the stage here. Former President Trump, of course, is going to tell his mission and his vision on where he's going to take this Republican Party tonight. Former Illinois Congressman Rodney Davis joins us now live on set, and Tara Palmieri, she's a senior political correspondent at Puck News. We thank you both for being here. Tara, I'm going to start with you. I know you have some new reporting for Puck. What can you share with our viewers?
I was told from senior Hill source that it's not a matter of if Joe Biden steps down, it's a matter of when. There is a sustained campaign going on in the Hill, and it's being led by Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. I was told, quote, Nancy is historically always a first mover on legislation, and Schumer is always a closer. There's no one person who's going to be the person who did it. It's going to be collective pressure. So what I'm being told from my sources is that it's unsustainable for Joe Biden to stay in the race, that this will not end, and that he's just handled dealing with the Hill in such a terrible way. Members feeling like their concerns aren't being listened to. As we know, Chuck Schumer met with him last week, and at the time they thought that they had really broken some ground with him, but it's not over.
Yeah. This place going absolutely bonkers for the speech you just heard. Rodney, I'm going to bring it over to you. How do Republicans use this to an advantage? You know, there's a lot of bad news for Democrats right now. It's a tough time for the party and for President Biden while he's battling COVID. And yet you're having a convention this week. So how do you sort of make sure you can wrestle back the narrative?
Well, first off, I think this convention has helped show the American people that Republicans are more unified than we've been in a generation. Democrats clearly are not. You have power brokers like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer trying to push the sitting president of the United States out of this race. If he is not well enough to be a candidate for president, how is he well enough to be the president of the United States? Americans aren't going to stand for backroom deals that the Democrats are putting together right now.
Yeah, Tara, what are you hearing from your Republican sources about this convention so far and what we can expect from former President Trump?
Well, I've been told that, you know, obviously they ripped up the original speech. It's a more powerful speech. It's more, you know, emotive. He did just survive, you know, a near-death experience. You know, I heard you're going to hear less like crooked Joe Biden kind of language, but it's going to be a clear contrast as much as they can on policy. And eventually I'm sure Trump will fall into his Trumpisms. But at least from the outset, what he starts with is going to have a different tone than what we're expecting. Listen, like everyone is excited right now. It feels like a victory party, but I know everyone is also holding their breath. They know that they are going to have to craft a different campaign around a candidate that is not Joe Biden, right? And I spoke to Trump's political director just 2 days ago, and he said, we're ready for any candidate. And, you know, we're ready for any candidate that's not Joe Biden, but it's hard to believe.
Tara, I was listening to you. I was looking over because we know at any moment former President Trump's going to walk into the convention floor right now. I got to tell you, if we can take some live pictures of the floor, I haven't seen it this packed yet. It obviously makes sense. It's the last night of the convention, but it is filled to the brim. How you doing? People are waving us here in our studio overlooking the convention floor, and it sounds like he's about to walk in. If we can take that feed of him coming in, that'd be great, guys. There we go. Let's keep listening in. just listened and heard right there.
Donald Trump, upon walking in, Tom, he just shook the hands of the individuals who would be his key allies in the U.S. Senate. You saw John Barrasso in the second row behind him. John Barrasso, current senator out of Wyoming, who was one of the senators who actually confronted the Secret Service Director Cheadle yesterday in the hallways of this very arena, asking her for accountability and explanations about how Donald Trump could be shot while at a campaign rally. You also saw him shake the hand of Ted Cruz, but also you have multiple Senate candidates up there. Those very Republican Senate candidates are trying to win seats in Wisconsin and Nevada that are currently held by the Democrats, Tom.
Tom, we thank you for that. I want to bring you back in here, Rodney. This is the third convention that former President Trump has to put on, right? 2016, 2024, the virtual one in 2020. They sort of figured this out, right?
Well, they certainly have. And after the assassination attempt, I think America's seen that there's been a different Donald Trump. There's been a change in his tone, a change in his rhetoric, and I think he has changed. That near-death experience.
I mean, I hear you, and I don't think you're completely wrong, but he also put out on Truth Social a picture of him with his fist, bloody face, and then Biden tripping on the steps. So, I mean, the Donald Trump we've all known for years is still alive and still there.
Well, look, I'm excited because we got a lot better music than I've ever heard at some other conventions I've been to. But in the end, America saw a unified Republican Party, and that's not what we've seen since 2004.
Yeah, this is the image I was talking about there. But my larger point being that people are here. You've had no drama. You had drama in 2016. 2020 was a virtual convention, but I mean, so far, this is knock on wood, gone on without a hitch for Republicans.
It certainly has. Again, it's been a unified message. It's been a message about unity. There's been a lot less contrast messaging with the Democrats, and we've kind of taken a step back and stolen something from the Democrats' playbook. We let them destroy themselves.
You know, Tara, the knock on the Trump campaign, especially in 2016, was that they weren't ready for prime time. They would make silly, dumb mistakes. They weren't really a campaign. Sometimes people said they were just a Twitter account and Donald Trump rallies with a microphone. They have sort of evolved and come a long way from there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he has a totally different team. I don't think there's anyone from 2016 that's on his team right now except for Donald Trump. He has some like true campaign officials who are sophisticated. He knows when to step back, when it's time to be quiet. Like, for example, this past week, he's been more subdued until obviously this latest Truth Social. But yeah, he's got Susie Wiles on his team who helped Ron DeSantis win his governorship. He's got Chris LaSafita, who created the Swift Boats campaign that pretty much took out Kerry. So, you know, he's got a better, more sophisticated team. But I still think at the end of the day, Trump is playing a different game because his freedom's on the line. Let's be honest. Like, he knows that. He has a ton of legal issues, and he has to win.
Yeah.
What else is he going to do?
Because you're saying that if he doesn't, then he has to face those legal trials. If he does win, he could maybe have them dismissed.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even if he is sentenced to, I don't know, house arrest, I'm sure they would prolong that or any sort of prison time. That's still hanging over this entire race, which could throw the entire race off, especially if there is a new candidate. Let's not forget, we have a sentencing in September, right around early voting time.
Rodney, you're a former congressman from Illinois. The Democrats are going to have their convention there. Do you think they made a mistake in choosing Chicago just because there were so many blue states, other blue states out there that are going to be competitive, or battleground states that are going to post their convention in? Was it smart for the Republicans to be here in Milwaukee, a battleground state because of Wisconsin? Illinois, classic. Chicago, it's going to be blue. You know it's going to go blue. What do you think the play was there and the thinking there?
Well, I think, number one, it's a great city, and it's a great convention city. And they're going to figure out where do their major donors want to go, where do their delegates want to go, and that's where we picked it. Remember, we had our convention in New York in 2004. I don't think we came close.
Yeah, but then it was Cleveland. It's moved from there. So far in this convention, the way it's been executed, you've been to a lot of conventions. You think this is one of the better ones?
It really is. Look, I'm the last person people would think would be excited to vote for President Trump. He's the reason I'm not in Congress anymore. He endorsed my opponent in my primary. But I'm watching what the Trump campaign has done under the leadership, as Tara said. I think Susie Wiles and Chris LaSavita have done a phenomenal job in keeping the messaging together with this campaign. And if this disciplined messaging from Donald Trump and his team and his surrogates remain for the next few months, he's going to win in a landslide.
All right, Rodney, we appreciate that. Tara Palmer, appreciate that as well. That's going to going to do it for our coverage right now of the Republican National Convention in this hour. I'm Tom Yamas in Milwaukee. We want you to stay with us. We're going to have much more. Hallie Jackson's back with me for more on this historic night as we lead into prime time. And, of course, tonight is the big night. Donald J. Trump is going to take the stage here in Milwaukee. We're going to all be watching that. Stay with NBC News now. We're going to tap in a little bit to coverage. I'll see you on the flip side.
Tonight, the Republican National Convention, day 4. And it was all leading up to this.
The next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Former President Trump taking the stage and speaking publicly for the first time since that failed assassination attempt.
His message to the country about what happened and how he wants to move the nation forward.
We will make America great again.
The featured speakers tonight, brawlers like Hulk Hogan and the head of the UFC, while the current president is in his own battle.
The question is, does the pressure become too great for him to stay at the top?
As the calls to drop out take on new urgency. Tonight, we're on the floor.
This is going to be a big moment at the RNC.
Let me take you for a little bit of a walk here because the floor is packed. And with the newsmakers.
You were on stage with President Trump during that assassination attempt.
As Donald Trump returns to the stage and makes his case for another term.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Live from Milwaukee, here are Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, live from the floor of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee.
And I'm Tom Yamas. It is the big night. First time the country will hear from former President Trump since that attempt on his life 5 days ago.
In just the last 5 minutes, we watched former President Trump walk in. You see him here, and there are so many questions swirling around the speech, from its message to what Mr. Trump's demeanor will be so soon after that shooting. The theme, of course, Make America Great Once Again. And his team has promised a bit of a different kind of speech. So what does that look like from Donald Trump? Will he call for unity? A source familiar with his walkthrough on the stage behind me here last night says that he was subdued with that shooting at the front of his mind and the pressure now on the Secret Service director to step down. We have a statement from her tonight that says she will not. We also expect to see the First Lady, Melania Trump, here at the RNC. We haven't seen her yet. She's been largely absent from the campaign trail, so that's another dynamic that we're keeping an eye on.
Yep, and you've also got another massive story we're following tonight, far away from where I'm standing, but just as critical to this race, and that's President Biden, with a person close to him telling our team that his candidacy is, quote, close to the end. That is a devastating quote. A potential fever pitch after his new COVID diagnosis, with more Democrats worried about his candidacy. One of them, former President Obama, the man he served under. Two people familiar with Mr. Obama's thinking says he has concerns about his ex-VP's ability to stay atop the ticket, that the path to winning is, one of the source's words, getting harder. Another source, this one close to President Biden, on defense, pushing back hard now at the idea of him dropping out.
We're going to have the latest on all of that as we are in for a pretty star-studded night here. You've got big names, celebrities like WWE star Hulk Hogan, singer Kid Rock. His sound check here lit the place up earlier today. UFC head Dana White will speak just before former President Trump ahead of that primetime speech in just the next few hours. I am here in the Pennsylvania delegation. Tom, you know I'm from Pennsylvania. These are my people. Critical. Thank y'all. I didn't even ask them to do that. That's just impromptu. This is one of the biggest battleground states, of course, and a place where last night's primetime speaker, Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, hopes to supercharge turnout among the Republican base. Let me show you here, too. We've got Wisconsin right over there, and then we've got Michigan just up here, too. These Rust Belt states, they got a front row seat. They have good views here to the stage, showing just how important they will be to the former president's campaign chances. And let me show you this. I want to give you some perspective here. I'm going to ask my lovely friends from Pennsylvania. I'm going to swing around. Look, there he is right up there. They just announced his name here in the convention hall. You hear the crowd roaring. They were on their feet when he came in. You see him up there. He's sitting with Senate candidate Sam Brown, some other folks. And that may be where we see Melania Trump coming up in the next little bit here. We do expect her to appear, according to sources familiar. Let me have you take a walk with me. Listen, it is packed here tonight. We actually saw people arriving earlier than we typically do, partly because this is it. This is a big night. This is when everybody shows up, all the senators, all the officials. So they've been really wanting to kind of keep us out of the aisles here. As I walk you over this way just a little bit, when it comes to what we're going to see from the former president tonight, I will tell you this. While campaign sources are telling us, that's okay, all good, we'll move. While campaign sources are telling us that the former president will call for unity, and that's been a major theme, I'm also told by people close to him, he's still Donald Trump. He's still going to draw that contrast between him and President Biden. So I will be looking tonight, Tom, for the policies that he lays out, for what his agenda for a second Trump term will be, and how he plans to implement that moving forward. Not just the tone, not just the reception, and not just what he will say, speaking for the first time publicly now since that assassination attempt against him. I gotta back off here, so I'm going to toss it up to you for just a second. I'm going to try to find some folks to chat with on the floor, but for now, Tom, I'll send it back to you in the booth.
All right, Hallie, we thank you for that. With me now, meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker, and NBC News senior political analyst Chuck Todd. Kristen, I'm going to start with you. You now have President Obama added to the mix with Speaker Pelosi, former Speaker Pelosi, Representative Adam Schiff, Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Chuck Schumer. The list goes on and on. My question tonight to people in the know is it now a question of not if, but when?
Absolutely, it feels that way, Tom. One Democratic lawmaker described this as a sad moment for the Democratic Party. The pressure has been building on President Biden. The choice is his, though. He's got to make that final decision with his family. And look, the fact that this has all been leaked out into the public, these conversations that he's been having with former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, leader Chuck Schumer, just sort of underscores they're basically saying we could do this the easy way or the hard way. We started off trying to do this the easy way. Now it's going to get tougher by the day. And I'm told that you can expect the number of lawmakers who call on him to drop out just to grow. The fact, you and I talked about this yesterday, that Congressman Adam Schiff joined the ranks of those calling for him to step down. Obviously, as Chuck pointed out, that was sanctioned inevitably by Nancy Pelosi. And it just speaks to the fact that the pressure is in some ways becoming too great.
Chuck, you know, I don't like to predict anything anymore in politics.
Yeah.
We are always surprised. No. Could we be surprised here? Could President Biden be stubborn and stay put, and could voters vote for him in November?
They could, but I'm really questioning whether the delegates will support him in his own convention. They're not bound to him. He, even in the NATO press conference, admitted that when he was asked. They can vote for who they want. He may push this to them, but I don't think he fully appreciates that he doesn't have the same control over his own convention today that he even had a week ago. How do we know this? Suddenly that virtual deadline had got moved. They didn't want to move it. Yeah. The party felt the pressure from congressional leaders to move it. So, no, and you want to talk about prying the nomination away from him the hard way. Having to do it that way, you know, humiliating him with his own delegates. I just can't imagine. Look, he's going to get there. I mean, the real problem is, you know, his closest advisor is the one that's played gatekeeper, and it's what's amazing here is all of a sudden everybody's pointing the finger at Mike Donalds. Yeah, that here was the guy. He's the one that is just
one of his key aides. Yeah,
that has ignored the polling. He trashes polling that he doesn't like. He's almost as stubborn as it sounds like as the candidate. And he's the one clearly giving misleading information, perhaps. Yeah. But it's certainly what Democrats think, that he's the one that has misrepresented this to the president, which has made the president so stubborn.
Not accept reality, possibly. Kristen, it's such a strange time we live in, right? Just a few months ago, the former president was facing 90 criminal charges. He was almost killed. He had to live through a very painful Manhattan criminal case where his alleged infidelities were brought up for the entire country. And now we're talking like the ball's in his court, and he's about to take the stage. How does he convince those undecided voters? And I know it's a small pool, but maybe those 40,000 voters that decided the election last time. And what else does he have to say tonight?
I think that the question tonight is, what is his definition of a unifying speech? Is he trying to unify the Republican Party, or is he going to reach out to the country? He has campaigned on the politics of grievance for so long. He's talked about retribution. But I interviewed Congressman Byron Donalds. He indicated we're not going to hear that rhetoric tonight, and we may not hear it as much on the campaign trail. Now, that's a big caveat. We'll have to see if that comes true. But it is clear that something shifted for the former president, and I think it's just going to be fascinating to see what his definition of unifying really looks like, because obviously this is someone who calls himself a counterpuncher. That's a part of his political brand. Can he completely abandon that? Undoubtedly, he's going to reference, the fight, fight, fight spirit.
Chuck, you'll remember when former President Trump, exploded onto the political stage, it was amateur hour in a lot of ways, right? And there were a lot of reports like, does he even have a campaign? They made a lot of mistakes. He's done 3 of these conventions now. One of them was virtual, but this is the 3rd time. Have they figured it out?
Yeah, this one they figured it out quite a bit. But it is interesting. Part of the reason why this isn't going to be a grievance speech is he has nothing to be grievance about.
Yeah, his cases have gotten either dismissed or moved, delayed.
He's been demanding this, and the courts have done it. He's been demanding immunity, and they gave it to him. So it's tough to manufacture grievance sometimes if there's nothing to complain about, at least for his own personal grievances on this point. But look, I also think there's something else happening here. 6 weeks ago, I think the country had said, I want nothing to do with this campaign. Maybe I'll pay attention in October. And we were wondering, what's a low turnout campaign going to look like? I think everything's up in the air now. I think even tonight there are people who 3 weeks ago would have told you, I'll never listen to a Donald Trump speech. We're going to I'm curious to see, how's he going to, is he different? Is he changed? And that's the opportunity, Tom.
Kristen, I think it's important to remind our viewers, 2020, it was, 2016 was 70,000 voters. 2020, about 40,000 voters had decided this election. Will we hear about immigration? Will we hear about the economy? Things are still expensive.
I think we will. I mean, I think he's going to talk about his core issues, but will he do it in the same bombastic way? That's the question. That's what we're going to be looking for. He's indicating he's not going to, and that's why I think this is so fascinating. What does this moment mean to him? How will that translate? And Chuck's point is the right one, which is that there is an opportunity to form some and court some new voters. We've seen that effort, by the way, for the first time throughout this convention, this attempt to reach outside to humanize Donald Trump. I think he's going to try to build on that tonight, and will he take advantage of it in a way that it resonates with that small slice of gettable voters?
It's interesting because a couple of months ago, the iconic image of former President Trump that he would say was his mugshot, right? And then you had speakers here talking about Grandpa Donald Trump. You had Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Governor Sanders, talking about how he would console her when members of the media sometimes went too far. It was a softening of his image.
It is, but there's one uncomfortable aspect to the softening of this. His wife. It's one of those, how come she's not showing up till tonight? That's just,
she does things her way, but you're right,
That is the only, she's not speaking, and she has spoken at previous conventions. I think people's, look, when you run for president, your personal life isn't personal anymore, so I'm not going to sit here and say, but that has been the one, I would call it an awkward fact.
And she has been such a powerful part of his political brand, right? And so to not have her here, there is a big absence. You feel it. And so she is expected to be here tonight, and there are going to be a lot of eyes.
She's not speaking. I thought maybe we didn't have her introduced.
It's interesting, though. I spoke with the Log Cabin Republicans who are here. She did a fundraiser with them.
She's done 2 events.
And he said...
Total for the campaign, both Log Cabin Republicans.
And he said, listen, she was totally dialed in. She does this because she wants it and she believes it, and she's still helping his campaign. Interesting times. All right, I want to send it back to the convention floor. We have Hallie Jackson who's there for us.
Hey, Tom, just to pick up on the conversation that you're having up there, having covered the former First Lady in the White House, there was this perception early on that perhaps there was distance between her and her husband, that maybe she was not on board with some of his policies viewed as more extreme. Ultimately, however, what became clear was that Melania Trump was just as much a part of the MAGA movement as her husband, and that is something else that you're hearing reflected, too, here in Milwaukee, here from the Republican convention, that the former First Lady, even if she is absent, people are saying, folks close to the former president are saying that means nothing about her lack of support in their view for her husband. Let me bring in Vaughn Hilliard here, who I found in the Arizona delegation. Vaughn, we were saying earlier, this is a packed house. It's always hard to move around on the floor of the convention. Tonight, especially so, as we're looking ahead to the former president's speech. Right. We're talking up in the booth. We're talking down here about the family members, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Now, there is something different, right, than the dynamic with Melania Trump, because they very intentionally stepped back from the political life a couple of years ago, went from being senior advisors in the White House, Jared Kushner touting the Abraham Accords that he says he helped negotiate, to being nearly invisible presences publicly on behalf of their father.
Right. Essentially, they did their 4 years of service, and upon leaving the administration, they went and started a private equity investment firm, which got about $2 billion from the Saudis. They have a lot of business going and a lot of business interests at stake. And so far, the question mark in 2022, when Donald Trump announced in November of 2022, would they even be there at Mar-a-Lago? The answer was no. During the trial, would they be at the trial? The answer was no. They have not appeared on the campaign trail at all with Donald Trump. Tonight will be the first time that we anticipate seeing Ivanka and Jared Kushner. Of course, they moved to Florida. They both got kids that are now teenagers, and clearly they've made a decision. I guess the question, though, is if they win a presidency the second time, knowing how much they were invested the first time around, especially when you said Jared Kushner's focus on striking Middle East peace deals, does the allure of that opportunity and the gravity of it, does that bring him back to the table?
And of course, it raises the question that came up early on in 2016 when the former president, as the lights dim here, they're getting ready to show a video here from the former president. So he's in this sort of interesting position of watching himself on the video screen here in the convention hall. Is this issue of business conflict? It is an issue that when I would ask questions to the former president about it, he would downplay, saying voters just don't care about that. The Trump family obviously barreled on, but when you bring up this private equity firm from Jared Kushner, the money from the Saudis, et cetera, that is an issue that Democrats have tried to press the case on.
And the Trump organization, which is currently really being led by Eric and Don Jr. right now, they continue to expand their interests. Not only are they currently working on construction on a hotel resort in Oman, they've also just literally 2 weeks ago announced a new project of naming rights on a project, a resort project in Saudi Arabia. Of course, there's also been pushback over the LIV, the golf tournament, which was Saudi-backed. Ultimately, it went into a merger with the PGA. But before that merger took place, Donald Trump was publicly supportive of the Saudi-backed golf tournament over the PGA, even hosted those tournaments at his golf clubs here in the U.S., I think 4 or 5 of them. And so there were some serious question marks, and it also kind of presented, does Donald Trump really want to get back into the ballgame, knowing that his business interests are on the line? But I think that the civil fraud trial, right, he was fined $350 million. But all of this comes to the heart of Donald Trump and his family, that they can keep coming. Everybody can criticize him all you want, but the American people are on his side, and that all the criticism, we won't have any repercussions. And so far, polling suggests that they, at least right now, may not be wrong.
That's right. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for making your way over here. I'm going to let you, your producer Dan Gallo, go roam, go be free. You're released. Thank you. We're going to have a lot more here live on the convention floor here in the Arizona delegation. Everybody ready for the big grand finale tonight. And then, of course, by the way, you know what happens at the end? The balloon drop. You see them all there, netted in there. We'll be right back live from Milwaukee with more continuing coverage picking up next.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back live now at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, right in the thick of it here on the convention floor. We've made our way over to the key battleground state of Arizona earlier, talking to you about those Rust Belt battlegrounds. But of course, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, they are also going to be critical in this November campaign. So we are waiting now for the former president to speak. Up on stage now, Alina Habba, one of his representatives legally. She is somebody who has been a part of the various legal issues facing the former president. One of his public defenders on that front. I see somebody that I want to bring in here, Tricia McLaughlin, Republican strategist, formerly a Vivek Ramaswamy staffer. Good to see you. Step in just a bit here, Tricia. I'm trying to just make sure we're out of everybody's way. Give me a sense of how you see the convention dynamic so far. There's been some discussion about perhaps an olive branch to bring in new audiences, to bring in new supporters, but at the same time, there is a sense of trying to bring out some red meat to boost the Republican base.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's an interesting dynamic at play because there's such a slim margin of people who are undecided at this point. It's really the slimmest margin of undecided voters in modern American presidential history. So we really got to gin up the base and get them excited. That being said, what happened on Saturday, I think that everyone recognizes we need to tamp down the rhetoric on both sides, and we need to really unite not just as Republicans, but as Americans at large. So I think tonight they're really setting him up to be not just Trump the fighter, but Trump the grandfather, Trump the father, Trump the friend. We're seeing a different side of him tonight, I believe, and I think it's going to be emotional. Melania is going to be here. All of Trump's children will be here, including Ivanka and Jared, which, they've been a little bit more out of the picture. So it's going to be an interesting night.
You talk about the slice of voters who will be critical in this race, independent voters. That is where, based on our polling, President Biden has a slight edge, roughly 39% ahead over former President Trump just a bit, but about 3 in 10 independent voters say they are still undecided right now in this race. Did Republicans here this week do enough to try to win them over?
I think that Gold Star families, those coming in yesterday, that speaks directly to what a lot of people are upset with Joe Biden's foreign policy and him really leading on the global stage. Him saying, no, those 13 Americans did not die in Afghanistan. Those families spoke directly to that. And I think that independents are going to recognize that. Undecided voters are going to recognize that. And Donald Trump has really handled himself very well after this. He's been transcendent. He's been unifying. He's been more of a statesman, I think, than we've seen in the last 4 years.
Trish, thank you very much. It's great to be with you. Thank you for being on with us and making your way over here to us on the floor. Of course, Democrats have been watching this Republican National Convention unfold, and you had Vice President Kamala Harris out on the campaign trail today. Of course, while President Biden is home in Delaware resting up after that COVID diagnosis. And she went after this convention, saying that Republicans are trying to show unity and essentially paper over what Democrats describe as extreme rhetoric and an extreme agenda. So that's the lay of the land here. Tom, I'm looking over to my left. Can you see this? Look at that. There's Tom Yamas right over there, right by New Mexico with Hogan Gidley. Cowboy hat a little bit in the way. I don't know if Mark Ringo can see it. Tom, I'm going to toss it back to you and Hogan. I'll try to make my way to you unless I get hung up here.
We love that, Haley. Thank you so much. Hallie Jackson for us. A lot of people are talking about Hulk Hogan. We got another Hogan right here. Hogan Gidley. Hogan, talk to us about tonight. I mean, it is a different cast of characters. Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan. You're going to have Dana White from the UFC. What does it all mean?
I still think this is about unity. We've done a good job kind of keeping that theme throughout the entire conference. The people are fired up. I've been to a lot of these in the course of my political career. I've never seen people so happy and so enthusiastic. But more than that, I think they're focused on making sure they do the things needed after this. They realize that at the close of tonight's speech, which they're all excited for, that's the start of it, not the end of it. And now we're hearing all this news swirling around about Joe Biden and what his potential future looks like. And so people are ready to get into the fight.
One of your close friends, somebody you've worked with for a long time, is Governor Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas. We also heard from the former president's granddaughter yesterday. It was a softening of the image, right? Even though we've seen images like his mugshot over the last year, we also saw the softer side. What What is the strategy there?
Well, what's interesting is people who know him best, people who've worked with him for a long time, like myself, we've seen that softer side. We know how much he cares about the average American. We know what he does behind the scenes to people who are hurting.
We've also seen him destroy people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We've also seen that too. And so I think one of the things they were trying to accomplish here and have done a good job pointing out is the fact that so many people need to see that side of him. So they're bringing up people who know him as a granddad, who know him as a dad, who've worked for him, and they've had those tender moments together, because the American people get, skewed images of politicians all of the time, for good, bad, or different, because of the media's coverage. And so I think this is a really good reset to say this is what Donald Trump is, who he is. And after that shot that almost took his life, the entire tone and tenor changed of this whole outfit.
He watches a lot of TV news. He watches a lot of TV in general. You know this. You worked for him. How much do you think he's following the story on the Democrats right now?
Oh, I would imagine he's watching it pretty intently. I mean, listen, he is focused, though, on tonight, right? The whole thing is culminating with this big exclamation point that is his speech, him accepting the nomination. He's in the box, so he won't know much for a while until he goes back and he'll ask some questions. He's always thinking about what else is going on, but he also understands tonight's the night where he really has to accentuate the unity message, bring it home for not just this crowd here, but to the millions of eyes watching around the world.
I was thinking about the differences between this and 2016, and even though they were learning a lot on the job in 2016, the whole family was united. Ivanka, Jared were here, and Melania was here. They're going to be here tonight. Do you think it was a mistake that it took them this long to get here?
Oh, no. They've been with him from the outset. I mean, 2016...
Not for this campaign cycle.
Well, they're not like out on the trail, but I mean, listen, he was also brand new at the time. No one knew the guy. Only his family knew him close, and he didn't really trust many people than the folks he had core around him, not to mention his family. And so what he had to figure out was, after being president for 4 years and developing all those record-setting successes, now he has armies of people, teams of people that can go out and speak on behalf. They can go up on this stage and give intimate details about what a great man he is, what a great politician, what a great leader, a legend he is. And that's the difference now than it was in 2016, is he's got a record to stand on as a president.
Yeah. Hogan, if you end up going to professional wrestling, you could do the political spinner. It could be like your move that ends the match.
The political spinner, that's great.
Hogan Gidley, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you. Much more to come from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee right after this.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now live on the floor of the Republican National Convention. I've made my way over to Tom. We're here just outside the Tennessee delegation, Tom, with a pretty good view of the stage back here as we wait for the big show tonight, the big speech from former President Trump.
Hallie, it is so loud here, and you're right next to me, and I can barely hear you. I know what you said, but it's hard to hear it, and I think it's a good sign. It's a sign that people here are excited. They're looking forward to the last night of the convention. This is the most packed we have seen the convention hall since we've been here. The energy's the highest. People have been singing and dancing for the last few hours. I will tell you this, Hallie, looking back at 2016, the virtual convention in 2020, this is their third convention. I think it's fair to say the Republicans have figured this out. Donald Trump's team has figured this out. He hired 2 campaign veterans to run his campaign this year. You can notice the difference. The conventions went off before without a problem, but there was drama. This convention so far, there's been no drama.
I do think that says probably more about where the party is and less about where his staff is, although you're right, it is definitely a different kind of campaign this cycle. Partly it is because 8 years ago, the Never Trump movement, as anemic, frankly, as it was at the time, was still something. It has all but disappeared now.
They were trying.
Yeah, and what's so interesting, too, is we talk about the evolution of where the party is. It is almost as though 8 years later, as the Washington Post puts it, Donald Trump is finally getting the coronation that he never had in 2016. You look at somebody like Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, talk about the Never Trump movement. He describes himself as a Never Trump guy, and now here he is on the Trump-Vance ticket, Tom.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. And we're going to have some surprises, right? We're going to see Melania Trump, as you mentioned, the former First Lady, for the first time this convention. She's going to be here in the House. Ivanka Trump and Jared, all three of them have taken a largely, sort of backseat this time around in the campaign. They were so crucial to that first campaign. But time changes. You spend a lot of time in politics, spend time in D.C. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't like it, right? And some of them have dipped out. I know, Hallie Jackson, man, you are D.C. all over. But some people, it's not for them. And clearly for that faction of the family, it wasn't for them. But they'll be here tonight. They'll be out here supporting him. And of course, everyone's going to tune in for that speech. And the big question, will we see that new Donald Trump, or will it be the classic Donald Trump that's really gotten him this far? But after that experience on Saturday, maybe he has changed.
And I do want to be clear here. I think that based on the conversations we've both been having, I don't know that it will be one extreme or the other. I don't know that it's going to be a clean division between again, quote unquote, and I say this with heavy quotes, new Donald Trump, especially because this is somebody who has been on the national stage for 8 years. We know the rhetoric from American Carnage in his inauguration speech in 2017 to what he's talking about at rallies even more recently, a more ominous tone, warning of a nation in crisis. Now, Eric Trump is telling our Garrett Haig that this speech will be more positive, but he will still go after, I'm told, President Biden and the Biden agenda. After all, that's what this is all about. And what's interesting, too, when I'm talking with delegates on the floor, I was over in Michigan a little bit ago, what comes up? The Democrats and the division inside the Democratic Party right now as President Biden himself faces a political crisis.
I'm going to ask Markwayne, one of our famous photographers here, to just pan right if you can, Mark. I want to get those Texas delegation. The cowboy hats are waving. And I do that because look who's here, one of our favorite Texans. I was just talking about the Texas delegation, man. Your people are over there. So do you have a 10-gallon hat, Garrett? Have you been known to wear one?
I do have a 10-gallon hat, although it's not polite to wear it inside. I'm not going to tell them that, but we're just not going to do that.
But when it comes to political reporting, you're not all hat, no cattle. We know you got the goods. What are your sources telling you in the Republican Party?
Look, my sources in the Republican Party have never felt better about where they are in the Trump era. I mean, the civil war that we've all reported on for the last 8 or 10 years appears to be functionally over. I mean, Donald Trump, after he lost the White House, I think there was a real moment of crisis for the party where they really couldn't figure out what direction they were going. But frankly, ever since the indictment in New York a little more than a year ago, when he started to pull away from the rest of the pack in the primary race, there's been no meaningful dissent in the party about the direction they were going, and Democrats have only helped them, I think, get to this point in terms of the chaos on that side. The people I talked to in the Trump campaign feel like the only way they're going to lose this is if they trip over their own feet, basically.
I'm curious, because of the assassination attempt, where does he go from here after the convention? What does the campaign calendar look like for him? Is he going to slow down? Do the events get smaller?
I think we've probably seen the last outdoor event that we're going to see for the Trump campaign. Yeah, I mean, look, I would never say never with Donald Trump, but they've already advised the next event in Grand Rapids. That's going to be in an indoor arena. We saw a lot of those smaller events during the primary. A lot of his campaign advisors preferred those events anyway. The big rallies are hugely expensive and not especially well targeted. You know, if you do a big rally in Iowa and 5,000 of the 10,000 people who come are from Illinois or Indiana who drive over, you're not hitting the voters you want to hit. So I think there's probably a desire to be smaller, safer, more focused, save some money. Also, I think we might see him be not especially active in the next couple of weeks if the chaos in the Democratic Party continues. Basically, by going golfing and staying out of the headlines for the 10 days before this convention, post-debate, Donald Trump let the focus be on Joe Biden and on Democrats' struggles to kind of get their act together as a party. They may very well do the same thing here, focus on raising money, talking, you know, doing finance events, let J.D. Vance improve his skills at this, and stay out of Joe Biden's way for a little bit.
The crowd going wild right now, not for Garrett Haake, but Tucker Carlson just taking the stage right now here at the Republican National Convention. It's actually interesting. After Joe Biden's inauguration, I spoke to a lot of Republicans, about maybe 20 or 30 Republicans, to ask who was the next face of the party. And I can't tell you how many people mentioned Governor Ron DeSantis. They mentioned others, but they also mentioned Tucker Carlson. He has a huge following in the conservative movement. He has since left his perch in cable news. He is doing his own thing right now, taking sort of a different track in the way he wants to cover events and things like that, but still incredibly popular here. He was also in the VIP box with former President Trump on night one. So Tucker Carlson here at the convention. And I think we're going to have much more to come from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee right after this.
No prompter.
I have never been
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
We're back now live from the floor of the Republican National Convention. My colleague Jacob Soboroff, who's just to the left of me here in Milwaukee, speaking with the president a moment ago. Jacob, what did he tell you?
Tom, I'm right here directly below former President Trump's box, and a couple of minutes ago, you know, he had sat and watched a couple of the speeches, and he got up and he walked out, and as he walked out, I was able to quickly shout a question to him. We have the tape of that right now. Take a look. Mr. President, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, sir? What do you want the nation to know ahead of your speech, sir? President Trump says he's feeling good ahead of his speech tonight. Tom, it was the first time that I've seen former President Trump this close since the attempted assassination on Saturday. He gave the double thumbs up. He said good when I asked him that question. And I have to say, he looked good. He was moving well. He was moving quickly. But he was, in all likelihood, going to prepare for the speech. So the headline there is former President Trump says he's doing good, he's feeling good ahead of his speech tonight. Tom?
Jacob, who's he around today? Have you noticed anybody, some of the notables that are coming to sit with him in the VIP box? We know it's going to be a lot of his family, but who else is he with?
He was next to Jason Aldean, the country music superstar, for much of the night, and that was notable because he was wearing Jason Aldean was wearing a hat and his T-shirt, his signature look. Senator Ted Cruz was also in the box earlier this evening, as was Senator Mike Lee. James Lankford from Oklahoma was also in the box further behind him. And I'm just trying to see if I can get a look right now, but I'm having a hard time seeing from this vantage point. Tucker Carlson's on the stage right now, as you know, Tom, and a lot of the folks here are trying to listen to him.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're kind of using the golf voice, because people do want to listen to what Tucker has to say, especially this room in here. Jacob, I do want to ask you, explain to our viewers the difference between the last 3 nights and tonight, the energy level, the amount of people here, and how it looks like it's definitely the main event.
The energy level, look, the people are excited, Tom. Excuse me for 1 second, Tom. Sir, go ahead. Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. Tom, the folks here are asking us to move a little bit. I'm going to take a little move this way. We'll come back to you in just a second because folks are really intent on listening to Tucker Carlson.
Jacob, no worries, man. We get it. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come right back live from the Republican National Convention.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. We are now on the floor of the Republican National Convention once again for our NBC special coverage live in Milwaukee. I want to give you a sense of how busy this place is. Check this out.
As we watch, you can see it's pretty much standing room only. Thousands here in the convention floor, thousands in the stands as well. Everyone right now listening to Tucker Carlson, but also sort of looking around for the other notables. I know our Hallie Jackson has a big interview set up right now. Hallie, who are you talking to?
Yeah, I just ran into North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who is joining us here on the floor. Governor, thank you for being with us on a big and busy night.
Yes, well, it's great to be here, and it's going to be an electric night with President Trump. Only 5 days since an assassination attempt coming out in front of this crowd tonight. It's going to be explosive.
You've spent some time with him since then. You've had conversations with him, I know. Can you give us a sense of his state of mind? He just told our Jacob Soboroff that he's feeling good. Do you think he is a changed person, or is he the same Donald Trump that you knew before Saturday?
Well, he's the same Donald Trump in the way that he's a fighter, he's courageous, he's strong, all the things that he was before. But last night, I think everybody in the room could see when his granddaughter Kai was speaking. And think about, you're sitting there and you're like, 4 days ago, I was a millimeter away from having my life ended in an assassination attempt. And then now you're sitting there and watching your beautiful granddaughter on stage giving her first public speech ever. I mean, the sense of gratitude and pride that I think is filling him right now is that he's realizing in the moment, like, hey, this whole convention might not have our whole country could have been in mourning and chaos. And now instead we've got unity. We got the party aligned. We've got people going forward. And I think, again, it's when you think about divine providence, when it's just down to that difference between those two futures for our country, I think he's also filled with a lot of gratitude for the moment.
You and I have talked before about unity. Democrats see what's happening here tonight and what's happening this week very differently. Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign trail suggesting that Republicans are seeking to paper over a record of extremism and an extreme agenda under the veil of unity. And I'm paraphrasing here. How do you respond to that?
Well, I don't think there's anything extreme about having an economic plan that would lower inflation for every American. That's not a Republican idea. That helps independents and Democrats. Lower interest rates helps everybody in America. Having our border be secure helps every American. So all of the things, ending wars abroad, that helps every American. It is not. I don't get the. I just dismiss the whole hypothesis or thesis that somehow there's something extreme about a set of policies that actually raise everybody in our country up.
You've developed a relationship with the former president over the course of the last several months here. We watched you speak last night. You talked a lot about energy. Secretary of Energy, is that maybe in the works for you? Have you had any conversations about what your role might be if Donald Trump were to win?
Well, I think the key thing is we've got to get President Trump elected. Of course, we don't even know who he's going to be running against on the other side. There's these elections. A lot of things can change. The polls today look fantastic. He looks unbeatable against Joe Biden.
What about against, if it were to be, for example, Vice President Kamala Harris? Does that concern you more?
It doesn't concern me because unless somehow the Democratic Party is going to adopt a new set of policies, because they've announced they want to raise taxes. They've done nothing to say they want to control the border. They don't have a clear plan on how to support Israel or our allies abroad. And they've got an energy policy which is going to continue to drive inflation and then actually fund Iran and Russia to fight the wars against us. So, this party here, what you're seeing is coming together. I'll call it the new Republican Party. It's not extremism. It's common sense. That's the thing. If you read the 20-point platform that President Trump has put together, it's hard to disagree with anything on there. And if you read it, they aren't really Republican principles. It's like things that help all Americans.
Governor Doug Burgum, you ready for the balloon drop later on tonight?
Like I said, I think it's going to be exciting. I mean, we've never had someone who's had a near-death experience survive an assassination attempt, literally been shot, and then come on stage to accept the nomination. But then on top of that, I mean, we got Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock. We got a lot of things coming tonight. I mean, this is must-see TV, and people in America need to tune in tonight.
A couple of brawlers for sure on stage. Governor, thank you so much. Tom, I'll send it back to you.
Here we go, Congressman. Yeah. All right, we're here live with Florida Congressman Mike Waltz right now on the convention floor. Congressman, thanks so much for talking to us. We always appreciate it. You had a chance to talk with former President Trump, you told me yesterday. Is he ready for his big primetime speech?
Oh, of course. But I love the fact that he is personally rewriting it. I was co-chair of the platform committee. He edited it from 80 pages down to 12. But what I've loved about this convention is truly the Big Ten of the Republican Party has been on display. The first night.
Explain that.
Well, I mean, you've got Amber Rose, you have a head of the Teamsters, you have a priest holding up a cross, and you have a woman chanting in Hindu. And that was just night one. And, you know, I was just so honored to be up with the Gold Star families from Abbey Gate, from the Afghanistan withdrawal, and really for the world to see how frustrated and angry they are, not only for the questions that they still have, but for something that should have never happened.
You talked to the former president yesterday. Everyone's talking about the speech that he ripped up. He's supposed to give a new speech after what happened on Saturday. Do you think we're going to see a changed Donald Trump?
Well, look, as somebody who's been in combat, having bullets whiz by your head, getting wounded, seeing someone die in front of you, changes everyone. That is only human nature. But at the same time, look, I think you have someone who's a fighter. Clearly, that's his persona. But you've also seen Granddad Trump. Yeah. You've seen what I talked about was him spending an entire evening with the 13 Gold Star families. And they came up to me afterwards and said, he helped me heal. The consoler in chief, I should say.
Do you think voters, especially voters that are undecided, will understand that? Will they, quote unquote, buy it? A couple months ago, the iconic image that Republicans were sending around was the Donald Trump mugshot. And now we're hearing about Grandpa Trump. We're hearing about, he also consoled Governor Huckabee Sanders. It's obviously a strategy. Do you think it's one that's going to connect with voters?
But at the same time, you're seeing everyday Americans identify that. There are people who, across the minority community, don't think the justice system is fair. And so they're identifying with him in terms of being treated unfairly in the mugshot. Yeah. And then you have J.D. Vance, who I think had a conversation and talking about his very difficult upbringing. There are families all over the country that have dealt with addiction in their parents and in their loved ones that JD talked about. So I think it's also resonating because people can identify with it.
Another high-profile senator, Senator John Tester of Montana, has called on President Biden to step down. Do you think the president survives this?
You know, it's completely his decision. He has the delegates. He has literally the campaign bank account. This is his decision. Many of us have thought he's not up to the task. The world is on fire. The economy isn't well. The border is out of control. So we'll see if he does the right thing for the country.
Congressman, we appreciate it. Congressman, let's go over to Vaughn Hilliard. He has, okay, I'm sorry, guys. This surprised me. He's with Lee Greenwood. Vaughn, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Tom. We are here with Lee Greenwood, and I can say I've been to a lot of Trump rallies over the years, and every single time that Donald Trump goes onto that stage, he plays you. God bless the USA. Number one, when did you first meet Donald Trump?
Well, actually, my wife, Kim, who's over on my left here, she worked for Donald Trump with the Miss Universe organization. Well, she was a Miss Tennessee USA, and she directs Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi for Miss USA still. When Donald Trump took the presidency, he had to sell Miss Universe. So that's the first time I met him was during that time. And so we've been married 32 years, so it's quite a while ago.
At what point did he tell you that he wanted to walk out to your song every time that he comes on a campaign stage?
Oddly enough, we never had that conversation. When he started using the song, of course, I heard it on TV, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Another president, you know, because we worked with others who also used God Bless You.
I was going to say, if I'm not wrong, back in the 80s, there was a certain president that also used it.
I'm actually having the Ronald Reagan cufflinks on right now.
Did you think that 40 years later, after Ronald Reagan, you'd be the one introducing the President of the United States, the former president and the man that wants to be the president again, when he walked out on Monday night, the first time publicly after being shot of an attempted assassination, you were the one that introduced him to the arena. What was that moment like up there as you played with the band?
He requested that. Actually, we didn't know he was going to come to the RNC at all after the shooting. But when he told our camp, he said, I want Lee in there Monday. When I come into the arena, I want him to introduce me. And that's a matter of trust, because they give me that responsibility for this entire building and the RNC on opening night to make sure everybody knows we love him. He came here that night because we are his people.
When you were singing and introducing him, what was your vantage point? during that moment?
I was on the bandstand, which I'll be tonight as well, and I could see him across the arena. I didn't know who he was going to come in with. He actually came in with the VP choice, Vance from Ohio, and at the moment I felt that he was comfortable in the box. That's when I started singing, and then I took my liberty to say what I said. It was a little bit from the heart.
Lastly, what are you expecting tonight?
Well, I expect the president to be grateful that he's here. I expect him to give the message of unity and just say, God bless America.
Thank you for your musical work over the years, my friend. It was very good to meet you. Thank you.
Okay.
Tom, Hallie, Lee Greenwood.
Von, quite the interview. I'm with Chuck Todd. Chuck, I want to get your reaction to the breaking news. I don't know if you've heard it or not. Senator John Tester, Montana, also calling for President Biden to step down. Your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's what he's facing now, is it's going to be this constant drip. I think since this morning's news, I think this is the fourth sitting member of Congress that's done it. Obviously, him being a prominent senator who's up, who already, Biden's running 20 points behind Trump in some polls in Montana. Tester up. And this is why Biden can't stay in the race. Because now how does Tester, let's say he does, how does Tester defend Biden in any sort of debate?
Yeah. Come on, no, man, you can come. Come on. It's a convention. You're delegate.
And that's now what Biden faces. So, they've been putting out some aggressive talking points. He's apparently angry about how much the pile-on is taking place, but they tried to do this quietly, and now it's going to be noisy.
Yeah. The Democrats from here, they have about a month until their convention.
Yeah.
Do you think that is hashed out before then? Is that enough time, or do you think it could just all erupt at the convention?
If they let this erupt at the convention, it's then they are going to have a repeat of 68, not necessarily on the outside, but 68 was chaos on the inside because there wasn't a lot of trust in how the nomination process worked. A lot of people felt as if Humphrey should. So there are some older Democrats who look at that and say that's no model. I think this is something that gets agreed upon beforehand, and that the convention itself becomes sort of rubber stamping Harris and whoever she picks as the running mate.
David Plouffe is with us now. David, of course, helped Barack Obama become president twice, helped with the re-election as well. David, I do want to ask you, when you're the leader of the free world, do you still listen to other people, especially people that are going to tell you, we want you to step down and no longer be the commander-in-chief in the next term? That's got to be a tough conversation. And is that something you think President Biden would be listening to?
I think so. I mean, it's probably the toughest conversation, I think, Joe Biden and any successful president. That's predicated on listening to advisors, cabinet members, world leaders, people in the other party and your own party. I think obviously candidates take their own races very personally. Here's someone who won the presidency in 2020, is rightly proud of his record. So it's probably the hardest conversation to have. And I've worked on a lot of races through the years, Tom. People generally don't get in the arena unless they think they can win, even when they're behind. And most of them have some history of being able to do that. I think this is in a different place where he's probably going to come up voices, both those,
David,
party leaders, but also people inside the tent.
David, the saying goes, the numbers don't lie. There's been some discussions that President Biden is not believing the polls, or he thinks the polls aren't right. When it comes to fundraising, those numbers won't lie. Is that sort of the last straw that broke the camel's back, do you think, in this situation? Because we know big donors, people like Jeffrey Katzenberg, have had tough conversations as well with the Biden-Harris re-elect team.
Well, listen, my sense, Tom, is let's say at the end of this, Joe Biden is the nominee. Maybe not all, but I think there'll be a lot of people who come back who will contribute, because that's the only thing standing between Donald Trump and the White House. I think it's frozen a little bit now. So I think much more important than fundraising is there a pathway to 270 electoral votes that's plausible, that doesn't take a miracle? And I think that's what they're wrestling with tonight.
It's your party.
David Plouffe for us. The convention floor is getting packed. Come on, sir. If you want to come through, go for it. I'm here with Chuck Todd. Chuck, as we close out our coverage here at this hour, you can go for it. Come on. She's got her Lincoln hat on. She's ready to go. People are excited at this convention. This convention's packed. People have been smiling for 4 days straight, even after what happened Saturday. Is this a testament to where the Republican Party's at, but also the Trump team's organization?
It is. And look, and there's another reality in American politics. The party that's more united usually has a better chance of winning. And right now, the Republicans are united. The Democrats are the ones that are divided right now. And this convention, look, I don't think any of us knew what to expect. But this is a group of folks here, I think, that see maybe it's divine intervention. There's a lot of confidence, and I think they see it as destiny that he's going to win this election. And the only question now is how much, if Democrats change candidates, it is like flipping up the chessboard. Right. All of a sudden, everything could change. But look, even tonight, look, 6 weeks ago, I didn't think people wanted to hear anything about this presidential race. There's going to be a whole new engaged country in this race right now, in a way, just because of the events of the last 20 days.
Yeah, come on, man. You want to come through here? Come on. Our Texas delegation, they've been so polite to us. We want to make sure they get through here. They've been great.
Let's look at delegation.
I know, seriously. I do want to ask you, though, before we go here, you're mentioning about people talking about this, watching this. I don't want to be cynical, but we should be skeptical. Will this matter? Will this convention matter?
Look, I'm old enough to remember when Michael Dukakis left this convention with a 17-point lead, and he lost in a blowout. The last time we've had a blowout presidential election was that one. So, you know, it's amazing how quickly these things go away. We know even how fast events move, how events change. So, look, I think it certainly is a united front. I don't know how much it holds. I think the Democratic story could be such a dominant story in the next 2 weeks that it might kind of overshadow. And the question I have is, will J.D. Vance get a chance to make an impression? Because actually, it would be the next 2 weeks that he would. Now he might not.
Chuck Todd for us. Chuck, always a pleasure to talk to you. We're going to wrap up this hour of coverage. Our continuing coverage picks up right after that. You got Hulk Hogan coming up, Kid Rock, and of course the main event, former President Trump. He's going to take that stage right there. The entire convention hall is going to be watching. We thank you for watching.
Tonight, a historic moment for Donald Trump.
The former president taking center stage to accept the Republican Party's nomination for the third time.
His first public address since narrowly surviving an assassin's bullet.
The Republican ticket is set.
I officially accept your nomination to be vice president.
Trump, Vance. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, now VP nominee, elevated to the national stage.
As Mr. Trump states his case for return to the White House.
From NBC News, live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention.
Yes, and as we come on the air in this packed arena in Milwaukee, we are gearing up for a historic night. Former President Donald Trump and his first major address since surviving that attempt on his life.
In his speech, Mr. Trump will formally accept the Republican nomination for president for the third time. He said he had rewritten his speech from scratch after the assassination attempt. The Trump campaign saying he plans to call for unity in the country.
And that speech, of course, will cap off 4 days of remarks from his top supporters, including his new vice presidential nominee last night, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
But tonight also promises to be a different kind of night. Earlier this week, we mostly heard from politicians. But tonight, we'll hear from the CEO of UFC, musician Kid Rock, and legendary wrestler Hulk Hogan, taking the stage in just a few moments here in Milwaukee.
The theme is fighting for America, and it will be a remarkable split-screen image, too. A unified Republican Party here in Milwaukee. And tonight, Democrats grappling with whether or not to replace President Biden as their party's nominee. News breaking tonight, a person close to the president telling NBC News, quote, "We're close to the end," as his top allies race for him potentially to step aside. We have a lot to talk about in a moment, but first, let's once again bring in our panel. We've got Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. We're going to bring this speech from Hulk Hogan to you live in just a moment, but I think we got to start with this breaking news, Hallie, because it's been a day of rapid developments on this issue of whether President Biden will be the nominee of his party.
You now have multiple top Democrats, publicly or privately, as as reported by multiple outlets, suggesting to President Biden that he cannot win come November, and this real sense that the clock is ticking and that the president is on that clock to make a decision very soon. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard now from the second Senate Democrat, only the second Senate Democrat, but notable here at Jon Tester, who's running in the state of Montana. This is a state that former President Trump won by about 16% in 2016, 20% in 2020. It is a very red state, and Jon Tester's really in a huge political fight here. It is not altogether surprising that he is seeking to distance himself from President Biden, although he is acknowledging that he believes President Biden has served the country well. There's a respectful tone, but also an urgent tone that the president has got to make this decision soon. I will tell you that in my conversation with Republicans here, if it were to be some scenario where, let's say, Vice President Kamala Harris takes the top of the ticket, and we don't know that to be the case yet, I've noticed an interesting shift in the GOP conversation around this. It is less of a comment of, it's going to be President Biden, that's what we're ready for, as we saw a few weeks ago. And I'm hearing much more of this discussion of Republicans looking to lash Harris to the Biden agenda, even if she is at the top of the ticket.
You have to figure they are doing their polling just as much as Democrats are right now.
But here's the tricky thing, Lester. It kind of depends on which poll you look at to see how Vice President Harris does against former President Trump in a head-to-head matchup. There are some surveys that show that she maybe does a little bit better than President Biden. There's some surveys that suggest that it's pretty much a dead heat. Thing is, it's all hypothetical until it actually happens and voters have a sense to process it.
And behind the scenes, Republicans have not made much secret of their desire to run against President Biden. But let's talk about here, Milwaukee, tonight. We're going to hear from President Trump, his first extended remarks since the attempt on his life. What are you expecting?
Savannah, this is a huge moment for former President Trump, arguably the most important political speech of his lifetime. It's also a huge potential opportunity. Think about it this way. Prior to that assassination attempt against his life, Americans who are skeptical of former President Trump might not have tuned into this event. That might be different tonight. He might get people tuning in, those gettable voters, that small sliver of the American electorate that might be curious, that might be feeling a little bit more engaged. So he has said that he's ripped up his speech, he's rewritten it, he wants to deliver a unifying message. The question is, what does unifying mean for former President Trump? We've interviewed Eric Trump. He acknowledges his dad's always going to be a counter puncher. That's never going to change. But will we see differences in his tone and his rhetoric? One other thing I'll be looking for, this gets to what Hallie was saying, how often does he name check Biden, and how often does he speak more broadly about his administration's policies?
I'm wondering if you're going to hear more Kamala Harris than you might otherwise have.
Absolutely. We'll be looking for that and listening for that as well, Lester, because there's no doubt that you're seeing a two-pronged campaign start here. Of course, the ongoing one against President Biden, but with the pressure mounting on President Biden to drop out of this race, Republicans are turning their sights to the vice president.
And there's a difference between unity and the idea that, changing tone, so that we don't know what we're going to hear, a different tone, different words.
Absolutely. Let's just take a step back and think about where we started this campaign. Former President Trump facing 4 indictments. The big question was, would that be a drag on his political campaign? It only emboldened him in the primary, didn't stop him in the general, and now most of those legal battles have been delayed. So he addresses this convention, these Republicans, and the nation tonight coming from a very emboldened position.
Just after 9 o'clock East Coast time, we'll be showing you images from the floor, including the actor Russell Brand mixing and mingling with the crowd. We expect J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, to come in any moment. It's a party atmosphere. People are getting their boogie on, feeling very, very good about their prospects in November. I think a lot of us wondered what would be the tone here after this serious attempt on the former president's life, but it has been jubilant. That the cheese indicates that is the delegation from Wisconsin. And I think we've got Tom Yamas down on the floor to give us a flavor. Tom, what are you seeing?
How you doing tonight? I can tell you this is the most electric night so far. The energy level here has been through the roof for the last 3 or 4 hours, right? People have been on their feet dancing and singing. Over there, way over there in the Texas delegation, they've been waving their 10-gallon hats all over the place. People have their signs. And it's interesting, right? Because when you think about politically speaking, President Trump's career, former President Trump's career, in the beginning, they got a lot of knocks, right? Because essentially they said they didn't have a campaign. They've now done 3 conventions, right? 2 2 real ones, 1 virtual. This is the 3rd one, by far the best so far. The reason why I say that, they've had no drama. They've been completely unified. Everything has gone as planned, and it is somewhat of a random convention. We're going to hear from people, as you mentioned, like Hulk Hogan, right? We're going to hear Kid Rock. We had Amber Rose earlier in the week. But when you talk to Republicans, they say that is America, right? America is made up of a lot of different people. They wanted to show all those faces, and that the Republican tent is bigger. If that's true, we'll know in November. We don't know yet. They're going to have to convince a lot of voters if they want to get back to the White House. But they have been riding high for 2 reasons. 1, former President Trump survived that horrific assassination attempt. He's come here. He looks like he's in good spirits. But 2, they love what they're watching on the news when it comes to Democrats. The Democrats in disarray. Usually it's Republicans in disarray. You'll remember 2016, even in 2020, the Never Trumpers. You don't even hear about those people anymore. I actually interviewed somebody here who was a congressional candidate. Donald Trump had endorsed the guy who was running against him. That guy won, and this congressional candidate still came here because he loved Donald Trump so much, even though he ended his political career. That's the type of adoration, if you will, that people have for former President Trump. And as you mentioned, there'll be a couple of surprises in the VIP box. Way in the back there, Melania Trump, who we have not seen a lot of on this campaign trail. The first time here tonight, along with Ivanka Trump and Jared. It's going to be an exciting night. It's going to be a great night of politics. Savannah, back to you.
All right. Tom, was hard to catch that. We're ROCKing in the USA here pretty loudly, but I think we've got Jacob Soboroff on the floor for us, and he had a quick interchange with the former president himself. Hey, Jacob.
Hi, Savannah. Hi, Lester. Good evening to you guys. Just a few minutes ago, under former President Trump's box, he walked out ahead of his speech this evening. I had a chance, as you said, to have a quick exchange with him. Let's take a look at that if we have it. Mr. President, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, sir? What do you want the nation to know ahead of your speech, sir? Savannah, Lester, you heard there, the former president said he's feeling good. He gave me the double thumbs up. I have to tell you, watching him walk out, he was walking very well. He was walking rapidly. He had a smile on his face, and it was the first time I've seen him that close since the attempted assassination. And he looked like normal President Trump. So he's on his way, we know, from there to his box, out here to the stage. And it'll be a matter of moments before we hear what his message to the nation is tonight.
Great reporting, Jacob. As we watch this crowd, they are fired up. You can only imagine the kind of reception he will get. Obviously, he's been here on subsequent nights, but for this moment, accepting his party's nomination with fresh in his mind, fresh in all of our minds, that image of him being gunned down, it's going to be likely an emotional night as well.
Well, and never forget, this is a reality television star. He has a flair for the dramatic. We can remember him walking out in 2016 in silhouette in that moment. I got Kid Rock ready to perform, Hulk Hogan ready to speak. We'll bring you that live. I believe we're waiting for J.D. Vance, and that turned Hallie Jackson. We're going to see a lot of the family, the full family tonight, except for Barron. But Melania Trump hasn't been here yet. She's going to appear tonight. Ivanka, Jared, all expected to be here.
Expected to make an appearance for the first time this convention week, and it's been interesting here. You look at the former First Lady. She spoke the last 2 conventions because this is, of course, the 3rd time that former President Trump has accepted the Republican nomination in his political career. She is somebody who has not been a big presence on the campaign trail. She's done a couple of private fundraisers, but she has certainly not been front and center. That said, those close to the former president say she is behind her husband 100%. As for Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, think about the evolution they have had. They went from being senior advisors to their father-in-law in the White House, working on policy in various ways during that time in the Trump administration, to intentionally pulling themselves away from politics. Ivanka Trump was not at her father's rollout in 2022. She was not at his trial. She was not on the campaign trail in Iowa or New Hampshire during the primaries.
All right, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a break right here, but still ahead tonight. We'll bring you tonight's big speeches, including former President Trump's first major address since surviving an attempt on his life. More from the Republican National Convention right after this.
trial will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
Welcome back. Our special coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. The crowd is fired up. They are going to hear from their nominee, former President Donald Trump, in just a moment. He will accept the Republican nomination for the third time, and we are expecting dignitaries to enter at any time, including Senator J.D. Vance and other members of the Trump family.
You would think that the big conversation here in Milwaukee would be about what the former president will say, but the big conversation in Milwaukee happens to be what the Democrats will do, what Joe Biden will do. Will he come off the ticket? That is driving everything here. You have to believe that the Trump campaign really doesn't necessarily know how this would look, what it would look like, what the Democrats will do.
This is what basically everyone is talking about here, Lester. What will President Biden do? And as we've been reporting throughout the night, the pressure is mounting on him to drop out. Not only has a second U.S. Senator now come forward calling on him to do so, but the leaders of the Democratic Party, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, have all conveyed to President Biden their concerns that he could be a drag on down-ballot races.
Well, let's get to our White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who is near the president's home in Delaware, where he is convalescing with COVID. Gabe, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, Savannah, as he recovers from COVID here in Delaware, the president is facing the loudest calls yet to drop out of the race, as you've been talking about. The walls seemingly closing in on his campaign. So NBC News has spoken with multiple sources with knowledge of the situation. You mentioned a person close to the president saying we're close to the end. Another person who spoke with senior campaign officials saying they're finally realizing it's a when, not if. Now, the anxiety among Democrats is reaching the top of the party. Two sources tell NBC News former President Obama has concerns about President Biden's ability to stay at the top of the ticket, but he feels personally protective of him. One source saying Obama sees President Biden's path to winning as getting harder. Now, key Democrat Jamie Raskin writing a letter to the president urging him to reconsider his run and comparing him to a tired major league pitcher. Now, publicly, the White House and the campaign, they're aggressively pushing back against Democratic leaders trying to push the president out. And a source close to the president telling NBC News, in 2015, Obama, Pelosi, and Schumer pushed Biden aside in favor of Hillary. They were wrong then, and they are wrong now. Now, with her running mate sidelined, Vice President Harris is campaigning in battleground Pennsylvania earlier today. And as for the president, he remains here at his home in Rehoboth. His doctor says he has mild symptoms and no fever. Guys.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks very much. We want to go to Steve Kornacki now at the big board. Steve, I think you've got a perspective of why this is all so concerning and a difficult moment for Democrats right now. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the numbers that Democrats are looking at? And we're going to start with what you're seeing right here. This is the national picture. This is the big picture. This is a poll that came out just about 6 hours ago from our friends at CBS. This is a national poll, and look at this. They have Donald Trump now opening up a 5-point advantage over Joe Biden, 52 to 47. A couple things are significant about this. One, obviously, the fact that Trump is over 50%, a couple points over 50% into majority territory. Also, this lead of 5 points, this is the largest lead that Donald Trump has had yet over Joe Biden in this poll. CBS has taken 8 polls this year. This is the biggest lead for Trump in any of them. So that's the big picture, 30,000-foot view. But of course, we know presidential elections are won at the state level, the Electoral College. Let's take a look here at the battleground states. And again, this is the kind of landscape Democrats are looking at right now. What you're seeing, these are polls that have been conducted largely since that debate at the end of June. This is the average of the polls that have come out in these states. Now, some states have been more polled than others, so take these numbers with a bit of a grain of salt. But as you can see, there's a clear pattern to them. Every one of these states, these are the 6 battleground states, the core battleground states. They are 6 states that Joe Biden carried in 2020. And in the averages since the debate, Donald Trump with some kind of advantage, a little small there in Michigan, for instance, but some kind of advantage in all 6 of them. And again, all Biden states. And it's not just that. There's polls now in other states that weren't even thought to be part of the battleground, that were thought to be safely Democratic, that are concerning to Democrats. For instance, Virginia, several polls coming out recently, the average of them puts Trump ahead by 1 point in Virginia. That was a big blue state in 2020, not one Democrats thought would be competitive. So these are the numbers Democrats are seeing. And quickly to show you what they are fearing when they see these numbers, this is our Road to 270 map. We took a look at it last night. These are those 6 core battleground states, and just take you right through them. If Trump were to win Georgia, as that polling right now puts him ahead there, you could see right away that jumps him to 251. Arizona would put him over 260. Nevada would put him on the cusp of victory at 268. And then Pennsylvania, any of these 3 Midwest states would then put him over. You could see what Pennsylvania would do. Then he would just be adding insurance. If he got Michigan, if he got Wisconsin, if he went for 6 for 6, he doesn't have to win all 6 of those. You could see less than that would do. But Democrats are looking at those polls and they're fearing this kind of an outcome. And then if ever Trump were able to put those other states into play and start winning them, a state like Virginia, for instance, I mean, it would start to get a little bit out of control there. And there are other states, even like New Hampshire, Minnesota, that even some Democrats are getting worried about. So the bottom line is this is what Democrats are fearing based on those numbers. Now, the Biden folks will tell you it's still competitive. It's not gone. He can get back in it. There's still a lot of negatives about Trump that they can take advantage of. But the bottom line, Joe Biden's party is fearing this kind of outcome, though we should also note, well, these are the numbers that have them nervous about Joe Biden. The same polling does not show a clear, obvious alternative candidate who would immediately reverse this result.
And that's why there's been so much paralysis on the Democratic side. Steve, thank you very much. We'll be back with you. I want to mention here at the RNC in Milwaukee, we're at a brief programming hold. Convention organizers have not told us why. We were expecting Hulk Hogan to be the first speaker this hour, actually about 15 minutes ago, not on yet. So the crowd is dancing to the musical interlude that's gone on a bit longer than expected. We'll keep you posted on that. Hallie Jackson, let me turn to you on what Steve just laid out, because he showed the map. It's always going to be tight in the battlegrounds. That's why we call them battleground. But what sent a shiver up the spine of so many congressional Democrats was starting to see softening in some of these states that have been reliably blue for the last few cycles. A Virginia, a New Hampshire, a Minnesota. That's what the concern is.
And these are states that, I'm thinking back to the last election, I would hear the Republican campaign talk about, the Trump campaign is saying, we're targeting some of these places. We think we have a shot. And that was always kind of the white whale in some ways for them. Now, giving you some insight into why there is that Democratic anxiety, it's exactly for that reason, that not only some of them believe if President Biden stays on the ticket, you could lose those battlegrounds that Steve could lay out, but maybe the map gets even worse. And what does this mean for down ballot races? What kind of a drag is this? Because remember, control of the Senate and House is at stake and at play in this election. So when it comes to Vice President Harris, you are seeing Republicans start to press the case against her as well, just in case this becomes a possibility. One of the Trump campaign managers, senior advisors today, called her, for example, the gaslighter in chief, suggesting that she helped cover up President Biden's fitness for office, what Republicans see as his inability to do the job. On the flip side, she is out on the campaign trail too, and she is going after what's happening right here on the floor below us, saying if Republicans want unity, they've got to do more than just use the word, saying that they are essentially trying to paper over what Democrats see as an extreme agenda.
And Kristen, the larger question overarching all this is, if President Biden decides to come off the top of the ticket, what are the mechanics? What are the optics? Because that is going to play just as much as anything else.
That is where this becomes so complicated. There's a divide within the Democratic Party. If President Biden comes off of the ticket, should he endorse Vice President Harris? Should they hit the ground running with a pre-planned ticket? Or should there be a mini primary? I can tell you I've spoken to a number of Democrats who say, let's have that debate. Let's have an open primary. It'll be messy, but they say it'll be good for our democracy. I have to tell you, I spoke with one Democratic lawmaker who described this as a really sad moment within the Democratic Party, described the president as reflective right now. He is thinking more and more about these arguments, about concerns over his viability. And by the way, I'm told he deeply resents this pile-on that is happening. So we will have to see how it plays out, because he is in the process of recovering from COVID while he's dealing with these very weighty issues.
Well, these Trump delegates here making it their own party as they continue to dance their way through what we're told is a hold, essentially, in the schedule. We don't know for how long or what's holding things up, but no one here seems to mind on the floor. Let's go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. He is on the floor. I don't know if he's busting a move, but he's got some news for us.
Hey, Lester, this is Jerry McDaniel, and Jerry and I were talking, and I think that there's a through line from this moment, and I want you to just tell me, when did you first get involved with politics?
Back in probably 2008, back when McCain and Sarah Palin were getting ready to run for office. First of all, when I saw Sarah Palin come on stage, I was amazed.
At that convention?
I loved it.
And then you got involved in the Tea Party.
Yes, I did. I actually helped start the Tea Party in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And then you backed Donald Trump, and here, 9 years later, he's about to take the stage again for the third time. Lester, Savannah, Donald Trump is right back to the arena.
All right, well, the crowd, thank you. The crowd just went wild because former President Trump has entered the chat. He's in the building, just walking up the stairs, about to go into the friends and family box and greeting his supporters. So whatever was on hold seems to be on hold, not for much longer, as the former president is there. Let's turn back to our panel here as we continue to watch this. I want to mention what we're waiting for tonight. Hulk Hogan expected to speak. There's Jared Kushner, his daughter Tiffany. I think that's, we saw Ivanka briefly. So for the first time, we're going to see just about all of the family members, save Barron Trump, together. I don't believe we've seen Melania yet. Has anyone caught a glimpse of her? But she's expected to be there as well. So it's going to be family night at the RNC as the president takes the stage in his official nominating speech. So we're expecting Hulk Hogan, Dana White, the UFC head, a performance by Kid Rock, and then the nominating speech.
Savannah, it's so stunning to see Jared and Ivanka. Hallie and I covered the Trump administration. We cannot overstate how integral they were to his entire administration. And here they have not been here for the first few days of this convention, but here they are tonight, a show of force from the Trump family.
And I believe this is Hulk Hogan. Let's listen.
I don't see Melania.
Not yet.
No, we still don't see.
We've not yet seen Melania, but Hulk Hogan's getting the crowd primed for a speech, a little bit late, but here he goes. We'll listen here in Milwaukee live.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. one real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years. And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Hogan bringing the fight to this convention hall, and the man of honor here tonight seems to like it very, very much. The Trump family in position now as we await the president's speech. And I turn to Hallie Jackson. It's been interesting because all this week we really have seen an emphasis on kind of the softer side of Donald Trump. A lot of speeches about Grandpa Donald Trump and the father, but now they're reverting to form and going hard with the fighter Donald Trump, and something that certainly appeals to the base of the party.
We've seen that throughout the course of the week. There have been speakers who have tossed out that red meat, so to speak, to the base with rhetoric that is more in line with where the base of the Republican Party is, rhetoric that the Democrats see as inflammatory on issues like immigration. Tonight, this is a real, working class male energy here with the brawlers that are coming up to stage here. You've got UFC head Dana White, who's set to come out as well. Clearly, there is an effort to target some of those voters who do make up a portion of the former president's base at this point. It's been also interesting to see the dynamics at play as it relates to the former president's remarks. Over and over again, people around him have suggested it will be unifying. He will make a call to unity. But I've also heard that Donald Trump is going to be Donald Trump. And at moments of divisiveness in this country in the past, he has not issued those calls for unity. You think back to Charlottesville. You think back to his response after in 2020 in the Black Lives Matter movement and the death of George Floyd. Those have been moments where the former president has done anything but unite the country. So there's a question here of how he will walk that line and what he actually will say tonight.
And will he mention stolen election again, which is another...
He's pushed his election fraud lies again and again. This is something he has not backed away from. We know that from the moment he took this nomination 2 conventions ago. He came out with a kind of ominous, dark picture of what America could be. His speech is typically marked by defiance and grievance. That is what we've seen in his inauguration speech in 2017, famously referencing American carnage. And even more recently on the campaign trail, he talks about this nation being in crisis. So it's a real question mark here tonight. We'll find out.
Yeah, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a break. Coming up from the RNC, we'll hear tonight's big speeches, including Eric Trump and former President Trump himself as he accepts the Republican nomination. More live from the Republican National Convention on NBC News right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is all.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Milwaukee and our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon we're going to hear from Eric Trump, son of the president, the former president, and, of course, executive vice president of the Trump Organization.
Earlier this week, we put his father over the top during the RNC's roll call, giving the former president the delegates needed to officially secure the nomination. Later this evening, Mr. Trump will accept that nomination during his speech.
They're hearing from Franklin Graham on the floor right now, and, in fact, it may be a moment of prayer, but I want to go to Garrett Hake on the floor and tell us what you're seeing down there. We were looking for the vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. Hadn't seen him yet, but I heard you just got a sight of him.
That's right, Savannah. A little bit unusual that Vance and his wife didn't show up with the Trumps and the Trump family when they came out. And you can see him trying. I'm asked to be very quiet here, guys, but as you can see, Vance is up on the stage now with the former president behind us, having come in during the prayer.
We understand you're in a difficult spot, so we're going to break away from you a little bit, Garrett, and talk to you a little bit more. There's former President Trump as this prayer is led here in the hall.
You are a great God. And we ask that it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
So a prayer to wrap up, remarks from Franklin Graham, the evangelical community, a key to Trump's victory in 2016. Stalwarts for him have stuck by him through thick and thin, and we've heard a lot from them this week as well.
And I'm struck by watching former President Trump alongside his current running mate when you look at his last running mate, and that is, of course, former Vice President Mike Pence, selected in part to help issue that olive branch to the evangelical community, Savannah.
And we're about to hear from Eric Trump, son of the former president.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, They're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics, you shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Eric Trump delivering that speech, delivering much of the red meat that we saw from his brother yesterday, igniting and energizing this convention. It is just past the top of the hour now for those of you just joining us. We just heard from former President Trump's son Eric speak on the final night of the Republican National Convention.
Okay, this is Donald Trump's night. We expect his speech soon in this hour. We're also going to see a performance by the musician Kid Rock. There'll be a video about Mr. Trump, and then Dana White, the UFC president, will be introducing him. But we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker alongside, as always. And Kristen, it's just so interesting because they really have been trying to have this sort of softer, gauzier image of Donald Trump. But last night and tonight, it's Don Jr. and Eric Trump who have really brought out those grievance issues that Donald Trump talks about all the time in the rallies, but we hadn't heard that much about. But he brought up, we don't trust our elections, said his father has been persecuted and prosecuted, kind of bringing up all of those greatest hits to the crowd, which this crowd loves it. The question is, how it's received by the audience watching at home.
And that's the big question. Now, the audience back at home is going to wait for the big show and Donald Trump's speech, but it's so notable because his sons, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, sort of took on the role of the attack dog, what we typically see of the vice presidential nominee. And as you point out, they didn't hold back, talked about the fact that we no longer trust our elections. Important to point out, there has been an erosion of faith in our institutions writ large, in our elections, in part because former President Trump has yet to concede the last election, and there have been these questions raised about the last election, even though all of the legal challenges have been put to rest.
Right, people are questioning it because he's been feeding that narrative for 4+ years.
Exactly, and it's part of what led to the lower turnout, by the way, in the midterms for Republicans. So Republicans are actually doubling down, trying to say, we got to get out early in this next election cycle. It's also interesting, he tried to redefine retribution. He said, our retribution will be our success. It was a slight twist, a slightly lighter way to get at what has been one of Donald Trump's biggest attack lines.
He said huge expectations about the country's ills, that they could all be fixed by Donald Trump. One point of business, many of you watching that speech may be wondering who the little girl was sitting in the lap of the former president. That is Carolina Trump. She is the daughter of Eric Trump.
Yes, so she was sitting on her grandfather's lap. She's 4 years old. It's a late night for her.
Stealing the show at moments, but appropriately.
Giving us Prince Louis vibes, the royal family. It's always interesting to see when every mother holds their breath when they see a toddler on stage like that. You have a 4-year-old.
As the mother of a 4-year-old, she's fast asleep right now. We're doing the same thing, I think, that Carolina was doing right there.
So we're watching as it's mixing and mingling on the convention floor. They're running a bit behind schedule right now, but we do expect the marquee event, former President Trump, to take this stage. It's so interesting. There's been so much talk this week about how former President Trump said he ripped up his speech. He wants to strike a unifying theme. We did not hear, we've heard the same sort of persecution narrative from his sons. We've seen excerpts of former President Trump's speech, and there are calls that for him are uncharacteristic, including there's a line in there about saying, I don't want to be president of half of America, but the whole of America. And it's kind of an unremarkable sentiment, but it's remarkable because he usually doesn't talk that way.
Coming from him, that is what makes it extraordinary. That's exactly the line that I was looking at, Savannah, as we have now these excerpts that we can share with people. He says that as Americans were bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. He also strikes some pretty overtly religious overtones, talking about how God saved him, he believes, and the divine intervention in that moment. He is expected now, based on this reporting, to clearly lay out his account of what happened to him on that stage. In fact, he says something along the lines of, I'll tell you what happened, and I'll never tell you a second time. So it'll be interesting to hear that, especially as this crowd...
We believe Melania Trump is now stepping out to the roar of the crowd. Saw just a glimpse of her. Say again?
A musical interlude right now at the RNC in Milwaukee as the crowd gets ready for the formal presentation of former President Trump. As mentioned, the schedule a little bit delayed, and now we're seeing former First Lady Melania Trump enter the building to rapturous applause.
We have not seen her as a part of this campaign, so this is something different.
She issued a long, emotional statement on Sunday after the shooting, at least attempted assassination of her husband, but she has not been a feature of this campaign trail. So for her to be here on this night is notable.
And Kristen, what we have seen in this campaign in terms of the family involvement, very different than what we saw from his original run for president.
In 2016, his family was a staple on the campaign trail. Melania Trump was a staple by his side. I had a chance to interview the former president back in September of last year. He said, we'll see her soon on the trail. At that time, we really haven't seen much of her. He also noted she is a private person by nature.
We're going to squeeze in a break right here. We're moments away from the former president's address to accept the Republican nomination. We're back from Milwaukee right after this.
Freedoms we all cherish. Story.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon from the RNC, we'll see a performance from the musician Kid Rock. Later, we'll hear from UFC CEO Dana White. And then tonight's final speaker, former President Trump. Right now, the crowd watching a video montage of Donald Trump's career, including some clips and things that we hadn't heard before.
Oh, some greatest hits appearances on Oprah as a young man, appearance in Home Alone, so that sets the table. Let's go to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, on the floor, see how the delegates are enjoying the show tonight.
Yeah, well, they're enthralled right now. I would call this the Donald Trump, the movie section. As I look up at the crowd right now, literally it looks like everyone is watching a movie here on the floor of the convention hall in Milwaukee. You know, you got to give credit to the people who are producing this convention for the Republicans, right? On paper, it may have looked a little strange, a little crazy. You talk about people like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan gave what I would say is probably the best speech at this convention so far, and there have been speeches that have blown the roof off this place. People who love the conservative politics here, who love MAGA. Hogan came in here, he did something completely different. He also was just entertaining, right? He was funny, he made people laugh, and even if you don't care for the politics here, he might have entertained you. And on top of that, let's talk about the former First Lady, right? The whole family walks out except Melania Trump. They add a little drama. Is she here? Is she not here? And then sure enough, the whole place pauses. Melania Trump walks in and she takes a seat right there in the VIP box next to her husband. What is strange, which I know you guys have pointed out, she will not speak at this convention. She spoke in 2016 at the virtual convention as well, but for some reason she's decided not to speak here. She has taken a major step back with only doing 2 events with the Log Cabin Republicans, which is the LGBT conservative group, something that is close to her heart. I spoke with one of the leaders of that group saying that she was very involved in that, but it's been very, very small from that. It was this appearance tonight and not much else. People still watching this movie. I'm going to send it back to you guys at the convention hall upstairs.
All right, Tom, thanks. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now. He is also on the floor in a little different position. Garrett.
Yeah, Lester, I'm sitting just beneath the family box here watching Eric and Laura Trump return after his speech, and I was right on the fence line here as Melania Trump came in, and it was a rapturous welcome for her. I can't overstate the degree that she's a celebrity within this movement. The people around me were cheering how much they loved her. Basically, when she was up waving to the crowd, it really did feel almost like a royal reception for someone who has been much more scarce on the campaign trail this time around than in Donald Trump's 2 previous campaigns for the White House.
That invaded Ukraine.
All right, we see Eric Trump taking his seat after just delivering his speech, setting up the night for former President Trump, and we're getting closer to that moment. We're seeing the video, the biographical video. There's Melania Trump watching it alongside the delegates.
And Eric may have really smoothed the trail for his father with that, again, red meat speech. So those things have been said, but then allowing a transition for former President Trump to offer perhaps a loftier view of America.
I think there will be some of those unifying themes, and then if it's not outright red meat, perhaps it's pork, the other white meat. But there will be vintage Trump in this speech, we expect. And in a moment, this former president, who has a flair for the dramatic and showmanship, is laid out a scenario where just that will happen. We're about to get a performance from Kid Rock, then Dana White, the head of the UFC. The theme of the night, Make America Great Again, but chance of fight breaking out on this convention floor. Let's listen.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Cause that's somebody scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still the ill doesn't want to see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beasties in the kings of rock. Skinner, Seeger, Lip, Corn, Stones, the David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 Flash. Oh, they call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump. American badass, watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll, like a rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychom fly, the big dot to ride. They'll sack to share, bring it flash to flare. Like a long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel yell. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona? Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, 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 Trump. 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 I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, 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 Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, 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 Trump. Put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, 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 Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Okay, this is not your grandmother's Republican Party with the cashmere sweater set and the pearls. I'm just, some people here are loving that moment, and some look like they might have taken a wrong turn. This was not the Republican convention they remember from back in the old Bush-Reagan years.
What's so interesting is the call and response that we have seen throughout the night and throughout the week when it comes to the word fight, when it comes to that raised fist. Right before Kid Rock came onto the convention stage, which is a sentence that, of course, we're saying here tonight because that's what happened. You saw them put up that picture that has become so symbolic of the moments after the former president was rushed off the stage, as he was being rushed off after that assassination attempt against him. People here are selling shirts and buying shirts with that picture on it. People here, I've talked to some delegates wearing fake ear bandages in solidarity with the former president. They have really seized on this imagery.
Dana White takes the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Donald Trump about to address the crowd. You're seeing the firefighter kit, the helmet, the gear of the man who lost his life at that rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday night.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory,
and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance, and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. but I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let him know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air, you've all seen that, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Byron. We love our Byron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I said, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that, because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people, and we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration. Groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anywhere. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much, we're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't lead the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea's acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're at a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it, he actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an iron dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump addressing the convention, and it is after midnight on the East Coast, covering the terrain of territory as he addressed the delegates. Familiar campaign themes, and yes, he went off script time and time again. This was very much Kristen Welker, like a rally speech, less like a convention speech.
Absolutely. To some extent, this was a tale of two speeches. He started off recounting his version of the harrowing events from this weekend, but he quickly shifted into rally mode. So this promise of a unifying speech, there were some lines that were aimed at being unifying, but the speech as a whole really felt like a Trump rally speech. Within that, we can give a little bit of context to some of what you just heard from the former president. He repeated debunked claims of election interference, talked about crime being rampant in American cities. The reality there, crime is at a 50-year low, even though a lot of folks wouldn't say that they feel that. He talked about the invasion at the southern border, something that we hear at a lot of his rallies. If you look at the facts, and if you look at the crowd, they obviously ate all of this up. The question becomes, does it appeal to moderates? Does it appeal to independents? The reality is there was a lot of debate over getting a bipartisan border deal done. Former President Trump opposed that.
Well,
so it's complicated.
He challenged Democrats in the name of unity. He challenged Democrats to drop investigations. I think he called them the witch hunts, but that was his challenge to Democrats.
That's right. And a lot of people will hear that, certainly in this room, and the crowd went wild. And the question becomes where we started the conversation tonight, which is all the people who are tuning in, who may have been skeptical of Donald Trump, who may have wanted to hear what he had to say tonight. Will that appeal to them? I think that remains the
Well, and
open
let's
question.
just call it what it is. It is after midnight. It is Friday morning. The speech started on Thursday night, and officially it is the longest convention speech ever given by a lot. 93 minutes, by the way. The two record holders before also both given by Trump, 76 minutes and 70 minutes, respectively. We're seeing the balloons drop, the family on the stage, those iconic convention moments. By and large, this Republican convention trying to present a different side to Donald Trump, but this Donald Trump we saw tonight was the vintage thing.
This is who he has been for the past 8 years, and while he nodded at the to saying he wanted to represent all of America. It turns out that comes with a catch. You heard him decry what he called partisan witch hunts against him. He talked about accusing Democrats of weaponizing the Justice Department, insisting he's not a threat to democracy. Democrats have cast him as that. They talk about his incitement, as they see it, of an insurrection for undermining confidence in the security of the election with his election fraud lies. In the moments after the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania, you heard calls from Republicans for the rhetoric to be toned down. But here's Donald Trump talking about crazy Nancy Pelosi, cheating on elections, using COVID to cheat, and more. He may say he wants unity, but he wants unity on his terms only here. That is clear from the speech.
I think what was different is the tone. He was, you almost might want to call it low energy at points, but he was clearly trying to shift the tone downward in terms of not as much yelling.
The tone was subdued. Yeah. The rhetoric was not. Let's go to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, on the floor as the balloons drop and this convention comes to a close. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Savannah, yeah, this is the moment why people come to conventions, right, to feel that balloon drop. Listen, I was right here watching with all of the delegates, all the people on the convention floor, inside this arena here. At the beginning, he had them hanging on every single word. They were listening to the entire story of that assassination attempt. They were following along. They were sort of enthralled into what he was saying. It was a long speech, as you have said. It was the longest, I think, ever of any convention of modern history. And there were at times people had to sit back down. But for the most part, I started asking people, what'd you think of the speech? They said they liked the speech. People acknowledged it was very long. Some people fell asleep that were around us. And again, people sat down. But there were people, a lot of people that stood up the entire time, the full 90 minutes, watching him every step of the way, hanging on every word, shooting cell phone videos, shooting selfies, so excited. And again, he really had them mesmerized that first part of the speech. And by the end, he brought it home to people. You know, I'd say in the last 10 minutes or so, people started getting back excited about what was happening. And just behind us, you can see the balloons are falling. They're popping. People are taking their selfies. They're enjoying their time here in Milwaukee. And the people here at least have earned it. They stayed waiting a long time during that speech for this moment. I'm going to send it back to you guys upstairs in the convention hall.
Yeah, Tom, thanks very much. And we're looking, if you look on the stage, the entire Trump family minus Byron Trump on that platform are taking in this moment, watching the balloons fall and greeting the crowd that they hope will help steer them to victory in November.
Let's go to Garrett Haake. He has a different vantage point on the floor. Garrett, how did the speech go over where you were sitting?
Yeah, well, Savannah, we're waist deep in balloons now. It felt like kind of an effort to manufacture a bit of energy that was lacking at the second half of that speech. The first half, I saw a lot of wet eyes. The second half, I saw some closed eyes in the section that I'm in right now. I'm with Brooke. Brooke from North Carolina here. You were enraptured in the first part of the speech. Tell me what you thought about hearing this from Donald Trump tonight.
Well, I mean, honestly, it was the most amazing speech I've heard from him. He's subdued now after last week. I really believe there's been a transformation. I think the spirit of the living God is on him, and the people here feel that. Franklin Graham came out and gave an incredible prayer for him and prayer for our nation, which is exactly what we need. We need fundamental restoration in America, and that's what Donald Trump will provide. Do
you think this version of Donald Trump will convince your friends and neighbors back in North Carolina who aren't sold on him right now?
I think so. You know what? I see North Carolina that we will hand it to Donald Trump handily. And I think other states, you will be surprised to see even some very deep blue states are going to go for Donald Trump, because you know why? Their budgets have been hurting. They know that they have been losing jobs to what's been coming over at our border. The tsunami over our border has been affecting not just the Hispanic and the black community, but every community in the United States. And Americans are tired of that. We're tired of watching our children be killed by fentanyl. We're tired of seeing our jobs go away to illegals. And we're tired of the crime on our streets.
Brooke, you're one of several people I've talked to, maybe every delegate I've talked to has talked about the idea of basically seeing God's hand on Donald Trump tonight. He talked about that chart and the idea that turning his head saved his life. Is that the big takeaway for you from this convention, from this last week in our politics?
Absolutely, Garrett. This last week has been the most incredible transformation, I think, on him and on the people around him, his loved ones, his family, the people who serve in Senate and the House. My prayer is that, listen, if you remember from 2012, the DNC booed God. We have been praising God at the Republican Party, at this party all week long. We have been praising the name of Jesus Christ, and that does not happen at the Democrat National.
All right, Brooke, I got to throw it back upstairs. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. And Lester, Savannah, I think that's been it.
Garrett, thanks very much. As we watch the Trump family continue to take in this moment, God bless America. God bless America playing in the arena here. Before we go, let's get some final thoughts. Hallie?
Well, looking at this, the Trump family on stage here, coming out in what is, in many ways, the starting point of the last stretch of the campaign. I have to think about what the Democratic convention will look like in just about a month from now, not to take away anything from tonight and the speech that former President Trump delivered to an audience that really felt tonight as true believers. This is his party. This is his stage. He made that clear. But what is also clear is that those calls for unity that he suggested continue to have that catch.
Well, the question is, the party faithful is united. The Republican base is ready to go. Is this going to be one of those elections that's about exciting your base and turning them out, or is this going to be an election about persuading those middle-of-the-road voters? And need we not mention that the Democratic Party right now, the question of who will be on the ballot is very much an open question right now.
That's right. I do think it's going to be about winning over the small sliver, maybe 10% of gettable voters. And one thing that struck me, you didn't hear him really talk about President Biden. He mentioned his name once. What's notable about that, we do not know if President Biden will be at the top of the ticket. And I think that was strategic to some extent. You are seeing them shift into a campaign against the administration writ large, whether it's Kamala Harris or another Democrat who winds up being at the top of the ticket if he does drop out.
When I spoke to President Biden earlier this week, I asked him if the assassination attempt will drive the trajectory of this election. He wasn't sure, but I think watching this and watching how it's woven into the speech, I think very clear.
No doubt it's looming over everything.
That concludes our special coverage of this year's Republican National Convention.
We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com, and don't forget us at the Today Show. I would say tomorrow morning, but it's this morning.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Just past the top of the hour now. For those of you just joining us, we just heard from former President Trump's son Eric speak on the final night of the Republican National Convention.
Okay, this is Donald Trump's night. We expect his speech soon in this hour. We're also going to see a performance by the musician Kid Rock. There'll be a video about Mr. Trump, and then Dana White, the UFC president, will be introducing him. But we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker alongside, as always. And Kristen, it's just so interesting because they really have been trying to have this sort of softer, gauzier image of Donald Trump. But last night and tonight, it's Don Jr. and Eric Trump who have really brought out those grievance issues that Donald Trump talks about all the time in the rallies, but we hadn't heard that much about. But he brought up, we don't trust our elections, said his father has been persecuted and prosecuted, kind of bringing up all of those greatest hits to the crowd, which this crowd loves it. The question is, how it's received by the audience watching at home.
And that's the big question. Now, the audience back at home is going to wait for the big show, and Donald Trump